How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent 200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
What's up, everyone? What's up? I am sorry to be late. I had to go run an errand. I'm not saying I went to the dispensary to get weed, but I might have gone to the dispensary to get weed. And I got stuck in traffic on the way back because there was a snowstorm last night and people were driving like fucking retards. And so I'm late. I'm late because I was late getting up today and I had to go run an errand and then I got stuck in traffic. And it's the way it goes. I'm a professional streamer on the internet. Really, am I ever actually not on time on my own stream? Like, it's my fucking stream. I can show up whenever I want to. I can show, and then I had to unbox the last round of sunglasses because I binge bought sunglasses over the weekend to cope with everything being stupid. And all of my sunglasses have now been delivered. I have 3 more pairs of sunglasses to show you guys. Do you guys just want to see the sunglasses? Do you guys want to see the sunglasses off the top? Can we just get the sunglasses out of the way? This might be the coolest round of sunglasses yet. This might be yeah, you guys were just early. I wasn't late. You guys were fucking early. So for people who don't know, we're just letting people come in here. I binge bought sunglasses over the weekend. And the reason I binge bought sunglasses is because, well, everything is fake and gay, and I was coping on Whatnot, and I bought a bunch of sunglasses, okay? But they're awesome, and so I'm showing you guys what I bought because Whatnot is life. Whatnot is the best thing that's ever happened. Our first pair of sunglasses today, look at these. I don't know if you guys can appreciate. These are red. These are vintage Christian Dior frames. Look at that. How cool is that? And they've got gold specks in them. They're red with gold specks in them. I mean, I had to. I fucking had to. I'm an Aries. I had to. If you give me a pair of oversized, gaudy Christian Dior sunglasses with red and gold, I can't pass that shit up. I fucking had to buy. I had to buy it. It was the law. It's the law of the internet. I might even wear these on the stream today. Yeah, these are basically Iron Man sunglasses. Like, no big deal. No big deal. That's the first pair. I now have like 3 pairs of vintage Christian Dior sunglasses from the whole, you do look red. Yeah, everything looks red. From the whole sunglasses buying spree. Oh, but that's just 1 pair. Those are the Red Menace sunglasses. Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, we may have another pair of Red Menace sunglasses. I'm trying to keep all the cases together. Cause I am. Okay, the next pair is also red. In theory, should be red. Ugh, can't get this one out of the box for some reason. More sunglasses? You want more? This is a pair of sunglasses. Oh, wait, no, that's the good one. We're gonna save these for last. This is possibly the best pair of sunglasses in the haul because Victor likes those sunglasses too. In fact, Victor may even steal that pair of sunglasses. He likes them so much. But that's okay. We're married. My sunglasses are his sunglasses and all that stuff. Okay, this next pair of sunglasses, this is not the pair Victor. Victor actually might like these though. I literally bought these sunglasses because they were going for so cheap in the Whatnot auction. I was like, those are too fucking cool for me not to have them if they're going that cheap. Look at those. Look at those. Come on. I'm sorry. How fucking 80s and awesome are these? How fucking awesome are these? I feel like I should be in an 80s music video wearing these sunglasses. I had to. They were only $30. I fucking had to do it. I had to do it. It was the law. I fucking had to do it. I had to. I was obligated. All right. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that Victor would actually like these because Victor likes things that are smaller and he likes things that are red. So I was like, maybe Victor will also use that pair of sunglasses. I guess we'll see. We'll see if he likes them later. Let's see. But the last pair is possibly the coolest fucking pair of sunglasses in the entire sunglass coping haul. Are you guys ready for these? These are Roberto Cavalli. These are Roberto Cavalli. These are the ones Victor's like, Karlyn, I might take those sunglasses from you. And I'm like, you know what, Victor? Again, we're married, so my sunglasses are your sunglasses. Your sunglasses are my sunglasses. So I mean, come on, though. Come on. How fucking sick. How fucking sick is that? Come on. Again, all these sunglasses I got on Whatnot being the greatest website in the history of humanity or the greatest app in the history of humanity. I will put my Whatnot link in the chat if you guys want to join Whatnot and go buy some sunglasses or really whatever you want. The best part about Whatnot is you can literally buy whatever the fuck you want on there. And I don't even shop in real life anymore. I literally don't even shop in real life anymore. Because you can get everything so much fucking cheaper on Whatnot. It's not even funny how many good deals you have. These sunglasses are all from Vintage Frames, who is a guy that has he has sunglasses. He's like a famous sunglass guy, I guess. I don't know. I'd never heard of him, but apparently he's ultra famous and does all the sunglasses for like the Kardashian family and stuff like that. So I don't know how he feels about Kanye West. That would be a good question for him. Maybe I'll ask him that sometime. But that is the sunglass haul for today. I'm gonna wear those red Christian Dior's on the stream, I think. You need a tutorial? You need a whatnot tutorial? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. Anyway, so I am late, but that's okay because it's happy hour and we are doing a happy hour stream today. And happy hour is a little bit more of a laid back stream. Oh, wait, I didn't even thank Cynthia. Yo, Cynthia, I apologize. W's in the chat for Cynthia donating 10 channel memberships right before the stream even started. Cynthia, the fucking legend of the chat. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Happy Friday to you. Sarah said Vanessa Mayers did a video featuring Karlyn about education in schools, and it is very well done. I don't know who that is, but if you tell me it's very well done, I'll look it up. I hope I sounded smart in it. I hope I sounded smart. I also like this quote from Gary in the chat when the intro video was playing. Perhaps a lunatic was simply a minority of one. Yeah. Yep. So true. So real. Also, I highlighted this one because I got to tell you guys, did you guys know that Trump MAGA retards are now telling me that you're a communist if you're anti-war? Renee Leering Center for Driving says low IQ retards defending Trump over Iran and going after anti-war right. It's the last straw for me. Did you guys know that on Twitter, MAGA-tards are now telling me that, oh, wait, that's not the right thing. That's not even the thing I was looking for. I'm looking for a different thing. I know I retweeted it. Maybe it's got to hang on. Oh, guys, Carrie Smith is pretending she doesn't know who I am. That's actually pretty funny. Oh, here we go. Here it is. MAGA-tards are now, you got that video, Hans? Thank you for the video. I will get that up. I think I just heard my husband come home. There we go. Okay, I'll check out that video when I get a sec. MAGA-tards are now telling me that you can't be anti-communist if you are also anti-war. Can we just take a moment here? Can we just take a moment to reflect on this fucking insanity? I am old enough to remember when Trump literally ran on a platform of no new war. And now I have MAGA-tards in my reply saying, anti-communist in bio, but you shill for communist anti-war movement. This is where we are, guys. This is where we are. This is the lunacy that has become the conservative right. This is the lunacy of the people who are still supporting Donald Trump, the people who believe that the Iran war is totally fucking fine. Yeah, well, no, it's like, it is actually an impressive study of human psychology, isn't it, Mitchell? It is actually an impressive study of human psychology. They are incredibly brainwashed. They have no fucking clue what's going on. And you know what? They're going to lose resoundingly in November, and I'm here for it. I cannot wait for the MAGA-tard right to lose resoundingly in November to get the full, because the only thing they understand is losing elections. Like, we just have to come to accept, there is like literally nothing that we can get these people to do to understand what is going on unless and until they lose an election in like dramatic fashion, because that is the only thing these people understand. I remember when they did the same thing with Iraq. I remember that too. And by the way, did anyone hear that Condoleezza Rice was at the White House today? I literally just saw that on Twitter before I went live. Did anyone else hear that Condoleezza Rice was at the White House today? I am old enough to remember when I was called un-American for being against the Iraq war when I was in college, which was my first big kind of like introduction to like politics. It was the anti-war movement when it came to the Iraq war. I remember being shit talked by Republicans and neocons. You're anti-American. You hate America. Me. It's exactly the same fucking playbook. They're doing exactly the same thing. and it's so unappealing. I cannot even tell you. I cannot even tell you. But on the bright side, hey, my post about Kristi Noem has now gotten over 1 million fucking views on Twitter. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the only thing I would need to do to go viral on Twitter was to post a photo of Kristi Noem being plastic surgery obsessed and Botox obsessed? Who would have thought this was all that was required? Hey, I'll take that Twitter payout next week. I'm not going to mind this at all. Who would have thought that this was all that was required? And you know what? I've got all sorts of, this is the other thing too. Hey, thanks old sub for the super chat. We need our own fascist anti-communist party. I mean, I'm not going to create a fascist party. I think that might be disadvantageous for me. I think I might end up dead. And so I'm not going to create any sort of fascist political party. Someone else can take that fucking bullet. Literally, I think they would probably take a bullet. But I'm just going to sit here and talk on the internet and people can do whatever they want about it. But I just want to say, I have, again, so many magatards in my replies. This is the irony of irony. I have so many magatards in my replies right now going, how dare you comment on her looks? You shouldn't be commenting on her looks. And I'm like, you assholes have been tormenting me and harassing me and bullying me for over 6 fucking years. I have been like the target of conservative bullshit for 6 fucking years because of my looks. Almost every single day of my life, I have been targeted by conservative retards going, you're fat, you're fat, you're fat, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're a lesbian, you're a lesbian, you're a lesbian, you're fat, 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 you're. People have made memes of me. People have photoshopped me to make me look more fat than I am. People have literally made AI of me to make me look fatter than I fucking am. Like, this has been every single day of my fucking life for 6 fucking years. But I dare to post a photo with a before and after of Kristi Noem. And oh my God, how dare you comment on her looks? Do you think this is all about like literally eat my entire ass, conservatives? Like, literally eat what is left of my copious fucking ass if you want to bitch and complain that I posted a before and after picture of Kristi Noem. I swear to God. And in good news, guys, today, hey, guess what? You guys know how I was saying I was like this close to being 40 pounds down since I started losing weight a little bit over 3 months ago using the keto intermittent fasting crash starvation diet. Today, as of today, I'm actually 40 pounds down. I hit it. Now we're on to 50 pounds down. And who knows where we go after that. And can we just talk about the fact that I just got my first off-white hoodie and it's the coolest fucking hoodie I own? Yeah, you want to create an anti-communist party, old sub? We'll do that. I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much, bro. Can we just talk about the fact that I just got, I just got my first off-white hoodie, and honestly, I was skeptical of off-white. I was like, some of these hoodies fucking suck, but this one was just super fucking cool, so I had to buy it. I got this from Blazendary on Whatnot because of course I did. And it's the coolest fucking hoodie I own. I'm so glad I bought it. I want every off-white hoodie now because it's cool. And do you know what? That's a men's extra small. I said small in the tweet. I was wrong. That's a men's extra small. Just for all the people, because I've heard rumor that there are retards on a Discord somewhere that they're inspecting every single picture that I post on Twitter to say, Karlyn's photoshopping her weight loss. This isn't real. She's using filters. That is a men's extra small hoodie, motherfuckers. Just saying. Hey, average person, thanks so much for the super chat. I got the no one for president shirt, but I spent way too much. Did you buy it at that bookstore? Did you go buy it at that anarchist bookstore? Hey, they've got a lot of cool t-shirts at that anarchist bookstore, man. A lot of cool t-shirts. All right, guys. Well, today we are going to be continuing our coverage of Candace Owens, Erika Kirk meltdown just for funsies because it is happy hour on Friday. And on happy hour, we take some time just to watch some fun drama content on the internet. We take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. I will not be drinking, although I'll probably be getting high if I'm being honest about it. I will not be drinking because, of course, I am on the keto crash starvation diet and I'm making too much progress to stop now. I will say this, though. To celebrate hitting 40 pounds of weight loss, I did allow myself to get some chicken nuggets at Chick-fil-A. And Chick-fil-A is fucking awesome. And my dog was bitching and complaining when I came home, but he did not get a chicken nugget from Chick-fil-A. I was the only, Kobe can have the fucking leftover rotisserie chicken from yesterday. I got the chicken nuggets from Chick-fil-A today and they were fucking great. Anyway, I can't drink because I'm on the keto crash starvation diet and it's working. And so we're not touching anything until I lose at least another 30 more pounds to really shut up the conservative retards on the internet because I'm sick of this shit. Anyway, we are going to chill out. You guys can drink though. You guys, maybe I should have gotten vodka. No, I'm not going to get vodka. I would get drunk so quickly now. I just had a thought, like, maybe I should drink liquor. Liquor's low carb, right? I'm like, Karlyn, do you literally want to be laying on the floor dying within 15 minutes of starting the stream? That would probably not be the best decision you've ever made. So, no, we're doing it completely sober, weed only, because that doesn't really count, right? So, like, whatever. But you guys can drink, get a snack. We're chilling out today. We're watching some drama content. We're being a little bitchy and gossipy on the internet. It's totally okay to do this every once in a while. And yeah, I could get some tequila, maybe next time. Maybe next time. A little bit of vodka with sparkling water. Yeah. You guys are fucking enablers. I swear to God. You guys are the enablers of the internet. Anyway, we're watching some Candace today, guys. That is what we are doing. And we actually have a whole bunch of episodes to watch. So the last time we watched Candace was on Monday. We made it halfway through episode 3. So we're going to pick up where we left off with episode 3. But we've got 4, 5, 6, and 7. Candace is going off on Erika Kirk. Candace is having a little like I can't wait to see where this goes. I can't wait to I was to understand that Candace was going to do a 3-episode series and now we're up to fucking 7. That's okay. We've got plenty of Candace to catch up on. We have like 6 hours of Candace to catch up on. So listen, and I want to be very clear for all of the Candace fans in the house. I don't care. I don't care. I am not on Candace's side. I am not on Erika Kirk's side. I think that Candace is a narcissist and fucking insane. I think Erika Kirk is fucking weird. And I'm on no one's side. I'm literally on no one's side. I am not judging the veracity of this. I'm not going to become a Candace defender. I'm not going to become an Erika Kirk defender. I am simply going to be entertained on the internet. And that's what I'm going to do because it's Friday and we've had a long week and I am going to be entertained on the internet. We do not care who's right. We care about being entertained on the internet because we started the far left on this channel and we've had a lot of spy streams this week. We watched a lot of leftist content and we deserve a break too. And so that is what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. 6 hours of Candace sounds terrible. Let's do it. Yeah, exactly. These are the moments we train for. Let's see. Have you guys watched this? How is it? Candace equals Queen Bey. Erika equals reptilian from hell. I mean, maybe. This is for entertainment purposes only. Exactly. So that's what we're going to do today, guys. If you want to send in super chats and channel memberships, of course, our Queen Cynthia has already started us off with 10 gifted channel memberships. But on happy hour streams, I tend not to send a channel membership goal. I tend not to set a super chat goal. If you guys want to send in super chats or channel memberships to support my work and enable my shopping on Whatnot, you can feel free to do so. And of course, I greatly appreciate everyone who does this. If I make you laugh, if I make you cry, if I make you think, If I yell at you when you damn well deserve to be yelled at, please feel free to reward me with compensation of some sort. But I'm not going to do a channel membership goal today. You guys have been extremely generous with the channel memberships this week. We got Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. I will also be making a special announcement about the Infiltrating the Left class tomorrow. I decided not to do it today because it's a Friday and I think everyone's brains are turned off on Friday. But Socialism Saturday, everyone's going to be locked in tomorrow at 6 p.m. when we watch real radical revolutionary socialism on the internet. So we will be doing a channel membership goal tomorrow. We will not be doing one today, but that doesn't mean you can't send me stuff. And if you send in channel memberships, we will give you W's in the chat. You will be a hero to the community. But we're just hanging out today. And if you want to send in money, send in money. And if you don't want to send in money, that's cool too, man. Sometimes it's okay just to have a day off. But, obviously I do appreciate and value all the support you guys give me. And thank you so much to everyone who has donated channel memberships this week, who has been super, super generous, making sure we can bring more people into our crazy cult-like community. I really appreciate everyone. All right. Is everyone ready to get started? We're going to do a little review because the last episode we watched, we got about halfway through, but I think we're going to start about halfway through episode 3. And we watched the other ones on Monday. We're going to start with Candace doing a review of the Erika Kirk timeline. Everyone ready? Yo, we got a super chat. Thank you, Lisa, old granny. I appreciate the super sticker. You rock. Let's dig in.
Walgreens. So who is Erika Kirk? My answer is Lori's child. I think Lori comes first. Lori has always come first, and Lori is exceedingly problematic. Okay, I understand.
Lori is
she's
problematic,
sick.
guys.
I understand someday George Soros is going to be sick. Okay, doesn't mean that we don't get to discuss the things he is involved in.
True, Candace.
The question that I was asking is what went on with this marriage between Lori and Kent, this alleged marriage between Lori and Kent. Why do I feel like it's not even a real marriage? I see no evidence of the marriage occurring, or like it just seems like I don't know if a marriage can occur across 16 years. I don't know if it can happen that many times across 2 documents. And like I said, we have the other documents and we will show you them at the beginning of next week. Well, fortunately for me, another sleuth, someone in Marblehead, Massachusetts, said, how can I help? I have access to documents here. I can take a look and see what I can find, Lori and Kent. And they were not able to pull up any marriage documents. Doesn't mean that they don't exist, but they were able to pull up some deeds where Lori and Kent had signed the deeds over and when they had first received the deed to their home in Marblehead, Massachusetts. And there's a little interesting tidbit here where Lori and Kent are listing as having been a couple from Rhode Island.
Everything. These sunglasses are everything.
North Kingstown, Rhode Island. North Kingston, Rhode Island. First off, I want to tell you that that's not a place. So there's Kingston. I would know because I went to the University of Rhode Island. There's
hang on. I actually know something about this. Do you know how I know something about this? Do you guys remember what the fuck is his name? Do you guys remember when Ben Thorpe threatened to come to my house and be an asshole, and I got a restraining order on him so he couldn't come to my house? I actually had to deal with the North Kingston police when I got the restraining order on Ben Thorpe. So Candace is full of shit on that. Candace, no, I had to deal with their police office, like actually within the last, year and a half or so, something like that.
Clerical errors, but there's Kingston, Rhode Island, which is about 2 miles long and is just the University of Rhode Island campus.
I know, right?
Where I graduated from. Mm-hmm. And then there's South Kingstown, North Kingstown.
Thank you.
And
yo, Hans, we're not even doing a channel membership goal, and Hans is like, take my money and add 20 new members to the channel. Hans, what a fucking legend, bro. We love you. We appreciate you. Welcome to the 20 new people that just got channel memberships, courtesy of Hans. Thank you so much for your absolute generosity. Thank you. Yeah, there is a Kingston in Jamaica as well. Yeah. But we're talking about the one in Rhode Island right now.
Apparently they lived there, except I can't find a trace of Lori and Kent having lived in Rhode Island. So my Rhode Island sleuths, people down at the county, maybe in Rhode Island, if you want to take a peek and see if you can find this couple this lovely couple, and maybe they got married in Rhode Island. Well, I guess no, because their divorce docs say they got married in Marblehead, Massachusetts. But people are saying they can't find those divorce docs. But this makes it seem like they maybe got married in Rhode Island. But you can maybe just get married in Marblehead while you're living together in Rhode Island. Maybe they were renting property. I don't know, but I want to know. You find something,
I want to know.
Rhode Islanders, hit me up. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Now jumping back into our Erika timeline.
Yeah, explain the timeline.
Now, we
Candace.
talked about how she went to this school, Tesseract. It's also going to be a scam, financial scam, but that's fine. She's the victim.
The captions on.
After Erika Franzfey leaves Tesseract in 2000 because the school is facing a fine.
You guys know how I've really been losing all the weight? I take like so many fucking supplements a day. It's ridiculous. So if you see me taking pills, that's what I'm doing. These are all sorts of different fucking supplements to make sure I'm actually getting vitamins and shit like that.
Financial crisis. I also want to point out, like I said, the school's being run by Jewish women. They're even renting from a Jewish school, the Looking Glass. And stereotypically, I want to say something. Stereotypically, Jewish people are known for very good accounting, but not in this case. Not sure what happened there. Thereafter, there is evidence, and we have not been able to find anything concrete, but there is evidence that Erika went back up to.
Although maybe I should just actually get on GLP-1s because everyone keeps saying I'm on Ozempic. And I'm like, no, assholes. I literally just starve myself. Like literally all I do is I only eat chicken and or other things with no carbs and no sugar. Like, I'm like, at the point, I'm like, should I just literally get on GLP-1s? Should I just stop trying to do this like the old fashioned way where you're not taking a shot every single week? Because like, literally everyone is telling me, you're on Ozempic, you're on Ozempic. And it's like, honestly, like, so the fuck, what if I was? Like, who actually really fucking cares? But like, I'm getting really sick of being it. Like, do you know how painful the first month and a half of keto was? Do you guys know how fucking painful it was for me to get acclimated to the fucking keto crash starvation diet? I know I didn't talk about it on the internet, but it fucking sucked. It sucked. And now I'm actually like, I'm cool. I don't have cravings anymore. It's totally suppressed my appetite. It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do in the first place. And I still get told I'm on GLP-1s every single day. And I'm like, well, you know what? Maybe I just should be. But that's, it's starting to piss me off.
Ohio for about 3 years, from 2000 to 2002. She apparently attended a school known as St. Ursula Villa. St. Ursula Villa is actually separate from St. Ursula Academy. It's a privately owned, and at first glance, you would think it was a Catholic school, but actually, despite its name and despite it being on the St. Ursula Academy property, it was not owned by the nuns as St. Ursula Academy was. St. Ursula Villa actually had private funding and it was a completely separate from the Catholic Church at this time, from what I'm able to see. So, and I cannot pull up who was funding this school at that time. So if you have yearbooks from St. Ursula Villa, not the broader academy, but St. Ursula Villa, from the years 2000 to, let's take it up to 2003, and you see Erika Franzfey in there, or you remember her being there, please reach out to us. Like I said, these two schools were operating same place, separate entities. Send us an email. What happens next in her life, though, is pretty easy to document. Erika is at Notre Dame Prep. And I should note, I did not know this at the time, but Notre Dame Prep was formerly the Tesseract school, the one that they had to shutter in North Scottsdale. Now the doors are reopened and it's Notre Dame Prep. And it's very easy to document Erika throughout these years. In 2003, she's playing volleyball because she gets involved in sports. We can just find her. And I also want to say this, it's also easy to track her because despite her claim that she got into pageantry because she got a mailer one year. Let's roll that clip of what she said again yesterday.
Was it after that? That's when you started pageants, or when did that come about?
Right. So the pageant world to me is something that it was an interesting season of life. It was nothing that I was ever groomed for. It was nothing that was ever on my radar. I wanted to play professional basketball. Tomboy. That was my thing ever since I was 5. Like that was I wanted to play, and that was all I wanted to do. I was a gym rat, for lack of a better term. And I remember getting something in the mail when I had come home from school one summer, and it was like, hey, you should compete at Miss Arizona USA. Someone nominated you. And I was like, I don't know who would nominate me for that, but okay.
What I will say is that like Erika Kirk is stunningly beautiful. Like that, she won the fucking she is stunningly beautiful. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's just like, I mean, I just think it's like obvious.
So I shared it with my mom, and I was reviewing all the different things that you have to go through, and I thought to myself, if I were to ever win this, the most important thing out of it would be to be able to make a difference with the title.
Nice.
I don't care about the photo shoots. I just want to be able to overbook myself, being able to get involved with the local communities, with the local organizations that are actually making a difference. So the pageant world for me was something that was not a form of narcissism. It was more along the terms of being a steward for my state, especially as it hit our 100th year celebration.
Okay, so it wasn't about narcissism. She wasn't groomed.
Yeah.
By the way, if you have to say that you weren't groomed for something, you probably
yeah. This is actually probably the point I was trying to make. She's like way too hot for Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk is rich and famous and like was powerful connections and all that stuff. So you understand. This is also a great candidate. Like, okay, hang on. Got to put this in the Candace freeze frame archive just for next time. Got to get some new Candace freeze frames.
You have to just kind of say that. It's probably because you were. And the reality is that every single year from 2005 through to 2012, Erika was involved in beauty pageants. So that's 7 years of her life that we could find. There could be more. There could be, she could have been doing pageantry while she was in Ohio for a couple of years. I'll let you know, keep you posted. I should also add here that some pageant women disputed her narrative. They wrote to us that she was just randomly invited. They said that minors in particular are not just freely solicited to join pageant world, and that their photo has to be submitted by a parent or a guardian. I'm not an expert on that. And maybe I wasn't pretty enough. I was a little funny looking, had a little bit of an underbite, but I never received any of these mailers that she's talking about. Anyway, let's jump into an Erika timeline, and you guys can follow along here. 2005, Erika is still attending.
So is Candace arguing that the child pageant circuit is like secret entry point into like MK Ultra and Tesseract X-Men school or something like that? It all starts with the child beauty pageant circuit.
Notre Dame Prep, and she is playing basketball. She was a junior in high school from 2005 2006. She is going to win first runner-up in the National America Miss Arizona pageant, and she will represent Arizona in the upcoming All-American.
Okay, guys, let me ask you this. One in the chat for purple champagne, 2 in the chat for burnt orange. 1 in the chat for purple champagne, 2 in the chat for burnt orange. I'm asking that for no particular reason, obviously.
In Miss Pageant in November of 2005, which takes place in Los Angeles. That year, Lori Franzwey is listed in the House bill budget for the U.S. Department of Homeland Securities for another business that she has called IMET Laboratories. Like I said, don't ask me what any of her businesses do. It's not clear. In August, just ahead of Erika's senior year, this is 2006 now. In August, just ahead of her senior year, she's going to win the National American Miss Teen Pageant.
Oh, this is
and she wins a chance and takes it to travel to DC to present her plans to Representative J.D. Hayworth and Senator John Kill.
Thanks, old sub, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Dr. K, just stick with what's working for you. If you hit a plateau or stall and still want to lose more, you can always start it. See, I don't know. I'm not really worried about it. I'm way ahead of weight loss on my schedule that I had planned. So I think we're just going to go with what I'm doing, which is basically not eating anything except for chicken once a day. And, occasionally other low carb stuff as well. I've got a low carb recipe for like cheesy bread, which basically you take some egg whites and you beat them with a mixer and you fluff them up and then you mix them with cheese and then you put them in an air fryer. And apparently that makes cheesy garlic bread. that's low carb and entirely protein. And so I'm just gonna stick with the keto crush starvation diet. It's gotten me this far. It's you beat the eggs up into stiff peaks. Exactly. So I'm just gonna eat a fuck ton of chicken and eggs and only eat once a day. And that's what we're gonna do.
Erika becomes involved with a charity known as Andrea's Closet, which works with a hospital in Winslow, Arizona for kids. Erika notes that she stops by that hospital often on the way to basketball games and that she wants to establish her own charity in the future. That year, her father, Kent Franzfey, is listed as a risk assessment contractor. He's mentioned also as a resident of Surprise, Arizona. Concerned, basically, he's trying to get more funding from the DHS. You get this sense that now the family's like, we need government contracts for stuff. That'll work for us. Lori is going to have to close down Virtual Registration International Incorporated, the one that Rick helped her open, because the tax department force closes it for lack of a tax filing. So that tends to happen a lot with some of these LLCs. In 2007, we have Erika winning the Miss American. Her teen year begins. So you have the pageant at the end of a year, and then you have the crown for the following year. For those of you who are like me and do not know how pageantry world works. So if you're competing in 2006, you are competing for 2007, and then 2007 is going to be your year. So that is her Miss American teen year. And that is also the year that she's going to graduate from Notre Dame Prep in the spring, receiving a full basketball and academic scholarship to Regis University, which is in Denver, Colorado. She is also named as a finalist for the Arizona Interscholastic Association's Everyday Heroes Award. Okay, that's the first time you're going to hear an expression, Everyday Heroes. We know that's going to end up being what she calls her charity once it gets minted in 2009. But that's it. She got an award for that, and I guess it's stuck. In the 2007 and 2008 school year, Erika is going to begin playing basketball. She got the scholarship, and she does that. Regis University begins in the fall. I could find 2 newspaper entries of her scoring. November 24th game and against South Dakota, and then another entry on December 1st. And yeah, she's seemingly, if I was just following the paper trail, I would say she had abandoned her scholarship. And I was wondering, like, did she transfer to Loyola Marymount? Like, what happened here? And you should know, of course, never leave Lori out. Lori's first off, she's listed now as having been married to Larry Ginta. That's the first time that we see that, because Joe Abbas dies, and it looks like she is married. Lori and Larry, maybe they're saying that they're just together. Who knows? And that's why they're listing him. I'm not positive. But Lori, every year, there's always a new LLC. So Lori is going to file AZ Tech International with Rick Erpenbeck on the documents, and that will. I'm sorry. They had already filed that. It gets canceled by the tax department. That's right. There's so many LLCs and so many cancellations. This one gets canceled. 2008 is where it gets pretty interesting, because I was trying to find Erika's very present, and suddenly in 2008, I can't find her. Okay. I put this as like Erika's missing school year. Now, she herself disputes this, and various times she says she played basketball for 2 years, and she's going to note in a future alumni packet for Notre Dame that she was indeed playing basketball at Regis University for 2 years, but I could not confirm that. And interestingly enough, Regis University still has her basketball stat page up, and they're on my side. They say they only have a record of her playing from 2007 to 2008. That's the season that she played. Now, she may have just stayed on. It's possible that she continued her study. She said she had an academic scholarship at Regis. I thought that. I was like, maybe she stopped playing basketball and she decided to just focus on her studies. And that's why I can't find her at basketball games. Maybe that's why Regis is not acknowledging that she continued to play. But then I thought, nope, I think something else happened here. She does indeed go missing. Because Erika gives an interview in 2020 where she's reflecting on her life. It's a rather obscure interview which has since been removed, by the way. they contacted someone and got this taken down, but not before I got it. Not before I got it and saved it.
You
As soon as I
got it,
saw it, I said,
Candace.
save this.
You
I'm going to
did
start
it.
going backwards
You
and
did
trying
it,
to delete
girl.
stuff. And this one was a gem. And she's going to confirm that after she passes her crown, so in 2007, she's wearing the crown, and then she passes her crown, she is going to confirm that she does indeed go missing after that period. So this would be, of course, in 2008. Take a listen to what Erika says herself.
Yep.
I prayed for God to just strip my ego from all of that stuff, all of that world, all of the plastic hat crown stuff with the banner. That was just, it was me from the standpoint of a philanthropic side, but the hometown hero thing was just weird, and it was unhealthy, and it was just ego fueling. So I locked myself in my room, basically turned into a hermit for about a good 8 months. The only person I would see outside of my family was my pastor's wife, and we would go to the church, and she would just pour into me every single day. And I just was reading scripture and read the Bible cover to cover multiple times.
That is very interesting.
Very
How can an active college student purport to see no one but her mother and her pastor's wife for 8 months? She says nobody saw her. Check. That's true. I'm highlighting this particular period of time because I suspect that this could potentially represent a time when Erika trained to become a Christian. Again, this is my personal opinion. It's my podcast. But given what we've learned about Fort Huachuca, an intel base that literally trained.
Candace thinks that Erika Kirk, when she was in college, went to a secret military base to train to become a Christian for 8 months. Not the best Candace freeze frame I've ever gotten, but I can make that look funny in context.
Christians, I'm asking myself, was she just training? Was she training
to become a Christian?
To become a Christian?
Like going to church?
Was she training to be able to impress people like Charlie by just always having a Bible verse? Now she can't even get out a sentence without making it somehow a Bible verse or a holy in some degree. And there's something that registers to people as off.
Some people call that going to church, Candace. Okay, that's a much better Candace freeze frame. That's going to go on next week's happy hour thumbnail right there. That one's a definite.
About that. I want to know, who is her pastor's wife? Who is the pastor's wife? I was the only person that saw Erika for
who did. I mean, come on. How could you not love infomercials? I fucking loved infomercials. And yeah, I actually used to have a magic bullet, and that magic bullet was awesome. I made all sorts of shit with that magic bullet. I still have a bullet blender to this day. Another great Candace freeze frame, by the way. Who what my favorite guy was the Sham Wow guy, or the guy with the chicken rotisserie, or like what other infomercials were just great fucking infomercials? I don't know, but like the Sham Wow guy is iconic. Yeah, exactly. And I think I actually do have Sham Wows in this house. I think my mother actually got me a set of Sham Wows at some point. Billy Mays, yup, Billy Mays, icon of the infomercial.
8 months. And again, she is dating when this happened herself. She says she hands over her crown. She wanted to strip herself from all of this plastic. And by strip herself, she means she's going to then continue to compete every single year. In fact, she competes that year too. But who is the pastor's wife? We tried to find out by going through her old tweets. And what we were able to discern, and again, we're putting this as a possibility, and since Turning Point didn't answer our first slate of questions, there's no point. And actually, we particularly went out to them 2 days ago with this specific question: who was the pastor? They didn't answer. But we thought a possible church could be the City of Grace, which is in Scottsdale, City of Grace of Scottsdale. Pastor Terry Christ is mentioned on her X feed as early as 2011. She says, Pastor Terry is awesome. We've got some more tweets here. I cherish your friendship and I'm grateful for your love. Judith Chris, that would be his wife. You are the epitome of a Proverbs. I'm totally obsessed with City of Grace, she says. Sunday mornings with my Tyler Massey. Oh, no, you guys know Tyler Massey. She didn't date anybody before. Charlie, oh no, you guys are messing up. My heart is overwhelmed with incredible amounts of joy. Congratulations, Terry Chris, Judith Chris. The vibes are vibing. Now, coincidentally, and I'm going to bring Ashley on in a second to explain a little more, but I'll tell you that Pastor Terry is very close with Brian Houston, the Hillsong Church founder, who infamously attempted to cover up his father's pedophilia. Brian Houston, on his father, who was never charged, said, quote, "I have no doubt now that my father was a serial pedophile and will probably never know the extent of it." That's from him. That's a quote from him. She has been friends since 1994. So Erika has been friends with them. So let me bring on Ashley to explain that the Terry, Chris, and Judith and the relation in a better manner, because she's way deeper down that rabbit hole than I am.
Yeah. So like we said, Pastor Terry Christ and his wife, Pastor Judith Christ, they were very close with Erika at this time. From 2011 to around 2016 is where we can track their relationship. And interestingly, Pastor Terry Christ has a very interesting background. So he is very good friends with Brian Houston, who was the founder of Hillsong. And like you said, he was very much like he covered up his father's pedophilia for years, and he actually never got charged for it. And so Brian Houston resigned eventually, and then right afterwards, Pastor Terry Christ also resigned from his church that he was leading, but he said it wasn't related. So nothing to see there. And then one other weird thing that happened was Pastor Terry Christ and his wife were accused of having, well, this is just word on the street, but they would have their congregants like throw up into bags to get
word on the street. Hey, Shayna, good to see you. This is a 10,000% projection by Candace. Like, she wasn't trying to impress Charlie, so he could pick her to be where Erika is among the political right. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I really don't have a judgment on that, not just yet anyway, but I do appreciate the super chat. And also, let's just be really happy that we got another Candace freeze frame. Another one. There we go.
Rid of big bad spirits. And so that's just word on the street, allegedly.
Allegedly. I will say that even regarding the pastor, even though his son is making an allegation that he believes his father was pedophile.
Let's see what you got to say. If you want me to, I can DM you these meltdowns over Candace's series again. No, I don't need that. I mean, if unless there's new stuff from the last time you DM me, I can just scroll back up. But I do appreciate that, Naruto. Thank you.
While if he was not charged, then we cannot state that definitively. But, you know, there seems to be some smoke there. That is what has been alleged, even by his own son. And like I said, I'm not deep on that, but it is interesting. And I am not certain this is the pastor's wife that she went into training with. I'm not certain she had to throw up in a bag, to get rid of bad spirits. But I do know that YouTube will do what it has to do. The YouTube creators will do what they have to do. The Baron Colemans, the Nisas, they'll do what they have to do to get to the bottom of that. Because this is an interesting turning point in Erika's life, in my view. And she strikes me as someone who, there are going to be some psychiatrists in her life and some psychologists. There's just that is what people are perceiving is a spiritual darkness. And
Candace is basically leading a massive army of retards. Yeah. That's actually crazy. That Candace W's in the chat. Chevelle, 5 channel memberships. Really appreciate that, bro. You rule. Welcome to all the new channel members. Candace is actually creating a massive army of retards to go out and do retarded things on the internet. And it's like, does Candace know she's recruiting a massive army of retards? Or does Candace actually think this is how investigative journalism works, and that everyone who is creating content on the internet is just above board and completely intellectually honest? I mean, I know it's easy to say that Candace is stupid, and Amalek would say that Candace is stupid and all this stuff, but like, And I mean, there is some truth to that. I think that Candace is retarded about many things, but I just can't help but you did miss the sunglasses update. You'll have to go back to the beginning. There's some awesome sunglasses today. I just think about how long, Candace has been in this world. Hey, welcome to the cult. I appreciate you. I don't know how to say that word, bro. I know that's a real word. I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna call you Mania. Thank you, Mania, for joining the cult. We appreciate you being here, bro. Candace has been in this whole political sphere for a long ass time. And I can tell you, when I came into this world, I was extremely naive. But I'm also kind of able to figure things out and analyze social systems. And so I think I acclimated like relatively quickly. But at the same time, it's kind of like, I think when you're in this world, you either adapt to this world and you learn the way this world works, or you will perish. You will not survive as a content creator on the political internet if you do not figure out the way this world works. And then you either choose to play the game or you choose to do your own thing like I've done. But I understand how the game is played so that I can either avoid it altogether and just go around the side of it, which is what I do most of the time. Or if I absolutely have to play the fucking game, at least I know what game I'm playing. I didn't know what game I was playing when I first started in this world. I know what game I'm playing now, and most of the time I try to just be on the outskirts. I want to be a cult-like figure. I do not want to be a household name. I do not want to be a relevant person on the internet. I want to be on the outskirts of the internet. I want to be like a cult-like figure that if you get into this world, you're like a legend in this particular niche, and I understand that. But that's what being a cult-like figure is. I'm a legend in a very small, very focused niche on the internet. I'm not a mainstream household name. I'm never going to be a mainstream household name, and that's totally fucking fine. I don't want that. It brings too much unwanted attention. It makes things too difficult. You get attacked too much. There are too many fucking problems. I just want to go along the outside and do my thing and have people find me when they find me, just like fate, bringing us together, okay? But I know how this game is played. And my bigger point is, if Candace has, how is it possible that Candace has been in this space for so long and she's had much more access than I've ever had? How is it possible that she does not know how this game is played? I just don't see that as a possibility. No matter how dumb Candace is, no matter how low IQ, she has been able to successfully navigate this game and to use it to her advantage. So I don't buy the argument that Candace is stupid. I think she's stupid about some things. We're all stupid about some things, okay? Some stupider than others, but we all have things we're stupid about. But Candace has been intimately immersed in this area for the last fucking decade plus of her life. She understands this world. And she understands how to navigate this world. She's been doing this for years and years and years. She's had scandal. She's come back from it. She's made millions of dollars. She's gotten into all this. She has access at the very fucking highest level. Don't tell me Candace doesn't know how this game is played.
Sometimes spiritual darkness comes from people who are purporting to be spiritually light. People who can't get out a sentence without saying the Lord, the Lord, the Lord, could have something else going on, as we just learned with the Hillsong scandal. Look, that's all we know for sure. Otherwise, we can confirm to you guys that despite Erika's hiatus, 8-month hiatus, according to her, she does make it to compete for Miss USA Colorado 2009, and she places third runner-up. So that's 2008. We are going to leave it there. We can show you if you want to. I guess you already saw the timeline, so you guys are good. We're going to take a very brief.
Okay, that is episode 3. Now we're really cooking, guys. Now we're really cooking. We got episode 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's continue with our watch party of the Candace meltdown over Erika Kirk. We are heading into episode 4 of Bride of Charlie, The Ties That Bind. If you have not yet mounted that like button, please feel free to do so. If you want to share what you're drinking or otherwise consuming in the chat, please feel free to do so. This is Happy Hour Friday on the channel, where we watch drama content and we relax and we kick back and maybe we're a little bitchy and catty on the internet and stuff like that. So everyone chill the fuck out, enjoy ourselves. Let's keep going. And is that another great Candace freeze frame or what, man? Like, is that like the best Candace freeze frame yet? Hang on. Boom. Just for the archive. Okay, let's continue.
All right, you guys. Happy Monday. It's looking like war with Iran. Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah,
war
Candace's
with Iran.
Exactly.
I don't know how many Goya must die for the
listen, man, I fucking love the Weekly World News. Like, did anyone not love the Weekly World News? I bought the Weekly World News all the time. The Weekly World News was so creative. Like in the Weekly World News had fucking storylines about Bat Boy and all these other mythical creatures that spanned for years. And how could you not appreciate the absolute fucking genius that was the Weekly World News? In fact, why has no one brought the Weekly World News back yet? You don't know what it is? Oh man, if you guys missed the Weekly World News era, you guys missed out. Like, someone really needs to revive the Weekly World News. I would get a subscription to that in a heartbeat. I would talk about it all the time. Can someone please use AI to go find all the old episodes of the Weekly, or all the old issues of the Weekly World News, and then just turn the Weekly World News into like an AI generated animated series? I would fucking watch that in a second. It would be the best thing ever. If you don't know what the Weekly World News is, fucking Google it. Or chat GPT it. Hang on. Jesus Christ, you assholes. I'm going to do it. What is the Weekly World News? The Weekly World News was a supermarket tabloid newspaper in the United States that became famous for bizarre and fictional headlines. It ran from 1978 to 2007 in print and later continued online. And Bat Boy was the star of the Weekly World News. It was awesome. They had so many Bat Boy stories. They also had stuff like Saddam challenges Bush to a duel. Princess Di will look like this if her boyfriend... I mean, come on. The Weekly World News was the greatest thing ever, and someone needs to bring it back.
An empire to be reinstalled, but can I just say that they really did a good job gaslighting us last year, didn't they? They just lie. It's amazing how they lie. You guys are panicins. That's what they called us, panicins. After Operation Midnight Hammer, which was Trump agreeing on a limited strike on Iran's nuclear sites. We told you the truth back then. They wanted a full-scale war. That's what Bibi wanted. That's what the Zionists around Trump wanted. And the one person who stood between America's involvement with a full-scale war in Iran was Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk was at the White House, and he convinced Trump that it was a terrible idea that would crater his support and ruin his legacy. Bibi and his minions, they were angry about that. Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old, he's the person that's stopping us from getting what we want. It is my personal belief that that is the very reason that they colluded to have that obstacle eventually removed just months later. That's what my timeline reveals to me, that it is very likely a plan was set in motion after Charlie beat Bibi's desires at the White House. Now, I believe on the basis of evidence that Charlie's murder was likely a very sophisticated military operation that was meant, and here's the funny part, this is how insane these people are, ironically, they wanted his murder to galvanize American support behind Israel. That was their plan. That's why Bibi immediately got on the air to remind you all how much he loved Israel, right? They wanted to all get out there and say that because they didn't want us to learn that Charlie had actually abandoned their cause entirely. So Charlie was removed, and in his place, we got a Shabbat Shalomin, not so grieving widow. This is the book my Charlie wanted you to read. He just finished it. He loves the Jews. He just finished speaking about how much he loves to Shabbat and to Shalom and to say daddy's home and to throw down his phone, Barry Weiss.
I watched Elijah Schaffer's entire 2-hour response video, and I swear it's related back to this, and I'm going to relate it back to this in a second. Listen. I'm not going to say that Elijah Schaffer is a perfect person because I don't think Elijah Schaffer is a perfect person. But what I will say is I've always had a soft spot for Elijah Schaffer, and I don't think he is the lunatic crazy person that people think he is, because what Elijah Schaffer was able to build, whether you like him or not, is very, very impressive. And even if it's all kind of gone to shit, and even if he's having to start over again because of all the stuff that happened, like, still what that guy has done is actually very, very impressive. He has worked very hard. He's hustled every step of the way. He's like, I mean, so like, you cannot like him, and that's fine. but like you cannot deny that he has actually built something significant, and he was a very, very, very vocal opponent against Israel and against Jews. He still is a very vocal opponent against those things, and he's very outspoken. And again, I'm not saying he's a perfect person. I am not going to comment on the dissolution of his marriage. I quite frankly think it's disgusting how conservatives keep dragging people through the mud over personal issues and personal bullshit and stuff like that. Like, it's really no one's fucking business who Elijah is fucking. It's really no one's fucking business what is going on in Elijah Schaffer's marriage. It's all very sad, and there are kids involved, and I think the way it's used as a punchline is just fucking disgusting. And I think that people really need to start understanding that anytime you see personal attacks coming at someone where all of this stuff is being dragged out to the open, like Glenn Greenwald's sex tape getting released, like every time there's a personal scandal, it is always coming from one place, and there are always Zionist Jews at the fucking center of it, and it always has to do with someone who maybe has been critical of Israel. It, like, every single fucking time. And so do people do things in their personal lives that, like, maybe they shouldn't do? Well, guess what? It's their life. It's not your life. Leave them the fuck alone. It's none of your fucking business. And stop falling for the bait that is being handed to you by fucking Israel. I bring this up because I don't believe that everything that people have said about Elijah Schaffer is true. I do think that all of this information came out about Elijah Schaffer because he has said things that are very critical of Jews and Israel. I think that's the only reason that his personal life has been dragged through the mud all over the fucking internet. And so, quite frankly, I don't give a flying fuck if it's true or not, because the motives behind this information getting released are nefarious at best. But I bring this up to say that Candace is gonna fall fucking hard. You think they targeted Elijah Schaffer badly? They are about to cut. This is gonna happen at some point. The Jews are gonna get their revenge on Candace, and it's going to be fucking epic. The way that they are going to come out of Candace when they come after Candace, when they eventually decide to move on it, because they're going to take their fucking time. They're going to get every piece of dirt on Candace they can possibly get. They're going to drag out every person into the public that Candace has ever pissed off. They're going to talk to any person Candace has ever had sex with. I dearly hope that there are no nude pictures or porn videos of Candace running around, because if there are, those are going to get leaked on the internet, and I don't really want to see that shit. Like, they are going to go after her with the fury of 1,000 fucking suns, way worse than they ever went after Elijah Schaffer or any of the other, or even Nick Fuentes for that matter, because they have no personal attacks on Nick Fuentes because he's a fucking Catholic virgin. They are going to go after her so epically. And I'm here for it. I'm going to watch the whole thing because I want to be entertained on the internet. But I just want to point out that when inevitably the nuke gets dropped on Candace's head, which it absolutely is going to get dropped on Candace's head at some point. I don't care how much money her fucking husband has. I don't care how much, I don't care. I don't like the nuke is going to get dropped on Candace's head, and it's probably going to coincide with whatever's going on with this Macron lawsuit and stuff like that. I'm just going to be entertained by it because I'm just here to be entertained on the internet. I just want everyone to really understand where it will be coming from when it eventually happens. But we're going to watch all of it and we're going to be entertained. And that's really the point.
It's just incredible when you think about it all coming together. Who are you, Erika Kirk? I seek to know. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
I'm going to be honest. There are some words that I want to echo out like a battle cry. Here they are.
President Donald Trump has said, I will not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon, because he has said when crazy people have weapons of unthinkable violence, you have to deal in reality. The longer I live, the more I realize that puritanical ideological approaches to situations like this are not helpful. On one side is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling for regime change. Here is Lindsey Graham. This is just lunacy. We want to go all in and take out the regime. It's time for us to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen and start a new chapter in the Middle East. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas. It has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary Rodham Clinton in Libya. So I'm pointing to the first extreme right now, the neoconservative extreme. We must go take off the head of the snake right now. And Donald Trump is doing a phenomenal job of resisting these calls for regime change.
We got a super chat. Let's see what this says. I'm actually pissed off how much I spent today. I'm going to have to cope by giving... Did you just get that t-shirt though? Wasn't it just like $20? Did they raise the price of the t-shirt? Listen, it is a great t-shirt though. You're going to get so much use out of that t-shirt. Don't think about it in terms of the money spent. Think about it in terms of the enjoyment and personal satisfaction that you get. I didn't spend too much money on a dozen pairs of sunglasses over the last week. I invested in my own happiness and appreciation with things I wear on my face on the internet because they're awesome and they make me feel good and they make me happy. And that's how you got to look at this stuff, man. When you're buying stuff you just love, whatever, man. Happiness can sometimes be bought with a t-shirt. Happiness can sometimes be bought with a pair of sunglasses. We live in a fucked up world. Everything sucks. And it's okay to cope with blackpilling by being surrounded by things that just make you feel good and make you happy. That's well worth $20 for a fucking t-shirt. But I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful.
Oh, you had to pay for part.
But maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a 90 million person civil war. Lindsey Graham is so consistently out of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. I honestly don't think the neoconservative extreme needs to be represented philosophically anymore. It's uninteresting to me. They've done a mess of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, the entire Middle East, Ukraine. We know what the neoconservatives believe.
Oh, Charlie, if only you knew that they're trying to convince us that the legacy of Turning Point USA is actually...
Not Fendi. Fabergé. Way better than Fendi. Way more bougie than Fendi. Those were Fabergé. In fact, do I still have them here? Yeah. Those were Fabergé. There we go. Now you can see. Those are awesome. Those are definitely the most bougie of the bougie. Okay, Trendlin, I got your text message. Relax.
Actually, neocons will be opening for AmFest. People that want war, people who are cheering about regime change in Iran today are the very people that your wife.
Oh, Trendlin just texted me a photo of 3 dicks and said, "This is what I bought that brings me joy." I'm not showing it on the internet. I'll get demonetized. Thanks, Trendlin, though.
He's going to hand over the keys to. Try to convince us that that wasn't your perspective, that you didn't have issues with these people philosophically and morally, right? Moral blackmail, what these people were doing to you in the end. By the way, have we heard anything from that new CEO and chairman of Turning Point USA? Any statement over the weekend underscoring what Charlie's beliefs were? She loved Charlie. Which, like I said, explains why she must have invited all of his enemies to sort of hostilely take over what he built. These people are shameless. So shameless, in fact, that over the weekend, his quote-unquote best friends, despite us being able to clearly hear what Charlie felt about Iran, about the idea of regime change in Iran, his best friends, the amazing McCoy and, of course, wargaming Blake Neff, actually got into his studio and shared this. Take a listen.
He also always did have trust with the president, and he would look for the bright side of things. And he was an American patriot, so he would pray for our success once that began. And I just want to say that to offer perspective on how I think he would have felt about this. And that's not to use Charlie as a shield. That is not to say everything just revolves around him, because he's not with us anymore. But I know all of us are feeling the lack of Charlie in a moment like this, because he was a natural leader of the movement.
Well, I think that's also, like, as soon as all of this broke out, you saw that social media immediately went to go find Charlie clips, because he still is, even in death, like the leading voice on a matter like this.
Well, and sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and it makes me upset though, because for these people that didn't actually know Charlie, like Blake, you said it, in private, he would be not happy with the situation. And he would express his thoughts. You'd oftentimes see him talk about it on the show. But then as soon as this would happen, he would have trust in the president. He would try to calm people down. And so it's really irritating for me to see so many people on social media have the opposite reaction, to use his voice to actually cause chaos, to actually cause fear of the situation, to actually cause hatred of President Trump in this whole ordeal, when actually that's not what he would want.
It really is just amazing to watch it. It's just shameless, like I said. It's just shameless. They don't even care. They're going to get there. They've got the ghost of Charlie. Aha, we can direct the ghost of Charlie. Why are you sharing these old clips of him as if he would have stood against the president, even though he literally stood against the president and told him not to go to war with Iran? Trust me, if he would have been here, he would have been supportive of what the president is doing, which was explicitly against what Charlie shared in his own words. Shameless. Like Erika, having been slated.
Let's see. Thank you, Dumbledore, for the super chat. I appreciate you. I, too, am pissed off at how much I spent on necessities today. I'm joining you, average person. Cheers to Karlyn over uniting us among common struggles. Yes, we must unite together as comrades in solidarity against our overlapping struggles against oppression.
To record something alongside Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro. No one even believed me. I tweeted that about a month ago.
Did I say Dumbledore? I say Dumbledore. Hey, Dumbphone, thanks for the super chat. Did I say Dumbledore? Wow. Okay. Maybe I smoked a bit too much weed at the start of this episode. And, maybe I just need to rein it in for just like an hour or so. Like, okay. All right. Listen. It's not my fault. It's not, I didn't do nothing. It's not my fault.
Slated to record something ahead of the Super Bowl. I don't know if it was for the Super Bowl, but it was just ahead of the Super Bowl at Mar-a-Lago. And last second, whatever they were going to record got canceled in the umpteenth hour. She was teaming up with Ben Shapiro and Bibi Netanyahu. And then maybe somebody was like, hey, this isn't a good idea. Because she loved Charlie. She loved him like Lyndon Baines Johnson loved JFK. No time to grieve. She needed to be sworn in as the new leader before his body was even cold. In case you didn't know this, LBJ was actually a crypto Jew, as they term it, a Jewish gangster. Crypto Jew, to be sure.
What the fuck, Candace?
More on that later. We'll talk more about that later. But first, let's recap what some of these characters.
I love that. Just like out of nowhere, Candace is like, hey, just FYI, LBJ was a crypto Jew. Okay. That's what the kids are calling it. That's what the grapers are calling it on the internet. He was a crypto Jew. All right. Don't worry about that. We'll talk about it later. Okay, Candace.
We've been introducing to you on Bride of Charlie. Let's recap them because it's good to remind ourselves of all the people that are in this very elaborate story. First and foremost, we introduced to you guys last week, Dr. Jerry Franzwey. She's like Dr. Jerry Franzwey-Steen is what I'm going to call her. That is the first wife of Erika's father, Kent Franzwey. By the way, I then learned that they were married. I don't even know if I'm saying this right. Baha'i temple in Chicago. That is where they were married. Just dropping that little tidbit for you guys. Dr. Jerry, we learned, was raised, these are her words, not mine, in a strict Mormon household. I guess then she must have become Baha'i. She was knocked up at the age of 14, married by the age of 14, a bookie turned psychologist, creator of the Tesseract model, Radford University, gave her a research center, a gender research center. And guys, I forgot to mention this to you, but Radford University, their seal and their yearbook is the Beehive. I can't make it up. I cannot make it up. Anyway, back to Jerry. We also learned that she worked with the DuPont Chemicals, the DuPont Chemicals psychologist. She also worked with the Bush family, and she conducted, which we'll get into later, gender research specifically in Eastern Europe. Amazing. So many ties to Eastern Europe, Bosnia. We're going to get into that. Another character that we introduced you to was Uncle Jack, Uncle Jack Solomon. He is married to Erika's aunt, Carla Solomon. He graduated from what is today UVU, or at least that's what his resume says, his bio that he's given throughout speeches and his involvement. It was formerly called the State College. So
Thanks so much for the super chat, bro. Really appreciate it. Fabergé glasses were sick, but the Gucci Wonka Vision reigned supreme this week. Yeah, the Gucci's are fucking great. If you guys miss the Gucci Wonka Vision glasses, hang on, I'll give you a little preview because like these glasses are sick. They're sick. They're also like just super comfortable, by the way. Like I actually just really like them in general, but like, yeah, I mean, come on. I have Wonka Vision glasses and they're Gucci. Like how fucking cool is that? How cool is that? Yeah, I agree. That was an all-time great purchase right there. They also come in like a velvet case and it's so soft. It's so soft. It's so soft. But, you know, for me, honestly, the Dior's, the oversized, gaudy, red, gold Dior's, I just like this. Like, I love the Fabergé ones. The Fabergé ones are fucking awesome. The Dior's, though, I cannot get better than oversized and gaudy and red and gold flecks and all that stuff. Come on. All the sunglasses are great. Hey, W's in the chat for Brian, gifting a channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much.
Utah Valley State College, US, CS. He helped to build the UVU campus as a board member for UVU Center for Jewish Studies, professor of political science at BYU. I should mention, Jack was also the founder of what is today known as Bally Technologies. He's relevant because we're going to be speaking a lot about the casino connection to a lot of people. And Zion's Gate in Israel is his family's dedication, not Erika's, but his family's dedication. And of course, probably the one that took us on the greatest journey is Lori Abbas Stanley, Erika's mom, Lori Abbas Stanley Wallstad Franceveg Gwinta. She's even divorced from Larry Gwinta, however you say that. We'll just leave it here because we're going to build on her today. But corporations are coming out of her ear. She's got so many companies and then they are never filing on time. They've got to be shuttered. Her first marriage, by the way, because some people messaged and asked, was to a man that sort of disappeared into the military. His name he actually passed away, James Melvin Stanley. Here's a photo of him. I am struck by how much he looks like Brigitte. I just want to say that. This is the only photo I could find of James Melvin Stanley, her first husband. She got married to him, I believe, when she was 19 years old. But I looked at this and I went, mad. This looks like Brigitte. I don't know, just like a little funny little side thing. That's her first husband. She then married John Robert Wallstad. Do not yet have a photo of him. Just know that where Lori goes, fraud follows. Lotteries, casinos, gambling. These are familial themes, which we're going to build upon today. So let's keep with Lori. On Friday, we let you guys know that Erika's mother, Lori, has always used an urban bag.
Guys, I'm going to go refill my coffee real quick. Also, Victor just got home and I want to show him these awesome fucking sunglasses. So I'm going to let this play and I will be right back in like 5 minutes or so with more coffee and, saying hi to my husband and welcoming him home and all that good stuff. Okay, I'll be back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Brother on her paperwork. He's signing things for her, helping her to form these many corporations. Rick Erpenbeck is his name, whose brother Bill did over 2 decades in prison for financial fraud, trying to kill his sister, threatening to kill his sister, burying cash on a golf course, just run-of-the-mill stuff, And Rick's father, Tony, tried to arrange for the kidnapping and murder of some kids because he was upset that he was getting time in prison. And yeah, like I said, run-of-the-mill stuff for a family. Well, one of you guys emailed us and alerted us to something pretty interesting. But we were kind of imagining whether or not they still had a relationship today. We can now confirm that it's not just Lori who was close to Rick, but Erika is close to Rick as well. Now, I want to be clear. Rick Erpenbeck did not do any time in prison. He said, I was a young college student. I don't know why my dad transferred me all of this money. And I'm very close with my brother, Bill. He was honest about the fact that he's close with his brother, Bill, throughout his testimony. This is his family, but he didn't do nothing and he don't know where this money came from. It's a story. He's sticking to it. He did not serve any time. It's important to stress that. Like I said, I don't know that I would be super close with a family like that. Full stop. Well, you should know that Erika considers Rick to be her uncle. Like, again, she could just be saying uncle, like when you get close to someone, they've been around you your whole life. That's my Uncle Rick. But that's the reality. If her Instagram is to believed, if her Instagram account is to be believed, then you should know that she's very close to this person, because on December 1st, 2018, she went down to Universal Studios. You should know that that's where Rick works. And Erika documented that trip. She was with her mom. She's always with Lori. Lori's always in the background. And here is going to be very quick here because it's Instagram stories that she has saved, but you're going to see Uncle Rick. Take a look here.
Butterbeer? When you pray and dream to be in show business, be specific.
By the way, I should mention he's high up at Universal. It makes me wonder if that could have been a potential pathway for her to win Miss Arizona in 2012, because NBC Universal Studios, they split ownership back in 2012. Trump owned half, and NBC Universal owned the other half of the pageant. Anyway, I have no proof of that. I'm just saying that that's an interesting tie that Rick is working over at Universal Studios. Now, like I said, for some people, proximity to criminals, non-starter. That's how I would say I live my life. Being close with your brother who tried to kill your sister probably wouldn't be my thing. Both Lori and Erika, it's fine. By the way, I do want to also add that that's one of my favorite things about like gangsters. Like, I'm looking at this family, like, who are the Erpenbecks? Because most people, if they have like a traffic ticket, they got to show it. They got a record. Like, oh gosh, this is going to hurt my chances of getting a job. Erpenbeck, kind of a big deal. $34 million went missing, and he's at the top of Universal Studios. Just incredible. I don't know. I feel like if my brother was like the Zodiac Killer or something, I probably wouldn't be able to go down and work for Disney or Universal Studios. Anyway, moving on. We told you last week that someone sent us the remaining documents pertaining to Lori and Kent's mysterious divorce. We can't even get a decade for when this marriage happened. Just have no idea if it happened in the early 80s or if it happened in 1993. The prevailing narrative from the debunkers is that the initial filing, which I would like to remind you, only had 4 statements of fact, a one-pager. It was simply a clerical error when they listed Erika's birthday as November 22nd rather than the 20th of November, which is the birthday that she has today. Now, to be clear, there was no cleric involved. It's a document filed by Lori, sitting down with her lawyer, reviewing it with her lawyer. And by the way, when you go into a courtroom, you have to swear if the statements are true.
Can I tell you guys?
You have to swear if a statement.
Can I tell you, first of all, did I miss anything? Let me know if I missed anything. My fucking husband goes, I'm getting some more coffee. And I've just had him try on 2 pairs of sunglasses, and he liked them both. But like, he goes, Karlyn, are you still streaming? And I go, yeah, I'm still streaming. He's like, okay, well, let me know when you're done because I'm going to show you our new car. And I was like, we have a new car? And he's like, no, I just wanted to see if you were paying attention. I'm like, fuck you, asshole. This is for Victor. I wish I had a Victor. Yep. Everyone needs someone like my husband to keep you on your toes. And then I was like, Victor, what the fuck? And he goes, well, it's just that every day I come home and I see new shit hanging around. So I thought I'd get a new car. I was like, but he did not actually buy a new car without telling me. Yep. Yet. Anyway, yet.
Statements are true.
Yeah, car
The
graded
birthday
sunglasses.
was what we showed you, also featured on 2 separation agreements authored in 1995 and authored in 1996.
Yeah,
So
fair,
separate documents.
Face Victor, yeah.
But we couldn't access the rest of them. And then I told you someone sent them to us, and we can now show you the remaining filing.
Karlyn buys $500 worth of sunglasses. Victor gets revenge by going out and buying a new fucking car. Yeah, okay.
Things.
Yeah,
we have at first. I'm going to show you this.
That's exactly. I'm gonna bring this up to him later. This is exactly what's happening. This is how my husband's head works. My husband is planting a seed because my husband sells cars for a living now, and so my husband is planting a seed about getting a new car in my head. And then like 6 months from now, a new car is gonna suddenly show up, and he's gonna be like, "Well, I told you we were gonna get a new." I'm like, You know what? Whatever. My husband is in charge of the cars.
Joint shared parenting plan, which is, you can see, filled in by hand on January 8th.
He's gonna show
I'm
up
going
on
to go
a
with
Harley.
1998. That was my best guess. It's hard to tell since someone tried to edit it by hand again. This is real life, so you just do what you want there.
Yeah, he
But the point
insists,
is that Erika's birthday is again listed as November 22nd, 1988. Okay. Then came an amendment to the child support plan, which was drafted on September 10th of 1998. And it is, in my opinion, the most egregious of all the filings. I just want to show you this. There's no notary. There's no judge signing off on another page of it. It's really kind of just Lori. I think even her attorney was like, this is a bridge too far even for me. And Lori was just like going off of vibes there. And I just I would be remiss if I didn't show you this signature page, because I find the signatures to be very similar between her and Kent. Remember, we're supposed to believe Kent waived off his rights without a notary to these documents. So Lori's kind of running the show. Then I'm going to show you this November 10th, 1998 final decree. This time, Erika's name is typed in. And once again, her birthday is listed as November 22nd, 1988. Let's move on. Let's move on to the medical child support document, which was entered in the following year, January of 1999. This particular document requires the consent of the health insurance company. In this case, it's listed as Aetna. What is entered in as her birthday is November 22nd, 1988. And I want to be clear, this is all for child support. So actually, the only date that really matters here is Erika's birthday. You want to make sure you have the right kid. We're moving on. We're in, it's 1999. They're still, everyone's confused and thinks Erika's birthday. They're actually not confused. They're consistently telling us that it's November 22nd, but we're not done. Let's fast forward to 2004, because maybe from 1995 to 1999, multiple people, including the parents of the child, were just making clerical errors. Maybe what's needed to straighten people out is a new decade. Y2K vibes. Let's get into the 2000s.
Let's do it, Candace.
Well, in July of 2004, Kent defaulted on his child support payments, and the enforcement agency recorded the default plus Erika's birthday. And as you
this is actually,
see,
I mean, this is, it is actually mind-blowing how obsessed Candace is with this. This is really, like, what Candace is doing is actually really fucking invasive. Like, she's going back through the history of Erika Kirk's parents and just picking apart every little piece of their life. And it's like I just keep thinking, if anyone did this to you, they would be able to find things that made you look crazy. I promise you. Like, and I think every single person here knows this is true. If anyone decided to pick through your life and the lives of your parents, to the extent that Candace is picking through the life of Erika Kirk and Erika Kirk's parents, you're going to be able to put together some sort of narrative that is going to make things seem crazy. And I just want like everyone to keep in mind, Candace is only showing what supports whatever narrative Candace is trying to tell. Candace is probably leaving out a bunch of information that directly contradicts the narrative that she's trying to tell. That's what people did with me all the time. Like, every time people smear me on the internet, they're taking one thing out of context, twisting it ignoring a mountain of other context, ignoring a mountain of other evidence, ignoring the evidence that directly contradicts the narrative that they are trying to sell. And then people think that that's the end all be all of what happened because they're not intellectually honest actors on the internet. And Candace is absolutely not an intellectually honest actor. And it's like the degree to which she's going through their history, like, oh, he defaulted on his child support payments here. And it's like, this is like incredibly, I would be fucking pissed if I was Erika Kirk.
Again, we have it listed here as November 22nd, 1988. Apparently, there isn't a clerk across 10 years that can type in 20 as opposed to 22. Let's go 2007. Because I like 2007, right? Good memes. I graduated high school. They released the final installment of the Harry Potter book series, which I was reading. I mean, I just feel like nobody got anything wrong in 2007. Fantastic year, right? Except for whoever filed for Erika's child support emancipation. Now she's 18. You don't got to pay child support anymore. You got to go back and file things. And once again, her birthday is listed as November 22nd, 1988. The point I'm making here is everything about this marriage, everything about this divorce, everything about Erika's early years is shady. And the beginning matters. The beginning matters deeply. We opened this series reading Elizabeth.
Thanks, Chevelle, for the super chat. Candace probably hasn't seen her own family in months. No, I don't think that that's true. I think this is in Candace's house, right? Her studio's in her house. I'm sure she's seen her family. I'm sure she's seen her kids. But it's just like, it is a scary level of obsession that she's developed with Erika Kirk. It reminds me of what Carrie Smith did to me, to be honest. If you don't know, if you don't know what I'm talking about because you missed the Carrie Smith era of my life, you can avail yourself of survivingcarriesmith.substack.com. Carrie Smith is a psychotic woman who became obsessed with me back in 2020 and then made it her mission for the preceding several years to attack me and harass me and gang stalk me and recruit a group of other people that were gang stalking me and having weekly meetings with those people about how to gang stalk me and how to harass me and how to silence me and all the different gossip and bullshit to spread on the internet. And it got so bad that I literally documented every single thing this psychotic bitch did to me for years on a Substack because people did not understand the full extent that this bitch tried to destroy my life, destroy my work, the ways they dox my friends, dox my family, lied about me all over the internet. She's still lying about me on the internet, like literally to this day. She was just talking about me online last night. So I documented the worst of it on a Substack. I stopped updating this thing years ago, but you can still go back if you want to know all of the bullshit surrounding this person trying to destroy my fucking life and obsessing over every single thing that I did and trying to hurt my friends and family just for laughs and then calling herself a Christian on the internet and acting like she's self-righteous and above it all when I have over 1,000 fucking posts that this bitch made about me on the internet over the course of like a couple of years. Not even a couple of years. That was 1 year. She made over 1,000 posts about me in a single fucking year. That is survivingcarriesmith.substack.com. I bring this up because what Candace is doing to Erika Kirk, and again, I don't think that Erika Kirk is perfect. I don't think that Erika Kirk is above criticism. I don't think any of this stuff. What I will say is that what Candace is doing reminds me of what Carrie Smith did to me. Back to this. Wait, are we here? No. Yes. What's this one then? That's the last episode. Hang on, that's 3. This is 4. We're here. Go.
Elizabeth Lane, the investigative journalist, her thesis that she presented that Erika Kirk might be a psychopath, not a sociopath, but a psychopath. She argued that is what disturbs us when we see her speak. Something's not right. The brain is registering that words are coming out of her mouth, but the expressions are not right. The actions are not right. And our body kind of has a natural defense system that comes online. Before we can even register what it is that makes us uncomfortable, we pull back. People say, I can't watch her. I can't listen to her. I hope she does well, but I don't even want to watch this. Even those people that do support her, Elizabeth Lane.
No, it's definitely not helping.
They can't watch her.
Yeah, it's definitely it's absolutely not healthy at all what Candace is doing. I 100% like agree with that. It's not healthy for her. It's not healthy for anyone involved. Yo! Thank you, Chevelle, for the 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Chevelle. In case anyone is interested, there are 42 new channel members already today. I haven't even been asking people for channel memberships, but my community is so awesome and so generous. We have already brought in 42 new channel members today without me even having to ask, and I think that that's fucking awesome. Thank you, Chevelle. Thank you to everyone who's donated channel memberships so far. Guys, if you want to donate some channel memberships, get some W's in the chat, please go ahead and do so. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I appreciate everyone.
I want to build upon that. Psychopaths are not born. They are created. Okay. They are created, and typically they are created in their youth. If the work of Sigmund Freud, who rather obsessed himself with creating psychopaths, is to be believed.
Dumbledore, dumb phone. W's in the chat for dumb phone. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I would respectfully submit to you all that Erika's childhood is actually the most important piece of the puzzle. Because no matter what anyone is trying to tell you, Erika is not posting her mother in the way that she is without intent right now. Okay? She didn't post her mother for years, and then she suddenly moves to post her mother in a vulnerable, sick position a mere days before Charlie's assassinated. Two to 3 days before he's assassinated. That registers to me as emotionally manipulative. I don't know many people, or really any people, who would move to curate an Instagram reel of their mother in that condition. Most of all, I don't know many people who would want or allow them to, right? So that tells us also something's not right with Lori. Something's not right with Lori. Why would you want someone curating these moments of you and putting it online as if to say, hey, don't even look here, leaking to people that she's like, without any clarity, it's not coming from Erika, but she wants you to imagine. One person said, oh, I heard her mother has cancer. They're putting this out here without any clarity. Who is Lori? Lori's a very interesting character. I think, like I've said to you, her mother's got a lot of problems, but what somebody dug up, something that Charlie shared about Erika's mother, is shocking. Absolutely shocking. More about her ancestry. I'd like to apologize in advance to sports fans. We'll tell you when we get back from a little break. All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year, Preborn helped rescue over 80,000 babies that were flight stop late by and then more the oils, organic stuff, you were there, chip your oranges owed a little bit conspiracy, quote unquote conspiracy, people who print the textbooks, that we're being ruled by the Khazarian mafia, right? This empire that existed 8th and 9th and 10th century and then magically disappeared. Magically, nobody knew. It was a Turkic tribe. They were a nomadic tribe. And then
I don't know what that means, but I bet it's code for... I don't know what that means, Chicken Spawn, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Obviously, we love Jews on this channel. No anti-Semitism allowed, please.
Mass converted to Judaism. Okay? But they were not ethnically Jewish. They mass converted to Judaism, and they mixed in. Okay, they mixed in with people who were actually Jews, and they call this a conspiracy. That the people that live in Israel right now are the Khazarian mafia. They call that a conspiracy. But if you read books that were printed in Israel by the Israelis, they themselves declared that they were Khazarian. You could look, a guy named Abraham Pollock is an example, who wrote a book, did all of the research. He was awarded for his research and said, hey, we're that tribe. We are the Turks that mass converted to Judaism. And then he was told that was inconvenient after they awarded him. After 1948, they were like, oh, no. We're claiming we're the original Jews in the Bible. So let's just get rid of all this research. Something else that you should know about this conspiracy, actually, rather, something that's definitely not a conspiracy. You just need to research things outside of Hollywood movies. You know, that Italian mafia, it was actually Jewish, maybe Khazarian Jewish. Hollywood was, as we know, factually started by Jewish gangs. Universal, MGM, there's no hiding that, okay? There's no denying it. Initially, they were carnies, people that were running the carnivals. They would wow people with illusions, right? The occultists. And then they said, let's do this on a larger scale. Let's do movies. Let's get people to pour into cathedrals, put on a show. That's why you go to carnival. Oh, it's so much magic and illusion. Well, I want you to understand that movies are another illusory trick. It captures your imagination, it captures your emotions, and it's almost never based in reality. For example, the prevailing narrative is that the Italian mafia, just for no reason, we don't know why, they partnered with Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel, the Italian, and then the Jewish mafia got together. No, yes, the Italian mafia, they spoke Italian, but that's because they emigrated to Italy after revolutions. Reality, and you need to listen to this backwards and forward and do your own research. The reality is that in 1881, the Russian Tsar was assassinated by a Jewish revolutionary gang from what was known as the Pale of Settlement. Okay. So you had a Christian empire, and then what was carved out was like, if you were Jewish, you had to live in the Pale of Settlement because they required that you were Christian if you were going to live within the kingdom. The world was dominated by Christian kingdoms. And so you know that expression when you say that was beyond the pale, probably don't even know why you say that. Oh, what he did was beyond the pale. You're actually referring to the Pale of Settlement, which is where the Jews had to live. Now, they were allowed to work inside of the kingdom, but you had to be a Christian to live within the kingdom. The Pale of Settlement consisted of modern day Poland, Ukraine, and Lithuania. This is very important for you to understand this. After the assassination, many of the associated people that were involved, little gang that put together, they emigrated to Italy. They emigrated to the United States. You learn this in your textbook as there were pogroms. Like no context, for no reason, kicked out of a country. There's actually no evidence they were ever kicked out, but they left. The revolutionaries left. And there were actually, all throughout this time frame, by the way, these sorts of revolutions happening all across Europe, trying to
listen. Can we just take it down a notch? I'm not asking you to take it down 5 notches. I'm just can you take it down just like a notch or 2? Come on, bro.
Overthrow and divide Christian kingdoms. Deeply organized revolutions. Initially, they failed. German revolution failed. Italy, Austria failed revolutions of 1848. They were commies. The revolutionaries.
Oh, yeah?
You could also refer to the revolutionaries as murderous psychopaths.
You could.
And then they emigrated in mass into the United States.
Okay.
As victims.
Okay, yeah.
And they brought with them their revolutionary ideas. I like to say they were anarchists, obviously, but also you should think of them as gypsies in the truest sense of the word. They will learn any language, become what they have to come, move wherever they need to move. And wherever they go, they bring their filth with them. Okay, we get these migrants into the company, and then suddenly the people that assassinated the Tsar, then we get the first bombing in America at the Haymarket Square in Chicago. That involved, quote unquote, German immigrants. The assassination of President McKinley, done by a Polish man named Leon Czolgosz.
Yeah.
Who was
suddenly Candace has my undivided attention. It's almost like suddenly the plot is starting to thicken.
Radicalized by a Jewish Russian immigrant named Emma Goldman. Her family was from the Pale of Settlement. They were not like poor living in the Pale of Settlement. They were wealthy Jews, educated Jews. There are tons of books about what they did. I could do 12 episodes on Emma Goldman, by the way. Her alone, the amount of assassinations.
Yeah. Haymarket Books is named after that. That's a really famous leftist thing. So yeah, exactly right. That's where Haymarket Books comes from. Haymarket Books, for people who don't know, is the largest socialist book publisher in the United States today. It came out of the what the fuck was it? International Socialist Organization. After the dissolution of the International Socialist Organization due to a sex scandal a couple years ago, it became Haymarket Books because of it's named after that incident. No, well, she mentioned Emma Goldman. Maybe she will mention Rosa Luxemburg. I guess we'll see. Emma Goldman later became an anti-communist later in life, though, after she got deported to Russia.
Connected to her. She was also the woman that was behind Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. Emma's boyfriend, also from the Pale of Settlement, tried to assassinate Henry Frick, of the U.S. Steel, he literally shot him. You know, you've probably heard the story. They shot him, but Henry Frick survived. They're just murderous communists. I don't know what to tell you. And they did that, tried to kill Frick because they wanted to establish unions. So you learn in school, it's about workers' rights. Yeah, they organized these worker strikes and these protests, and eventually they were successful in establishing unions because that allowed them to establish racketeering mafias. You guys know unions are associated with mafia and the mobs. This is our inheritance. Our entire history and our present is a gangster's paradise in America. Hollywood exists to glamorize the filthiest people, that work in the most debased industries. It's not entertainment. It's always been disgusting. It's always been about filth, prostitution, importing people from Vienna and trying to collapse America. Successful all across Europe, what they did. The Christian empires got divided. And here we are today, right? You know, this is what we're facing in America. You have to understand this. So you get to this mafia, you get to the mobs, you get to, obviously, usury. You will always know them by what the filth that they bring, okay? Think about the Great Depression. What was that about? Oh, now we need, we got to establish this, the Fed. We got to establish the Fed because of the Great Depression. And the history of sports is an interesting subject. We start bringing that up because sports was a distraction. It is a form of entertainment. I'm not trying to ruin these things for you. There's so many incredible movies about the history of sports. I love Remember the Titans. It's legitimately one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. Love it.
Great movie. Good movie.
But I would say that I don't have a truer sense of what or who began the sports industry. I'm just a girl. Never wound up here. But I'm telling you this because I think Lori Franzwe is rotten to her core, and I therefore found it unbelievably interesting that someone located an old interview, an Ask Me Anything segment from Charlie Kirk's show. The person emailed me and they said, Candace, quote, I listened to Charlie's podcast, the rebroadcast last night by the TPUSA crew regarding his thoughts on the past Super Bowls. Charlie was speaking about the Green Bay Packers and mentioned that Erika's mom is a direct line to the Lombardi family. Oh, I thought this might be an interesting piece to your puzzle, they concluded.
What?
Excuse me? A direct descendant to Vince Lombardi? Now, for those of you that don't follow sports because you're just a girl too, or more specifically, those of you who do not follow American sports because Americans think football's so big, but obviously it's just confined to America, Vince Lombardi might be the most famous American football coach of all time. Okay, of all time, he is actually so famous that the Super Bowl trophy is named after him. So once the football players, whoever wins Super Bowl, they receive what's called the Lombardi Trophy. That's named after Vince Lombardi. Okay, the Green Bay Packers, and people in the comments are going to kill me, but I'm pretty sure that was the first Super Bowl ever. I'm going to have to look that up. Skylar, you can look that up for me. I'm not positive. Erika Kirk, a direct descendant? No, I'd have to hear Charlie say that myself. That can't be right. Well, sure enough, we went to investigate, and Charlie did communicate that very fact. Take a listen.
The Packers won the first Super Bowl. You know, my wife, Erika, is from the Lombardi family.
Really? Is that right? Seriously?
Yeah.
That's royal blood.
Her mom's a Lombardi.
That's
Literally,
crazy.
Isn't that insane?
That's royal
like
blood.
how close? Like, is she
like direct bloodline?
Like lineal descent from Vince?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, we have all this Packers stuff at our house.
I didn't know that.
Whoa,
that's interesting.
Isn't that
that
great?
is wild.
And I'm from a huge Bears family, so I don't know.
Whoa.
That's weird, actually.
I'm just going to let you guys digest that.
Okay.
Oh, Lori, direct descendant from Vince Lombardi? I can tell you my first thought was, Charlie's not lying, because take it from me, he's not dumb enough to tell a lie that big on camera. Okay, he's not going to do that. He knows. We'll fact check him real quick. So my only other option was, is Erika lying? Obviously, I would rank that as a strong possibility were it not for the fact that Charlie said that they had a ton of Vince Lombardi's paraphernalia around the house. A direct descendant, lineal descendant from Vince Lombardi. You're hearing this from his own mouth. Erika's mother, he is saying, is a Lombardi. I said, Charlie, not known for hyperbole. He knows words have meaning. A direct descendant, therefore, would mean that Lori is Vince Lombardi's offspring. Or that's really our only option here, given the ages. Lori's born in 1950. And I have to say, once I heard him say it, Lori and her sister, Deborah, do look like Vince. I see it. And I thought it was interesting that I could never find a photo of her parents. Curiously enough, though, the person listed as her parent.
Okay, hang on. Another epic Candace freeze frame moment for next week's episode. But the larger point I want to make is can I say something horrible and catty? Can I say something horrible and catty on a Friday on the internet? Can I do that? Will you guys hold it against me if I say something horrible and catty? They both look like trannies. Both of them look like trannies. They look like men in wigs. They both look like they both do look like Vince Lombardi. They both look like trannies, though. Like, one in the chat if you agree. No offense to trannies, obviously. You do whatever you want. I don't really care. But like, one in the chat if you agree with me, two in the chat if you disagree with me, and that's just an awful, inappropriate thing to say on the internet. 3 in the chat if you both agree with me and also think it's an awful, inappropriate thing to say on the internet.
Her parents, curiously enough, though, the person listed as her parent, Angela Lombardo. Well, that's actually, her name was Angela Lombardo. Yeah. And curiously enough, we can confirm that her mother is a Lombardo. That's her maiden name. In other words, Erika's maternal grandmother is Angelina Lombardo Abbas. You can see that here in this obituary from 1970. The bottom there, it says that. Angeline, wife of Joseph Abbas of Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay, so what's going on here? Because that still wouldn't make her a direct, unless people have multiple identifications. I can't get there, but I know that Charlie is being pretty explicit and saying direct lineage, and I don't have photos of Erika's mom, of Lori's mom and dad. I wanted to present that because there are many rabbit holes that ought to be explored in the story. I cannot chase them all down because I need to now focus and bring you guys into understanding what happened with Erika and Pageant World and how she was truly brought on at Turning Point USA. But I want to share this anyways because it feels very significant. That is not casual. And I'd like to apologize in advance to all the football fans. I know you're thinking, can we have anything? And the answer is no. We cannot have even one thing.
No. Can't have nothing.
Figure it out, guys. Figure it out, internet.
It's all over.
Is her name really Angelina Lombardo? Is his name Joe Lombardo? I don't know. Is Lori actually Vince's kid? Did he have one out of wedlock? I don't know. But a direct descendant means a direct descendant. That's, to me, is the only possibility. Why else would you be getting the paraphernalia, which is worth a fortune? And it would also mean that Lombardo and Lombardi are interchangeable.
Wait. Breaking news. Jake Lang has done something. We just crashed Muslim inbred Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini memorial service in NYC. I have it on good authority he liked to fuck goats and was a pedophile just like Muhammad. Get these dirty Islamic invaders out of New York City. See you all tomorrow at Gracie Mansion. Oh, it's on! Fuck yeah! I knew Jake Lang was going to try to do something in New York City on Saturday. I wasn't sure if it was still on. We got Jake Lang coverage tomorrow, everyone. Let us. I will get up early. Yes, noon is early for me, okay? I will get up early. We will do Jake Lang coverage tomorrow. As long as there are streamers in New York City streaming every fucking thing that Jake Lang does tomorrow, we are about to be entertained by whatever nonsense this guy's gonna do. Let's watch this here video, see what happened. Let's watch this here video.
Kamani's a goat fucker! Kamani likes to fuck goats! The Muslims need to get out of NYC! They're a bunch of goat raping pedophiles!
Goat didn't do nothing!
Get Somali out! Get these Muslims out of our city! We will not allow these people to continue to rape and pillage our city!
right. All right. This has been an important breaking news update. Back to Candace.
Changeable, which Charlie has just confirmed, right? He says she's a Lombardee. And actually, according to obituary, she's a Lombardo. If that's the reality, if those are interchangeable, then we can begin to honestly speculate about Lori's potential ties to the Lombardo-Genovese crime family, who had a lot to do with illegal gambling and racketeering. It's now all open, it's all on the table, and it is all of interest. Now, like I said, unfortunately, there are no photos of Lori's father and mother that I could find, but it's a strong lead, and I'm going to leave it at that for YouTubers and other sleuths to take a look at. Pivoting back to Erika and Erika's timeline, because now all of the characters that we've introduced to you are in place. You understand kind of the story that we're telling here. I wanted to let you know that we did receive a flurry of emails about Erika's missing year. Also a lot of comments. And before we get there, I can tell you, we can confirm now that Erika did attend St. Ursula Villa up in Cincinnati, Ohio, but she attended what we can document for kindergarten. So that was before she went down to Arizona. We have that photo for you guys here. This would be from 1994 to 1995. And you can see her, just for funsies, her name is spelled differently. It's with a C. Clerical. It's clerical error, another clerical error. They're all over. But I wanted to let you know, we thus far, no one with a yearbook at St. Ursula Villa has been able to confirm her for 2000 and from 2000 to 2002. So those years are still technically missing. I thought that was where she was for those years, but maybe we had it in reverse. We're going to keep building upon that. We also did receive confirmation from basketball players at St. Regis that we were correct. She did not play in the 2008 to 2009 season, despite in the future, she's going to claim multiple times that she played at Regis for 2 years. She played basketball for 2 years. Well, I can show you this photo that we also gathered of Erika with her Regis University team members. This is taken in December of 2007, but she did not play. Regis University, like I said, her stats are still up. We could not find her in a newspaper. And now we have team members that are confirming that she did not play for the 2008 season. So the mystery remains, where was Erika hiding afterward for 8 months? Many of you guys thought that she went to have a baby. You guys, like, in my day, when someone went away for 8 months, it's because they got knocked up and they had to go away. And I've seen no evidence of that. I'm just sharing that because it was a repeat comment. I'm just going to keep following the facts and following Erika's words and sentiments that are shared. And regarding that year, someone sent us another clip of her verifying our timeline. So we are accurate. She goes missing in 2008 to, quote unquote, study the Bible to see what was, she didn't learn the Bible, as we showed you last week.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't learn because she was Catholic and they didn't really study the Bible. Then she got this time with her pastor's wife to just really learn everything. And she says then that it was for 8 months. Well, take a listen to her explaining this again on a different podcast called Don't Ignore the Nudge. Take a listen.
Like with Miss Arizona, I was so done with that world. It was very toxic. I loved my director. I loved the experience I had, but afterwards, it was one of those things where I was so sold out and focused on Christ that I didn't want anything from that past or that world to follow with me into the new season that I was about to enter into. And so for me, it was all about I literally had locked myself in my room and read my Bible. And the only person I saw for 6 months was my pastor's wife. And I just had her pour into me. We would meet for lunch or coffee. And I didn't see any of my friends. I didn't do anything. I just was so focused on that.
Okay, you hear it again. This time she locked herself in her room. She's just focused on the Bible. Self-taught. I mean, how much of the Bible could you read if that was the only thing that you were doing for, she says, 6 months there, 8 months on a different podcast, but it's Erika, so we're not going to hold her to anything consistent. 6 to 8 months. How much of the Bible could you read? And like I said, she presented to it like that was her aha moment. She finally got to have this experience with the Bible because she learned it for real this time. Well, You might assume that she then became familiar with the Bible. But when it comes to Erika, you should never make an assumption, because now we're going to fast forward to her telling Sage Steele the story about how she got acquainted with the Bible, thanks to a Christian friend of hers, not in 2008, but in 2016. Take a listen.
The first time I ever read the Bible cover to cover was 2016, and it changed my life. It absolutely changed my life. And that's when I started. So it was me and another friend, and I put together the Bible reading program, and I sent it to my friend. I said, do it with me. I was like, because I don't know what I'm doing, and you've been a Christian your whole life, and I just want to have an accountability partner. Like, please read this with me. 2016, finished the whole thing. It was a wild year. Wow. And after that, everything was in Technicolor, and I was like, I get it now. I get it.
That gives me
and it made me, it's really interesting, because then if ever I do go back to sit in the Catholic Mass, I'm like, now I get the Catholic side even more now after having read the Bible. So I wish that there was more, because even when you go to confirmation class and like all the thing, I just wish they would have, and some Catholic churches are great at this. Some Catholic high schools are great at this. Unfortunately, mine weren't as good from the standpoint of get your own Bible and let's crack it open. It was never really like that.
I don't know. I don't know what's up. I don't know what's down. With Erika, it's just, you don't know what the story is. Like, you could say she didn't read it cover to cover in the first 8 months, but I would imagine she didn't need her friend and turn to a friend 8 years later and go, what am I doing? If she had 8 months to study the Bible with a pastor, I think a pastor would be better suited than a friend. I just don't know what is real with Erika. She gives me the vibe of someone whose brain has been rerouted. Like the pathways in her brain have been rerouted from the time that she's a child. Like, she just had to lie so much that she doesn't even recognize that what she's doing is lying. Like, she just says something and it's like, this is what works in this room, exactly as Elizabeth Lane described it. This is what works in this room. This is who I have to be. Okay, I'm sitting with Sage and I'm trying to now explain what brought me back to the Catholic thing. Like, maybe I need to be Catholic this week, or, maybe I need Protestant next week. So I said it at that podcast that I did it because I didn't have an appreciation for Catholicism. But now I'm saying that studying the Bible made me have an appreciation for Catholicism, which I wasn't getting. It's so all over the place. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know, other than someone who was programmed and has had to tell so many different stories that she can't really pedal backwards. She just kind of just keeps going and just keeps swimming and just keeps swimming. And what she's going to say tomorrow is not going to be what she said yesterday. It's too many lies. She is obviously not fit to be the CEO and chairman of Turning Point USA, just on the basis of the amount of dishonesty that we can just show you using her own words. Okay? Just using Erika's own words. Trying to make sense of anything is a very difficult task. Anyway, we are going to be back after a break.
All
right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Maybe you have unfiled tax retirees who owe USA with over 15 years in business. Smart equity.
That's it.
What do you guys think? Do you think Erika?
Okay, that's the end of that episode. All right, we're moving now. That was episode number 4. So we are going back over to Candace, and we are going into Bride of Charlie, episode 5, The Lost Years. How are you guys feeling about this? I'm curious. Listen, I'm not actually convinced about any of this so far, but I want to know where Candace is going. This is like it's like watching Lost. I don't know how many of you actually watched Lost back in the day, or you've watched Lost since. Like I'm so old that I watched Lost when it was on TV the first fucking time. And it's like the first couple seasons of Lost, you didn't know what was up, you didn't know what was down, you didn't know what was fucking happening. I have to say, I thought the finale of Lost was very anticlimactic, but it was also actually perfectly appropriate for what Lost was. But I feel like we're in Lost right now. I don't really know where Candace is going. Lost, L-O-S-T, Lost. I don't really know where Candace is going with this, or what sort of storyline she's crafting, but it seems like we have MK Ultra. It seems like we have a Tesseract school like the X-Men. It seems like Candace believes that Charlie Kirk had secret magical powers, and that he was murdered as part of a military assassination in order to galvanize the public in favor of Israel, even though Charlie Kirk was starting to oppose Israel, and they were trying to cover up the that Charlie Kirk was starting to oppose Israel by making everyone believe that he supported Israel or some such shit, and replacing him as CEO of Turning Point USA with the MK Ultra experiment that's related to Vince Lombardi and also has something to do with the Rothschilds in terms of Erika Kirk. Do I have that about right? I don't know where this is going, but I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to find out. We got 3 more episodes left. Thanks so much, Chevelle, for the super chat. Has she ever said who is fit to run TPUSA? I do not believe that she has, Chevelle. I do not believe that she has. If she has, please correct me in the chat. Yeah, the whole Vince Lombardi thing was weird. Where's that going? Don't know. Don't know. But I'm entertained.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the players are now in place. You know who the cast of characters are. It is definitely time for us to begin pulling it all together for you on a neat timeline.
About time.
Erika's missing years. Where is she? Is she in Eastern Europe? Why was she ever in Eastern Europe? Also, is it possible that Lori, her mom, was in Afghanistan? Is Lori actually a direct descendant of Vince Lombardi? I actually think she is. Also, we've got Tyler Boyer out in Romania now too. What exactly goes on in Romania?
Yeah, what's going on
in
with
Eastern
Boyer?
Europe? What is everybody doing there? We have a lot to unpack today, so let's jump right in. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so we left you guys off at Tesseract, right? Erika's at Tesseract, formerly the Looking Glass School. I cannot get enough of that. What goes on in Arizona?
X-Men.
Now, at the time, of course, this was a brand new concept. Tesseract, charter schools, private companies coming in to run schools better. It's going to be funded with, obviously, government budgets, but they are going to do it better and produce better results. Tesseract, we have learned, is backed financially by the Bush family, the Walton family, a model that's been designed by psychologists alongside Dr. Franz Epstein. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Or maybe a better question is, what could possibly go right with this cast of characters?
Yeah.
Now, I had alluded to you that Dr. Jerry conducts a lot of research. They had to give her own research center, gender clinic, gender center for the Beehive, by the way, under the guise of exploring issues related to feminism and gender studies. Jerry Franzway travels. She travels abroad a lot. In particular, she travels to Eastern Europe. She did this with a team to research gender issues in 1990. Take a look at this. Wow. According to Franzway, the final big project of the semester, this is at Radford, will be taking a group of students to Eastern Europe. We will research the expectations of men and women as work life and day-to-day life change after the wall came down. Really? Imagine your kid goes to this school and the teacher's going, we're gonna go in 1990 to Eastern Europe after the wall came down, the fall of the Berlin Wall. You're just gonna jump right in there.
No big deal.
Do you understand what happened after that? Chaos. That's what happened. Chaos and carnage. Again, why would you take students there to research gender issues? Do we think that gender issues are ranking high in the minds of those Eastern Europeans? Now, for clarity, as soon as the Berlin Wall fell, the intra-Eastern European wars began, right? The Yugoslav wars, bloody, brutal. That began same year. August of 1990, when Franzway is just going out there. Dr. Franzway is going out there. So I have to ask myself, what is she actually doing? Let me enter this into the conversation. Are you guys aware of how many children go missing during times of war? During all that chaos, how many kids are trafficked during the fog of war? Now, I know this because one of my best friends in college was Romanian. She grew up with real gypsies grabbing children off the street. She would tell me a story about how she was almost trafficked when she was a child. And it makes you wonder, where exactly, when they are taking these children, where exactly are they taking these children to? How could that go unnoticed? Now, I still will feel this way about Dr. Franzway. I will state this unequivocally. I don't think Dr. Jerry Franzway, who is a verifiable fraud, was there in Eastern Europe researching gender issues. May she rest in peace. But That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Now, I should also mention that Tesseract had a principal, she would actually climb a ladder at Tesseract while Erika was a student, who had very strong military ties, a woman named Nancy Gerard Hall, she will become. Nancy was a military brat. Her father was Colonel Paul Tracy Gerard, who was a member of the Scottish Rite. A lot of that going on, a lot of Freemasonry going on.
Oh no, Freemasons.
At Fort Leavenworth,
the Scottish.
Kansas, out in Kansas. He was a part of the Blue Lodge, Blue Masonic Lodge in Galesburg, Illinois as well. He was also the chief military law enforcement officer at the 7th Army in Europe. That's in Germany, Stuttgart, Germany in the 1950s. Look, maybe he knows where Jean-Michel Trogneau went. Maybe they crossed paths. I don't know. The point is,
Tom,
he's not the only military tie.
Is it a coincidence that as soon as they mention the Scottish, Tom is like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Is that a coincidence at all? I don't think that's a coincidence. Now that Tommy has dipped out for that, can we just all reminisce about the time that Tommy was a pain in my ass for chat for like months and months and months and months and months. He was a pain in the ass. He was always distracting. I let him stay anyway because he was Scottish, and so I excused his behaviors. And then like six to 9 months into being a massive pain in the ass in my chat, he sends me in a super chat for the first time, and it's for a fucking $1. Can we just all remember that glorious time where I let this asshole run amok in my chat because I kept making excuses for him because he's fucking Scottish, and he repaid me 9 months later by sending me a $1 super chat? The fucking Scottish, man. The fucking Scottish. Every single fucking time with these people.
Nancy's brother, Paul Tracy Gerard Jr., would follow in his father's footsteps. He was a major in the military in 1977, and I'm sure he continued climbing the ranks after that because he was also a member of a military honor society known as Scabbard and Blade. But that's not it. Also, her first husband, Stephen Edward Sample, he comes from a long line of military men himself. He was a second lieutenant
he's back.
in the Air Force when they married. So that's Nancy. She's in charge of the curriculum and much more over at Tesseract. Now, I think it's fair to wonder, to speculate, whether or not she approached that job with military precision. Anyway, let's jump back into our Erika Kirk timeline so we can look at all of this cleanly. Okay, let's start 1988. We know Erika is born on either November 20th or November 22nd, depending on who's telling the story. Who's the clerk? We don't know. In 1990, Dr. Jerry Francevay, and I want to mention this about Dr. Jerry Francevay. I don't know if she is still married to Kent because we can't find marriage records between Lori and Kent, but we also could not locate divorce records between Dr. Jerry Francevay and Kent. So I'm just going to put that out there. But what we do know is 1990, she's going to start conducting research in Eastern Europe. 1991, we've already shown you this. Erika will attend a private daycare. That's at the Walnut Corner in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is in a corporate business building that's owned by Childcare Visions. We have that photo for you, which was taken Halloween 1991. Erika is on the brink of her 3rd birthday. In 1994, Erika is attending St. Ursula Villa for kindergarten. That's again 94 to 95. In 1995, Erika is attending the Tesseract School down in Paradise Valley. That's going to be from her 1995 to 1996.
School. I will never get tired of that name. Ginny in Texas over on Rumble rocked until the end. It did. It rocked until the very, very end, and then it sucked.
6th school year.
Thanks so much for this chat, Ginny.
Her parents, Kent and Lori, allegedly get married that year in Marblehead, Massachusetts, although we cannot find a single shred of documentation that verifies that. Does it mean it doesn't exist? It just means that we haven't come across it, and neither have any of our sleuths. And our sleuths are usually pretty good at that. 96, she is still at the Tesseract School. 98, she is also at the Tesseract School. That's the 98 to 99 school year. Erika is in the 3rd grade. And this is when Lori and Kent will file for divorce in Cincinnati. We'll note that Kent is living already in Arizona and Lori is listed as living in Cincinnati, at least if their divorce docs are to be believed. Now, we should discuss 1999, okay? Because I was sort of under the impression, I had indicated to you guys that Erika might have been enrolled at St. Ursula Villa back up in Ohio from 1999 to 2002. But we stand corrected on that. That's not accurate. People who attended during those years up in Ohio at St. Ursula Villa, they emailed us, they went through their yearbooks, and they said that she is not featured in those yearbooks. So we don't have Erika from 2000 until 2002. Now, it's possible that she went to a different nearby school in Scottsdale. So I'm going to put it out again, a little APB here. If you went to school with Erika Franzfey anywhere in the United States from the years 2000 to 2002, we would like to hear from you. Okay, we'd like to hear from you. Now, what we can confirm, and this is where it gets pretty interesting, is that around this time, you will recall American men and women are being shipped out to Afghanistan. Nobody really knows why, but Operation Enduring Freedom is going to begin. Don't ask me how or why. If Saudis allegedly drove planes into the World Trade Center, why are we immediately a couple of weeks later on October 7th, 2001, sending people to Afghanistan? It's very confusing. None of it makes any sense. Don't try to understand corruption. You'll get, it's very dizzying. But that's what happens. Operation Enduring Freedom begins. And we should note that Erika's mother, her company, E3 Tech, is going to be used for this operation. That's according to its current website. Okay. E3 Tech has a website, and on its website, it tells us that they participated in Operation Enduring Freedom. And not only that, because don't forget, like, Lori at some point falls and bumps her head, and she's Steve Jobs. She's Nikola Tesla. I don't know. She's just a tech genius. She is even going to eventually win an award for her contributions to Operation Enduring Freedom. Did Erika go overseas with her mother during those years? Maybe in 2001. I don't even know if Lori went overseas during those years. I'm just telling you that according to their own website, E3 Tech, they received an award for whatever they were doing for that operation. We'll leave that open-ended because we truly do not know. Okay, so let's get back into our timeline. Let's take a look at 1999. Again, we don't know where Erika is for that school year.
I don't have an opinion on that, Wash Bar.
That's going to be the year that Lori files a lot of different companies, corporations. December 1st, 1999, with the help of Rick and Donna Erpenbeck, she forms Virtual Registration International Incorporated, again indicating that she's going to be doing some work overseas. She also forms Intelemet, Incorporated, on September 24th. Lori Franzfey also is going to form Intelemet International Incorporated of Delaware on December 2nd of that year. Okay, she's getting ready to do business. Go to the year 2000, Tesseract school goes bankrupt. Millions are apparently missing. You don't know where Erika is that year, but you can see for-profit corporate drive to run public schools. It's gone. And it just has a full-blown meltdown. And that ends that. In 2001, as I mentioned to you, we got 9/11, we have Operation Enduring Freedom, and Lori's E3 Tech company is going to be used for that operation. 2002, we have no idea which school Erika went to. We'd like to find out. In 2003, Lori Franzfey forms another Intelemet company. This one is Intelemet of Arizona, LLC. Okay. She forms that on January 9th. 2005, we've gone over this. Now we can document Erika. She is at Notre Dame. She is playing basketball. She also is in the pageant world. She wins first runner-up of the National America Miss Arizona pageant. But the most crucial part of 2005 is what Lori Franzfey is doing. Because people have pointed this out, but there is a relic that shows you that she received money from the government. iMet Laboratories. She's listed in the House bill budget. She's receiving money from the Department of Homeland Securities. I met laboratories. Perhaps we could not find formation docs for that, but maybe we can assume that that's related to Intellimet because she's starting all at Intellimet, Arizona, Intellimet. It could be, that could be shortened from Intellimet Laboratories. Okay, what is she doing for them? In 2006, we know Erika's going to win the National American Miss Teen Pageant. She gets that chance to travel and to meet Senator John Kyle. She also is going to present plans for what nobody knows to Rep. J.D. Hayworth. And she gets involved in charity, Andrea's Closet, which is going to work with the hospital in Winslow. We showed you this article. This truly is the best version we could find. I know it's very smudged, but I wanted to point out to you that somebody emailed me about this article. Erika sort of tells this story. We received an interesting email because we showed you this article, and in this article, I'm going to read for you what it actually states. This is Erika speaking. She says, quote, "Winslow has so much character. We love stopping here." And then the writer continues, she and her family have come through Winslow many times on their way to basketball games around the state that she plays in. The email we received came from a very credible person. I will leave it at that. I'm going to protect this person's identity. They said, that is BS. That is BS. They explained to me something I didn't know. Maybe you did. But in the state of Arizona, 80% of the population lives in Maricopa County. And the person went on to say, I'm very familiar with basketball. I can tell you that at most, because of the way that they structured doing teams and traveling teams, Erika would at most, if she played for all 4 years of high school, because Winslow is located 3 hours outside of Scottsdale, she would have only gone to Winslow 2 times. So this is just, her mother is involved in this, immediately flagging this as weird. How did she get involved with this hospital? Elsewhere, she says that she also loves to do charity work abroad. That would imply Erika has already been abroad, right? She's already been abroad. So was she with Lori? Did Lori and her travel to do some stuff with the military? It's a fair assumption, or it's a fair question, rather. They haven't answered our earlier questions. So probably no chance that they're going to give us clear answers on this either. We can jump back into our timeline to relevant portions. In 2007, we know she graduates from Notre Dame Prep. She is Miss America Teen. She begins playing basketball at Regis University. Lori's AZ Tech International Incorporated is going to be canceled for lack of a tax filing, but don't worry, she's going to bring it back soon. We can essentially now jump back into the timeline into 2008, because that's where we really left off. Erika's missing.
Listen,
she's locked away.
I have several LLCs because I keep changing the name of my fucking business. And so I offer this piece of information just because it seems relevant, because I have some experience with this. Candace wants to make it seem like a giant conspiracy theory, like she has all these like I have a lot of LLCs, and you know what happens is that if you don't file a fucking form with the state and pay them $100 every year, they it's first your business goes into like an inactive status, and then if you don't file the form for like 2 years, they disband the business. But it's like really nothing more than you don't file a form with the state and pay them $100. And if you then refile the form with the state and pay them $100, the business comes back and everything is fine. It's just like, it doesn't actually mean anything, to be honest. It's literally just like, here is my $100 for the privilege of operating a business in your fucking state. Yeah, it's state level extortion is what it is. It's true. It's state fucking level extortion.
Like Cinderella, she's reading her Bible. She's only seeing her pastor while at Regis University for that 2007-2008 school year. I should mention Erika was majoring in business administration. Okay, that was her major. And that record, that relic of her, is still available on the Regis player bio. It tells us what she was doing, majoring in business administration. Now, we can assume while she's locked away the following year, and this is a kind assumption, that she continued her studies online. But in the future, she's going to edit and say that she majored in political science from the beginning. That's not true. What we do know for certain is that it's going to take Erika 5 years to graduate college. And for some reason, in this year of 2008, Lori's going to receive a lot of money from the Army National Guard. I met last.
Speaking of which, I have to file $200 payments with the state to maintain Red Menace Media, which is my overarching company for all of this stuff, and also the Center for Left-Wing Studies, which is another fucking fee. So I need to go file those fucking forms before the state like slaps me with a late fee for both organizations because I didn't file the fucking form on time.
Laboratories, again, associated with Lori Franzfey,
live free or die,
is going, the Army National Guard, is going to have to disclose that they gave $2.4 million.
Let me just go give $200 to the state of New Hampshire right now.
Take a look at that. J3, J6, that's got to do with like cyber security, cyber operations. So Erika already, via her mother, who she claims raised her as a single mom, she didn't.
No,
unless maybe her mindset, it was the single mom because Erika was over on a base with her mother. But we now know that during this year, this crucial year where Erika is missing, her mother is going to wind up having received $2.4 million. I mean, this woman, from a model to a secretary to now she's getting all of this money for tech. It's interesting. Let's jump into 2009 because it's a most crucial year. Things are going to start to get spicy. Okay, so remember, going into this, Lori's already working with the United States military. She's receiving millions. Do not forget that.
Ooh,
2009, Lori.
I love this. I just recorded the Revolutionary Commie Party's live stream about imperialism, which they deleted, and we'll upload it to YouTube. Thank you, ADR, for your service to the community. That's a rad achievement. We appreciate it, bro.
Franzfey is going to establish everyday heroes like you.
Nice grab.
In April. In her filing, she will claim that it is a faith-based organization that is raising funds and developing programs for vulnerable children. Okay, they publish this initially on July 2nd of 2009. Okay, Lori seems a bit busy. She's already working with the government. She's maybe in Afghanistan or at least creating tech that's going to be used in Afghanistan. And now, wow, this hero is jumping in and going, I'm going to help vulnerable children. Why does that make me uncomfortable? Do I have a right to feel uncomfortable about that? Do you guys feel uncomfortable about that? Military bases and doing stuff for the military. And now like, I'm going to help kids a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong. With everything I know about Lori, I don't love it. Then in October, the same year, right after she establishes this, it is announced that the Romanian government has agreed to allow America to set up a military base along the Black Sea. Now, that's the first time things are crazy. Erika is going to make the claim, by the way, on a future podcast entitled Free Thinkers Only, that shortly after they established this charity, Everyday Heroes Like You, she's going to go to China to help women who were sex trafficked. So to be clear, she establishes this in 2009. Her mother establishes this in 2009. Where did Erika go to China? When did Erika go to China in 2009? I want you to listen to Erika in her own words. Take a listen.
I decided to create something called Everyday Heroes Like You, where we're able to, originally, it was focused on bringing funds and awareness to various grassroots organizations that were in specific communities that would be able to have volunteers that are transparent with their funds, that are actually doing what they're saying they're doing, instead of just having 70% of the funds go to admin and only 30% towards the cause. So really just focusing on making sure there was a home for transparent organizations that people could learn about, get involved with. But from there, it kind of grew into something more global. I was living in China and doing a lot of work with the victims from sex trafficking, and then began to phase that into working with the Marine Corps and the Army, and then was able to work with a orphanage in Romania.
So she's clear there. Everyday Heroes comes first. She goes and she's working with sex trafficking victims in China. Then she gets this partnership with the Marines. And then she goes out and establishes the Romanian Angels Project. That's what she says then. Don't hold Erika to being consistent. You'll drive yourself crazy. But we're still in 2009. Who knows what's real with that? I wanted to play it. What we do know is that Erika shouldn't be in Colorado anymore, even by her own standards, which she says, I was there for my first 2 years of school. Well, in 2009, she should not be in Colorado anymore. And yet she is going to compete in November for Miss Colorado 2010. So you compete in the November before, so you wear the crown for the following year. So she competes in 2009 for Miss Colorado, and she places 4th runner-up. How did she qualify to compete is one of my questions. Now, I'll have you guys know, you'll see I added a note here that 2009, that the Romanian government agreeing to allow America to set up a military base. That's when you start to see Jeffrey Epstein beginning to procure women from Romania per his emails that are now available. He's going to instantly get his hands over into Romania. Look, he's offering, here is information for the girl from Romania who will receive $10,000. There have been headlines about how often he refers to Romania throughout his emails. There is no question. This headline reads, several Romanian women named in newly released Epstein case files. I'll add here also that the number one university that he seems to be involved with is Arizona State University, which Erika will eventually graduate from. For the purposes of right now, just know that Jeffrey Epstein, we have emails going back to 2009, right when this base gets established, and suddenly he is interested in procuring models from Romania. Okay, lock that into your mind because 2010 is going to get crazy. This is the year that Erika will claim that she went to Loyola Marymount in her junior year of college. So that's going to be from fall 2009, spring 2010 about. We can find her in a yearbook or a graduation list. No person has come forward yet and said that they remember attending class with her, but she also could have attended classes online. I would assume, given the amount of travel that she keeps indicating, that she probably did take a lot of classes online. So just wanted to show you that this is when she is supposed to be at Loyola Marymount. On January 6th of this year, Jerry Franzfey creates an LLC called Luminarius with her daughter, the one that she had when she was 14, Deborah Himsel. She's going to follow mommy's footsteps from the very beginning, getting into psychology. It's another charter school company. Okay. Now, in my mind, when I think about charter schools, and I had received an article that was written about the corruption, particularly of charter schools in Arizona, you have to, or I had to ask myself, what are they doing with these charter schools? What would be the benefit of having these charter schools? Well, you being in charge of schools, you could create records for anybody. Actually, you would literally be able, if you wanted to, and you had some people who were maybe illegal, if you needed to get them into school pretty quickly in elementary school, it would be good to control a fleet of charter schools. I'm not saying that's the case with Luminarius Group, but I'm finding this theme to be interesting with charter schools. And again, you can look up many articles about the corruption of the particularly charter schools in Arizona, which begins with Tesseract, and now it continues to move. It's an interesting story. In November of 2010, this is where we find Erika filming November Renaissance, and they eventually put up a trailer on Kickstarter. She in particular is working with a lot of actors, directors, people involved in this project are affiliated with Fort Huachuca and Sierra Vista. Like, that is an intel base. How did Erika get this role? How did this happen? How is she doing this in addition to her studies? Maybe that's why she takes a year longer to graduate. I'm not sure, but I'm certainly interested in the fact that this movie, which never came out, was about corporate espionage, spies going into a corporate company, working on behalf of a global government. That is a little too on the nose for me. And again, By this time, Erika already has military connections via her mother. Where is her mother based, by the way? I'm going to assume if you're doing tech and
Yeah,
you're
we were
creating
promised,
tech for the
crypto news,
DHS,
Candace.
you're not just doing this from like your basement. Is that a fair assumption? I don't know. We also know that in 2010, Erika forms an LLC with her then boyfriend, Tyler Sandford. It's called Table 4 LLC. Tyler Sandford will be featured down the line as the actor in her My Kind of Crazy music video that she's going to film in 2013. I should also mention that he is a catcher for the Los Angeles Angels. Like I've said to you many times, Erika is always dating people that have some level of fame. As you will see, this is the first person. But the end of 2007, or I should rather say this combination in 2010, pardon me, is crucial that I'm about to explain to you. Lori suddenly reinstates, remember, AZ Tech International Incorporated first gets into a little bit of trouble because they're not filing their tax returns, but then Lori moves to reinstate that in 2010. AZ Tech International, it's back on the table. Well, for the first time that year, the Black Sea Rotational Force 10 goes out to Romania and they establish the Mihail Kogolnichono, I hope I'm saying that right, Kogolnichono, probably not, air base in Romania. You can see that here. Marines, sailors of the Black Sea Rotational Force 2010 officially kicked off their 3-month engagement in the Black Sea region in a ceremony at Romania's Mihail Kogolnichono airfield on May 17th. Now, what's incredibly interesting, and we're going to get more into that in tomorrow's episode, is in particular, a lot of those people are coming from Reno, Nevada, of all places, coming from Reno, Nevada. They are there, the banner that they're using, they're allegedly there because they're going to promote regional stability. We have a way with words, I will say, in the West, regional stability, spreading democracy. The reality is that Colonel Otto Buscher is going to be accused of running a brothel and a human trafficking ring from 2010, the very year that this was established, all the way through to 2015. Yes, Erika will come into contact with Colonel Otto Buscher. We're not going to focus on that today because the more important thing I'd like to introduce to you is Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer in 2010,
here we go.
Just when this gets established, is going to make an appearance in Romania to work with the Romanian parliament. I'm sorry, what? He's going to stay approximately from May through to the end of the summer. This is the exact same time frame that the Black Sea Rotational Force 10 is going to be there. And here is the proof. Somebody had messaged me very early on. It was at the bottom of my inbox, and I was saying, I know that he went to Romania and was trying to figure out what he was doing. And they were like, oh, I actually talked to him about that. They were super friendly about it. I talked to him about that. And here's the conversation. Tyler writes, I went to Romania to do some work with a senator in the parliament there. And then he says, and he was friends, meaning the senator in Romania, was friends with this guy that owned a modeling agency and took me to the beach. That's going to be in Constanta, just so you know, for 4 days and legit slept collectively like 10 hours. The person says, oh, I was at a lake and they were there. I don't know what this person's talking about. And then Tyler says, but yeah, these girls were crazy and I got completely Romanian sloshed and it got very interesting. Haha, this is the Tyler I know. Everybody knows this is who Tyler is. By the way, pretty sure Tyler was married in 2010. Check the records. I think he was married to his first wife in 2010. And also, isn't he LDS? Doesn't that mean he's not supposed to be drinking?
No, there's no spy stream tonight. We did 2 spy streams on Wednesday, a spy stream on Thursday. I think we even did a spy stream on Tuesday. So no spy stream tonight, Florida girl. Sorry to disappoint, but it's Friday.
Oh, who cares? It's all for appearances anyways. Super Christian company. Who cares what they're actually doing? Let's continue. Tyler says, they had this homemade whiskey that was like, I can't explain it, but yeah, the girls were wow. Both of them. I told you he's a sexual demon. It's like, I mean, there's just so much out there. It's crazy. Anyways, he says, the person said, I knew a few girls from there. Homemade whiskey makes a person frisky. I think that's in a song. And Tyler responds, haha, that's probably the cause and effect statement of the night. And I can drink a lot, so I don't pass out or get weird or anything. Ha. Okay. Okay. We can come out of that. What was he doing? Who was the person in Romanian parliament that he was there to see? And what was the name of the modeling agency? I am dying to know. Because it's going to get real interesting now, right? Erika just can't remember. She can't remember how she knows him. She can't remember how she met him. It must. She said to me, maybe it was through a senator. Specifically, that's what she said to me in person. She said it might have been through a senator. I think it could have been through a senator. I think it definitely could have been through a senator. Honestly, the vibes are vibing here. I find that you both have a little something to do with what's going on in Romania as soon as we get there. As soon as America gets there and establishes a base, which is going to become pretty much synonymous, if you speak to Romanians, with trafficking. Models in Romania? Do you know Jeffrey Epstein, Tyler? Did you guys come across that? Because he was dealing with models in Romania too. Anyways, we got to figure out, if you guys don't mind, I know they're just carrying on Charlie's legacy. Everybody grieves differently, and it might not be the time to ask. I'd really like to know what model agency that Romanian parliament member was working with that Tyler had a fun night out with. I think it's a good place to pause before we bring Erika to Romania. That'll be in tomorrow's episode. We're going to take a brief break, and I'm going to give you an interesting update about her uncle, Rick.
Uh-oh.
All right, you guys, there is something pretty big that I'm
no ads
and Lauren Candy and
no ads allowed. No ads. Nope, I want the update
Don't
about
you guys just want to know what he was doing? I'm dying to know.
I do. I
It's like
want to know what
the
he was
one
doing.
piece of her life Erika can't remember is how she met Tyler Boyer. It's crazy. And the person that introduced you to your husband. I feel like you and Lori and Tyler go back. Like way back. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you guys have known each other for like since at least 2010. If I'm being honest. I think you knew the Farnsworth and I think you knew the Boyers. That's I'd actually go back further. I think you guys maybe even knew each other since Afghanistan. But I'm going to wait until tomorrow to introduce that. How you guys maybe even could have known each other. I mean, just dancing around each other there in Arizona, all getting involved in the same stuff, charter schools. And then you and Tyler are going to graduate in the same year. It's also crazy.
Wow.
I need to know.
That's crazy,
Tell me,
actually.
what happens? What happened with Turning Point USA? You just got lucky around pilgrimage, I guess. And there Charlie was at the airport in Israel. You saw him. Your mom said, go up to him. She's a pusher, right? Lori's a pusher.
She's a pusher.
I always thought it was so strange how you never mentioned that I was at the airport with Charlie. Just thought that was so weird. You never said that. Yeah, I saw Charlie with Candace because we were actually together for that trip. So interesting. Anyways, it's a tangled web that we weave, Erika. Fun little update for you guys on Uncle Rick. I would argue that he's a fraud. Actually, I wouldn't argue it. It's not my opinion. That was the bar's opinion. Remember, I told you he lost his legal license in 2009, and I wasn't sure what or why or how. I did know that his father, Tony, had bestowed upon him some of that money. But he was like, look, I don't know how this happened or how it got here. Well, there actually was a very detailed article about how he lost his license. And I'd like to share that information with you. We learned the reason. Rick is the movement that is mentioned throughout this article. I'm just going to clear this up for you. The first reason that his legal license was removed is because he didn't pay his dues. Okay. My best guess is the reason he stopped paying his dues in Kentucky was that he was hoping that they would stop their investigation into him, but they didn't. We learned that in 2007, they then opened an investigation into him for the following reasons. Reason number one is because while employed by the Bank of Corbin to perform title searches on certain properties, Rick didn't inform the bank that other mortgages already existed on those properties. So they were issuing loans to multiple people for the same property. Right? This means a failure to disclose this information resulting in the Bank of Corbin
release some cyber plan. What the fuck does that mean? A cyber plan to do what?
Issuing loans on 4 of the properties that were already encumbered by pre-existing mortgages. Banks just loans, and it's going to this one property. Just so you guys are clear, this is exactly what led to the financial crisis. You ever seen the movie The Big Short? This is what happened. Okay. We continue. The second reason is that Bill transferred.
Oh, is it an anti-Semitism censorship plan? Is that what we're talking about now? Trump just released an anti-censorship or an anti-Semitism censorship plan. Great. It's on the White House website. Awesome. And that, guys, is why we do not allow anti-Semitism on this channel, because we love Jews here. Jews are welcome here. I have Jewish friends. I have no problem with people being Jewish. I just have problems with people being assholes. And if someone happens to be Jewish and be an asshole, I will call them an asshole. And if someone happens to be Christian and also be an asshole, I will call them an asshole. If someone happens to be Jewish and looks and is cool and it doesn't cause any fucking problems, then I got no problems with them. If someone's a Christian and they don't cause me any fucking problems, I got no problems with them. We love Jews on this channel. Bagels rule. The Holocaust totally happened. Gas chambers have one indoors. Hitler is the most evil person in the history of humanity and is burning in hell. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. If you think one single Jew less than 10 million died in the Holocaust, you are an anti-Semite, and we don't allow that shit here. Okay, we toe the line with this bullshit. Thank you.
50% of the stock that he owned in B&G Holdings LLC. And that's Bill, his brother, the one that goes to prison for years. Well, we learned that Bill transferred 50% of that stock to an LLC called Bill Erpenbeck Children LLC. And Rick managed that LLC. Yeah. So Rick's brother, Bill, made the transfer. This goes on without any consideration. And while Rick was indebted to several leading institutions because he stole money from people. And then that went to an LLC controlled by his brother, Rick. And by the way, while they were going through bankruptcy court, trying to find money, you know how this happens after they steal from middle-class people and poor people. And they go, well, where's the money? And people lose their homes. And well, then these people go into bankruptcy court and Bill's like, I don't know where the money is. Well, actually, in this case, the money was in an LLC controlled by Rick. So that's what happened. Rick ended up not only with Tony's money, but he also ended up with a good portion of Bill's money as well. Cool. Thirdly, Rick prepared a deed.
Giving us a Trump anti-Semitism censorship plan update. We will unveil and embarrass online espionage, destructive propaganda, and influence operations and cultural subversion. Okay. Hey, thanks, Chevelle, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Quote the Lord Helmet. I'm surrounded by assholes. Ain't it the truth, bro? Ain't it the truth? No anti-Semitism allowed on the channel, guys.
Transferring property to a woman named Anita Andrews, but apparently he did not record that deed with the county, and the deed wasn't actually signed by Anita Andrews. That's weird. And he then quickly transferred that same property to his mother and father. So this kind of feels like this is deed fraud. There's some sort of fraud going on with property. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling really weird about the fact that he's the witness on these crazy divorce docs. I'm feeling weird. Vibes are not vibing. Ultimately, Rick was found guilty. That's why he had his license suspended, but only within the state of Kentucky in August of 2009. But, and here is the kicker, they found that his actions did not rise to the level of criminality, just professional negligence. It's amazing. It is amazing what wealthy criminals get away with, right? So could you just imagine the people whose entire lives got ruined because they believed in this company, they gave their money, they're doing mortgage, whatever it is, and then banks are going under, their entire life savings have been depleted, and we just look at the characters involved, and he's like working at university.
For the super chat, I appreciate it. You know, I'm actually shocked Erika Kirk hasn't commented on this series publicly yet that I can find. I'm not. Erika Kirk is probably lawyering up, and they're probably gonna. Is this the best Candace freeze frame yet? Is this like the greatest Candace freeze frame of all time? Hang on. This will be on the thumbnail of next week's episode on Candace's ongoing descent into insanity. I mean, I bet Erika Kirk is about to sue the shit out of Candace Owens. If I'm being honest about it, I bet that's why Erika Kirk isn't saying anything, because she's getting ready to literally sue the shit out of Candace Owens. Because like I said earlier, like, the Jews are going to, I'm sorry, not the Jews. The Jews would never do this. The Jews are a peaceful people that are always intellectually honest and behave with the utmost integrity. But the Zionists, not the same as the Jews, the Zionists are about to drop the fucking hammer on Candace's ass. And I wouldn't be surprised if Erika Kirk suing the shit out of her coincided with some other massive smear campaign that the Zionists are going to perpetrate on Candace Owens, because they're going to drop a nuclear bomb on her head at some point, and I'm just here to be entertained. That's it. I'm just here to be entertained. That's it. So, you know, we're just chilling. We're just hanging out here.
Reversal. Doing more LLCs with Lori. Lori's working with the government. Like I said, there's no bar to entry when you're with the gang. You know what I mean? The people that are running things, doesn't matter. They write the laws. They'll read the laws if they want to read the laws. And this was professionally not okay. He committed no crimes here. He just was negligent professionally. But let you get too many parking tickets, you go to jail. Let you speed. If you're just speeding a little bit too quick on the freeway, all right, straight to jail. Never get your life back. Oh, you've got a record now. You were smoking a joint. You got a record.
Oh, no, not that.
Hunter Biden, you're smoking crack down the freeway. Recording yourself. You hand in your own laptop. He's like, you know what? I'm like, you know what? We flying high. We can do whatever we want, okay? He's good. He's never going to see a day in prison. Just want to let you know, these are the people that rule over us. Anyways, enjoy your time at Universal Studios. In other news,
all right,
Blake Neff is obviously demented. I don't know what's wrong with this person. I don't know if he might be Jewish. I don't even know. Cause like, I hope he's Jewish. I hope he's Jewish.
Disavow.
Or I don't know what's going on here. If this is just like a social disorder, whatever it is, they're obviously watching every minute of the series. And despite everything that we have presented, despite the questions that we sent them ahead of the series that were then forwarded to a lawyer for no reason, I had my producer, Ashley, send questions and they're like forwarded to a lawyer and the lawyer writes back all snippy. But we'd like to know the answers to some of these questions. We're saying a lot here, right? Possible gang ties. We don't know. In the past, obviously, Vince Lombardi, is that her grandpa? I don't know. Is that Lori's mother? Is Lori even Erika's mother? Erika's weird little Tesseract school. Fraud following Lori, money disappearing everywhere they go. But there was only one thing that Blake Neff could not bear. He couldn't bear it. He put his foot down last night and he issued a full-throated statement. He did not care. He came for me hard because no one comes for Shabbat Shalom. No one comes for Erika Shabbat Shalom. Remember yesterday I was joking about Shabbat Shalom.
This is one big LSD trip, Cynthia. I mean, listen, I've never done LSD. Sadly, I have never done LSD, but I would imagine that LSD might actually be much more enjoyable than this. I mean, at least with LSD, you get colors and things are moving around and you can fly through the air and all this shit is my understanding of it. It's like, I mean, I guess it's different for everyone, but like, I feel like if this was really LSD, everything would be sparkly and shiny behind Candace and there would be rainbows and all sorts of shit like that. But maybe we can hope for maybe her next episode will be more like that. I don't know. Thanks, Cynthia. I appreciate you.
Daddy's home, throw down the phone. Look at what what Blake actually authored. This is not a joke, okay? He could not bear me ridiculing Erika over Shabbat Shalom. This is what he wrote on X. I have avoided commenting on most of what Candace Owens' claims are the past few months. However, her last episode contains such a blatant untruth about Charlie's daily life that I feel compelled to correct it. In this episode, Candace Owens aggressively ridicules Erika for using the phrase Shabbat Shalom and suggests that Charlie's last book, Stop in the Name of God, about the value of observing the Sabbath is a fabrication to make Charlie appear more pro-Jewish and pro-Israel than he really was. It is very revealing that Candace would fixate on this, as it immediately reveals unfamiliarity with Charlie's behavior for the entire period that I knew him. Charlie was observing his evangelical Christian version of...
Hey, thanks, Devil Bunny, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Don't follow the masses. Sometimes the M is silent. Yep. Karlyn rules. Hey, thank you. You rule, Devil Bunny. Thanks for the super chat.
Shabbat, like, I can't even read this whole thing. It's absurd. We can come out of that because it is just absurd. It is so absurd. I can't even believe that he's authoring this. First off, Blake, I could show you text messages that turning your phone off on Saturday, I was doing first and telling Charlie he should do before anybody. As soon as I met George, that became a thing. I'm aware he turned his phone off on Saturdays. Okay, that's been going on. I did it first. Okay, I've been watching this whole story spun, and what we're making fun of is that being the first thing that you hit on toward the idea that he finished this book, that this was his legacy. It's pretty obvious here that you guys were trying to make us just remind us of how much Charlie loves Israel.
I gave Charlie
Netanyahu came out within 48 hours to remind us of how much Charlie loved Israel. We're aware of the psyop, and it failed, but that this would be the thing that you broke your silence on, like, everything Candace is saying, how dare she discount the fact that Charlie, I just want to be clear, Charlie loved dreidel. Dreidel. He made it out of clay. He'd spin it, he'd play. He loved latkes. Enough is enough. They're delicious, they're crunchy, and they're salty.
Hey, latkes,
and we will not stand for
listen,
Candace to say this.
Listen. I have been listening Candace besmirch the Jews for 3 hours now. Can we just leave latkes alone? Latkes are a great contribution that the Jews have made. Latkes are fucking delicious. It's like the bagels. We don't disrespect the fucking bagels here. Don't disrespect the latkes, Candace. Latkes are awesome, okay?
I'm sorry, Blake. I'd like to apologize. Shabbat shalom. Daddy's home. He threw in his phone. Glad we cleared that up. Charlie's phone was off on Saturdays. Bro was like a rapper, sliding in like Usher. Daddy's home. Shabbat shalom.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, Erika. And I'm sorry, Blake. I will never do this again. We'll be back after a quick break. All right, you guys, if you are trying to get healthier, sleep better, or
All right, that's the end of that episode. What episode was that? We still have 2 more fucking episodes. I feel like the best part of this experience so far has been the latke discussion and the dancing to Shabbat Shalom. I feel like Candace is Candace is only going up with this. 2 more episodes to go, guys. Can we do it? Can we make it through all the Candace episodes to get up to the very end? 1 in the chat if you're committed to finishing this journey with me today. 2 in the chat if you're like, Karlyn, this is too much. We're just warming up. Yeah. We commit until the very end. We watch radical revolutionary socialism on this channel for hours and hours and hours at a time. We can sure as shit finish the Candace, Erika, Kirk marathon, at least for this week. And then there's always next week. And I hope Candace makes more episodes next week so that we can return on Happy Hour Fridays to watch all the episodes again. This is just happy hour made entertainment right here. All right, let's get into it. We're now moving into episode 6, A Bride of Charlie. What happened in Romania? Dun, dun, dun.
All right, you guys, Shabbat Shalom. Hello, Blake
Candace.
Neff. How are you doing, sir? Question for you, if you can get around to it and get around to answering. Romania, Blake, what goes on in Romania? Why are so many people in this story tied to Romania? By the way, you guys, we did send Erika an email on February 24th, so 8 days ago, asking specifically how many times and for what duration she had visited Romania in the past. We got no response. Well, we did get a response. We got a response from a lawyer saying that she was getting ready for the State of the Union and didn't have time to reply. That was 8 days ago. I feel like she's had some time to reply, but she's chosen not to. Her memory does seem to get spotty around this time in her life. Doesn't remember how she met Tyler Boyer. I feel like maybe, alas, we are left to investigate matters on our own. So welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
First and foremost, a quick update for you guys right at the top. We were able to determine which middle school Erika went to. It's called Cacopa Middle School. I think that's how you say it. We did receive an email tip from someone who informed us that Erika attended Cacopa Middle School. We have not yet received the yearbooks. We will add that, but we can at least fill in those blank school years that we had on our timeline from 2000 to 2003. That is a school out in Scottsdale. And we were able to further confirm this from the middle school because they once tweeted this referring to her as alumni. They wrote, "Thanks, alumni Erika Francve, for sharing the importance of being an everyday hero. Cacopa pride." Okay, so another piece of the puzzle has been locked in place. Now let's jump right back into Romania because I just need to know what's going on there. It seems like people are having a lot of fun. Who exactly is Tyler Boyer working with in Parliament in Romania? Why is the Black Sea Rotational Force coming from Reno, Nevada, by the way, in particular? That's where they were majority coming from. I think first we should back up and get you guys a little bit adjusted with some important Romanian history. So we reminded you yesterday that in 1989, when Dr. Jerry Francve is itching to get out there, the Berlin Wall came down. And with it, of course, what transpired was a lot of corruption, rampant in the East, people going in there, plundering, taking what they wanted to, you know. In Romania, that same year, on Christmas Day, I kid you not, there was something so dark about this having taken place on Christmas Day. Christmas Day of 1989, the then president, Nicolae Ceausescu, and his wife, Elena Ceausescu, were actually ruthlessly murdered after a show trial.
Wow, that's his wife. They're older. I can't comment. I can't.
Were actually ruthlessly murdered,
you know, so
after
they're like
a show trial.
Slavic.
Just like the Nuremberg trials, if you actually go back, they were just show trials. Nobody actually was trying to figure out if
They're
there was
Romanian.
guilt
You
and
can't
present any
comment on
evidence.
it.
It was like, you're already guilty. We're just going to shoot you and kill you. So this was supposed to be the end of communism. So the communist leaders had to go as well. And Nicolae and Elena were quite literally lined up and shot, and it was all filmed. And I'm not going to show you that shooting, obviously, but I am going to show you just a little snippet, historical snippet, so you can understand just how absurd the trial was and just how inhumane the verdict was. Take a listen.
The trial is brief and largely for show. It lasts about 2 hours and takes place without any real possibility for defense or appeal. Ceausescu himself refuses to recognize the court and calls it illegal. But it doesn't matter. The tribunal finds both him and Elena guilty. The sentence for both is death by firing squad, and the execution will happen immediately. Straight away, Nicolae tries to appeal the decision, but he's denied. Before being led out of the room, Nicolae turns to the guards and says he wants to be executed alongside Elena. They accept. Meanwhile, a soldier returns with rope to tie their hands, but neither Nicolae nor Elena wants to be restrained. Both argue with the soldiers, saying there's no need for it and that they're not going to run. But again, they're denied. They're then led out into the courtyard and placed against a wall to the barracks.
Wow.
And you can fill in the blanks regarding what happens next. Now, you might be asking, why were they executed in this manner? You shouldn't ask those questions. This is how freedom is spread, okay? The West is the best. It's always kind of the same thing, right? Like, we show up and we say we're going to make things better because things are oppressive, and we always do make things better. We love a vacuum of power. There's no leadership. We killed Gaddafi. We arrested Nicolas Maduro. And in that vacuum of leadership, the oligarchs move in, they plunder, they steal, they take the oil. Did you see the headline, by the way, just honorably mentioning this after he gets arrested? It's like, Venezuela ships its first carts of oil over to Israel for the first time in X amount of years. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Oil, silver, gold, when a country is collapsed, especially artificially, it becomes the wild, wild west because at least temporarily there are no rules, right? So gangsters and banksters can move in, monopolize resources, and establish industries. Now, we are always told that whatever came before those oligarchs was desperation, that it was evil, sheer evil, much more evil than crony capitalism. Those are our two choices, by the way. You're either going to get communism or you're going to get crony capitalism.
So real.
You're going to get crony
real.
capitalism and debt slavery, or you are going to get a government that has a bunch of power and people that are starving. There's nothing in between. It's the left versus the right false dialectic. I think both options suck. And like I said, it is an intentional false dialectic, and the same people stay in power, getting us screaming at each other. Anyway, Romania in particular. Under the communist rule in Romania, Nicolae had banned abortion. He had eliminated private and foreign usury. He even banned gambling, referring to it as a Western decadence. I mean, could you imagine a world without the freedom to gamble? Terrible, just terrible. The West is the best. We're going in there. Sometimes we have to get in there and spread that kind of democracy. And of course, deliver these people slot machines.
Yep.
Yeah, no. On January 1st, 2007, 8 years after Elena and Nicolae were shot, Romania officially joined the EU alongside Bulgaria. Okay. Now, if you have ever wondered or tried to make sense of what the European Union is, it's basically a bureaucracy that sits on top of another bureaucracy. Like if you're a citizen of Europe, not only are you subject to your own country's laws, but then there's also another body that sits in Brussels that can tell your country what it can or cannot do.
Guys, I gotta pee. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna let this play. Let me know if I miss anything.
It sits above your country laws. So imagine for Americans, we elect representatives to go down to DC and to make and pass laws. Imagine they do that. And then there's just this outside bureau up in Canada that says, that's a nice law, but that doesn't actually work for us because we have our own laws. And no, that's kind of the EU in a nutshell. Unbelievably corrupt, deals done in back rooms, the same thing everywhere. Anyway, in 2009, just 2 years later, after they joined the EU, the Romanian parliament passes a law to regulate gambling. Okay. They decide you will now need a license to operate a casino, which basically means you have to spend a lot of money to get this license to become a licensed operator of casinos. In short, that's kind of crony capitalism, right? Only rich people are going to even be able to afford this thing. And so we'll do these deals, and poor people, now you can't get into this industry. But also in that same order, they did criminalize online gambling. So essentially what happens next is the EU Commission gets involved, and the EU Commission says, actually it doesn't work for us. This is in 2009. And we want to edit this and allow online gambling. We still want online gambling to happen. I want you to keep in mind, in 2009 and 2010, when this is all going down, the United States announces, hey, we're going to put a military base out in Romania. It's interesting timing, right? So we, at the same exact time that this gambling thing, kind of a monopoly, is going to get settled in Romania for rich people, America says in 2009 that we are going to officially set up a base. So now we are in 2010, and the EU forces that online gambling restrictions are removed as well. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying here, but that's effectively what took place. And we know that in 2010, the Black Sea Rotational Force arrives, and so does Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer makes his first appearance in Romania at the same time in 2010. And I will also remind you again that in 2010, Lori Franzfey reinstates AZ Tech International. What does it do? Actually, we were able to finally find a description of what AZ Tech International does from Lori. It's up. It was up on the Everyday Heroes website. She had a bio that has since been pulled down, but they go into detail regarding what AZ Tech does. And I want you to follow along with me. We'll read this together.
Okay.
I'm going to read that second paragraph. It says that Lori, for the past 12 years of her career, has been focused in the pioneering research and development on disruptive cyber technologies for applications in relationship to the way humans think and the importance of assessing what happens if type technologies, truly addressing the humanitarian side of the equation. AZ Tech, a science and engineering environment, it's an environment, has been at the pinnacle of creating a hybrid cyber, electrical, mechanical capability to address life sustainability and mitigation strategies in the event there is partial to complete shutdown of power. This has led her and her incredible engineering team to create multiple patents
anymore.
In the predictability and cyber analytic area in support of the Department of Defense, the DOE, and state government relative to sustainability of critical infrastructure protection. Blah, 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 blah. Supercalifragilistic, big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word, ta-da, technology, tech. It's so high.
We have to do this. We are obligated by the laws of the internet to make a Candace clip. We have to do this. I don't know if anyone has done this yet, but we're going to do it. I need to clip this, and then we're going to make fun of Candace on the internet. Okay, you guys ready?
Of critical infrastructure protection. Blah, 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 supercalifragilistic, big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word, ta-da, technology, tech. It's so high tech. You have to have a highly technical BS mind.
Okay. Got it. Hang on. You guys gonna help me make this go viral on the internet if you feel like it. This is this is a completely fucking catty thing to do, and I just want to acknowledge that. I'm saying that don't do what I'm about to do, but like I feel like I have to do it. Not that I necessarily, want my life to be making fun of Candace on the internet, but like Candace can't give us a moment like that and expect me not to make an out of context clip. Hang on one second. You guys can hear this. Okay, hang on. I'm editing the Candace clip. This is gonna take like 3 seconds, maybe a little bit more, maybe more like a minute and a half. Like, give me like 90 seconds, guys. This is a good time. If you need to go run to the kitchen to get a snack, just go run to the kitchen and get a snack. I'm just literally editing this clip to put it out on Twitter to say Candace is having a normal one. And okay, split clip. Hang on 1 second, please. You guys can't hear this, but I can. Big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word, ta-da, technology, tech. It's so ta-da. Okay, hang on. Okay, I got it. Okay. Export. You can hear it. Okay, Candace. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Twitter. Candace clip. Candace Owens having, you guys can't see this. Candace Owens having a normal one. Here's the clip for people who missed it. Hang on.
Blah, 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 supercalifragilistic, big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word, ta-da.
Post. Okay, I'm going to put this link in the chat. If anyone wants to share this and stuff like that, you are welcome to share it. If you don't want to share it, that's fine too. Do as I say, don't do as I do. Clickbait content sucks, and normally I don't do it. But Candace just handed me that on a silver fucking platter, and I can't not make that clip. I can't not make that clip. Okay, let's continue.
I think that makes any sense. Like I said, these people are not smarter than you that rule over than us. They're just more corrupt. But that's absurd. Nothing. It's just a word pretzel. We're in a pretzel. She's saying a lot of words, and she keeps throwing in sustainability in the middle. It's like sustainability, sustainable functional way to monitor the sustainable functional technologies and working with the Department of Defense to do the supercalifragilistic things. Okay, Lori. Okay. Love to interview her or Erika to deeply understand it. I just want to get real cerebral with them, you know?
Me too.
Explain it to me.
That'd be
like
great,
I'm
Candace.
2. Let's now pick up in 2011, okay? So the Black Sea Rotational Force is doing their thing in Constanta. And I just want to stress how interesting it is to me that the majority of the men are coming from Reno, Nevada, the capital of casino and gambling. Laws are loosening up in Romania, or actually rather monopolizing, I should say, in Romania. And here is an article which mentions that the chosen Marines were sent majority from that area. I'm going to show you that. It tells you that the unit, part of the Black Sea Rotational Force 11, has trained militaries in Bulgaria, Romania, and Macedonia, with both lectures and applied experience in ways to handle situations ranging from riot control to roadside bombs, blah, blah, blah. Tells us at a glance, a unit of 6 Marines from Reno, part of the Black Sea Rotational Force 11, have been training military forces in Eastern Europe. Okay, they're training them in counterinsurgency techniques. We get it. We're just missing one piece of the puzzle. What about the researchers? What about the Dr. Franz Fade type students? Well, there always has to be a group of student researchers at the same time. And you won't believe it, but some arrive and they're also from Reno, Nevada. Check out this article. I can't even make this up. It says it says Romania students will give lessons at schools and help teachers. You can note that date in the corner, May 4th, 2011. And this year's cohort of students includes 2 Nevada graduates, Alex Radai and Julie Chris, and 2 graduate special, I don't know why that's in quotations, graduate special Nevada students. No clarity. Oh, yes, there is some clarity. They're not yet formally enrolled in the graduate program, but they're going out there anyway.
You had the worst day and you needed that, Doug. Oh man, I'm so sorry you had a worst day, but I did get those super secret things that you sent me, and so I really do appreciate you sending those along. You rule, bro. I'm sorry you had a bad day. That sucks. Everyone send positive vibes to Doug.
Jenny Sales just finished her undergraduate degree, and Amber Herda just finishing her undergraduate degree. Both of the University of Texas, not yet enrolled in the program. Okay, we get it. Nevada, Reno students are going out to Romania. Now, this all could just be a happy coincidence, unless you're a conspiracy theorist like me and you've come to the realization that Nevada, in particular, Vegas, Reno, working on behalf of Tel Aviv, they're actually the people that are running Washington, D.C. We live in a gambling empire. That is what America is controlled by. Like I said, you shouldn't be like me. Don't be a conspiracy theorist. Let's just continue to document the facts. We're in 2011. Tyler Boyer's back. He's fresh back from his trip to Romania. The models, the girls, the bottles, he's popping them. And he is still a student.
You've been trying to get my fucking attention over and 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 over again by commenting on my appearance. No, bro, it's just vintage Christian Dior sunglasses. This is not a filter. They're just vintage Christian Dior sunglasses. It's really not that big of a deal. They're just fucking sunglasses. There's no need to like keep commenting on it in the fucking chat.
I should mention at Arizona State University, and Tyler Boyer then immediately falls into some luck. In April of 2011, at the end of his spring semester, he is elected.
What are you talking about?
By
my
the
face
Arizona.
and my hair. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not wearing any makeup. My hair looks the same as it always looks. What are you talking about? My God. Put on a pair of sunglasses and suddenly people think everything's different and you're using a filter.
Arizona Senate to serve as a student representative to the Arizona Board of Regents. It says that the state Senate has confirmed ASU undergraduate Tyler Storm Boyer as the new student regent for the Arizona Board of Regents. He begins a 2-year term beginning on July 1st. Oh, that's interesting. Now, in case you're wondering what they do, what the Board of Regents does, it's the governing body.
If I was maxing, I would be wearing makeup. I am not wearing makeup. I am wearing a ripped t-shirt that is 3 times too big for me now because I've lost 40 pounds in 3 months. Fuck you guys. And I'm wearing a pair of sunglasses and my hair hasn't been washed in 3 days. You want to know the truth? My hair, well, no, 2 days. My hair hasn't been washed in 2 fucking days. Karlyn's looks. How the fuck am I looks maxing? I'm not wearing makeup. I didn't even take a shower today. All I did was put on a pair of sunglasses and a ripped t-shirt that's 3 sizes too fucking big. God, calm down.
of Arizona's public
Looks
university
matching.
system. They're in charge of policies. Okay. Lo and behold, after he's put into
He's
place
trying to get a reaction for big
as the
tech,
student
is what's going on.
representative
He's wanted big tech.
for Arizona State University, Erika Franz-Fay enrolls into Arizona State University for her final year of college. There's just so much synergy here. There's so much synergy
Looks matching
happening
without even trying. Yeah.
because guess who is a Lieutenant Colonel Marine at this time over at the Black Sea Rotational Force helping to
Doesn't
rebuild Romania.
Doesn't matter at all.
I love this.
Anyway, don't worry about it.
Erika's cousin.
Don't worry about
What
it.
a year 2011 was. There is a guy, a Marine named Dennis Franz-Fay. He is from Chicago. That is him, Dennis Franz-Fay. And you're not going to believe this. He was in retirement. He was a retired reserve. And then he decided to come out of retirement for this. He wanted to go to Constanta and help set things up. And I'm sitting here wondering if he and Tyler Boyer crossed paths. And you're not going to believe me. It's going to get even crazier because before he had retired, he was actually stationed out in Afghanistan for Operation Enduring Freedom.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, the same exact operation that Lori Franz-Fay of E3 Tech, don't ask me what it does, she wins an award for. E3 Tech won an award for Operation Enduring Freedom. I wonder if Lori Franz-Fay and Dennis Franz-Fay ran into each other. And he was even stationed, Dennis Franz-Fay was even stationed with a Sergeant Boyer, who has since passed away. But I was wondering, I was like, I can't even go down that rabbit hole. I wonder if these families go way back. That's what I'm thinking in my crazy conspiracy mind, because I know that Tyler sometimes spells his name without the W. Is that family? Were you guys all together? That would be crazy. Anyway, speaking of Afghanistan, speaking of Reno, speaking of Vegas, do you know the real reason we were out there? 9/11 happens. 2 weeks later, we're Operation Enduring Freedom. Well, again, I can't say this is the real reason, but the troops that came back all said that they were tasked with guarding poppy fields. We sent our boys out there to guard flowers? That is so weird. Remember, this was before the opioid crisis hit. And the home of the opioid crisis was Tel Aviv, the Sackler family. Same university,
Wait,
I believe,
is that
that
where
Miriam
this is going?
Adelson went to.
Wait, real? So Erika Kirk, this is another great Kansas freeze frame. So Erika Kirk was trained by Vince Lombardi to be a Christian mercenary working for the Jews to remove Charlie so she can be the president of TPUSA. Mm-hmm. Sounds logical. How's my knitting going? It's sitting right next to my monitor. Unfinished is how it's going.
She's going to create the solution, which is methadone.
Not right now.
But I always wondered, I don't know if you guys are like me, but I've always wondered how it is that Tel Aviv, which doesn't actually grow any poppy flowers, how exactly they were able to get enough of those poppy seeds to cause an entire opioid crisis. How did they do it? Right? Like, who was in control of transporting all of those flowers during a time of war? We'll never know. What we do know, however, is that it was Captain Curtis Colvett who was stationed in Afghanistan.
Oh,
and yeah,
Colvett.
that's Andrew Colvett's brother.
Andrew
Yeah,
Colvett.
they sent the military police from Nevada to head up the...
Fun fact. Andrew Colvett liked my post about Kristi Noem not having the same face she had years ago. He did. Andrew Colvett follows me on Twitter, and he liked that Kristi Noem post that's going viral right now. I thought that was pretty funny, actually. I didn't expect that.
Transportation company from Afghanistan. And Curtis Colvett was the commander of the 593rd Nevada National Guard Transportation
I wonder why
Company.
Andrew Colvett follows
Specifically,
me, to be honest. Like,
you
I
can see
really
in this
do.
article, he commanded Bulgarian
He's
soldiers.
interacted with me before.
260 men. They were based at Camp Phoenix in Kabul. Curtis Colvett, Andrew's brother, was administratively responsible for directing these soldiers through 100 convoy missions across 4 months, transporting personnel
I had to stop drinking
and
coffee at 3
supplies
p.m. at night.
through the high traffic, dangerous environment of Kabul. He was the regional command captain. Wow, it's amazing. And just like the Facebook caption is going to say, he wasn't the only Colvett that was there. He was also serving with his first cousin, Robert Colvett. That's Andrew's cousin. The exact same time, Robert Colvett was the commander of the 485th Military police. That is just incredible. Deployed. It's just, you cannot make this stuff up. And by the way, if you're wondering why they were commanding Bulgarians, Romanians, well, because everything from Afghanistan was running through Romania and Bulgaria. Emphasis on Romania. I know this because Erika actually did a podcast in 2020, and she was reflecting on her time in Romania in 2012 or 2013. And in this podcast, she's speaking with someone who was stationed in Romania, and she's asking him if the setup is the same from when she was out there. Take a listen to Erika.
Gosh, I have all of the photos of when we were on the base too. How are the Romanian troops? Because you guys share a base with them, don't you?
We do. Yeah, we had like Canadians there for a while, and
wow.
Yeah, it's a NATO joint base, so there was troops from
all
most
over
of America and Romania, but from other places.
Not the Canadians.
Too.
Now, is that still kind of like a halfway drop-off point too for troops from Afghanistan?
It is. It is part of that operation.
Yeah. Because I remember that was going on back then, and I was like, gosh, what a bittersweet base for like troops that are coming or going.
So Romania is the halfway drop-off base from Afghanistan. Interesting. Elsewhere in that same interview, Erika reflects upon her distant cousin. She means Dennis Franzwe, who shows her around the base in Romania when she gets there. Take a listen to Erika in her own words.
The reason why I even went over there is that one of my on my dad's side, his extended family, like a cousin, he was a part of
excuse me. I did fucking cover the Epstein stuff. If you didn't see me cover the Epstein stuff, that's because you didn't bother to do basic research. I've covered the Epstein stuff multiple fucking times. If I want to watch Candace on a Friday happy hour when we watch drama content and are bitchy on the internet, I will fucking do that. If you don't like it, you can leave my fucking channel and go somewhere else.
A B-surf over there.
Never mind then. Okay, Candy, never mind. I retract. You're talking about Candace? Never mind. I retract. I apologize.
I went over there in 2013.
It was worded badly though.
And when he was over there, we did the same thing. Like, he showed us, these are the orphanages we work with. This is the hospital that we helped rebuild. Like, amazing humanitarian things that no one talks about that our troops are doing over there. And anyways, long story short, fell in love. I don't know if you went there, fell in love with they call them placement centers, but Antonio Placement Center.
Yes.
And these kids are phenomenal, and they're precious, and they just want to be loved on.
Yeah. Yeah, Erika, there is just so much synergy building, right? I find myself wondering if the Colvetts and the Franzwes and the Boyers may have all run into each other in Romania. Is that a crazy question to ask while we're transporting through Romania? Probably not, though, right? Much more likely that Erika just happened to enroll in Arizona State University for her final year of college, a mere months after Tyler is elected by the Arizona Senate to be the student representative to their Board of Regents, after he's hanging out with models and politicians in Constanta, and Dennis Franzwe is nearby. I'm sure this is all happy coincidence, and she also just really can't remember how or when she met him. She can't, and she doesn't want to reply. Well, let's bring in our 2011 timeline, because I'd like for you guys to be able to see it. I know that you guys will go back home and you will look through it, and so I really put this together for you. But our 2011, yep, we have Tyler Boyer, undergrad in April. That's when he's elected. We have to the Board of Regents, May 4th. That's when we have college students from the University of Nevada, Reno, some who graduated from the University of Texas, the graduate students that are going to go to Romania. We have on June 12th, the Black Sea Rotational Force mentioned as the Marine Force from Reno that will be training countrymen in the Black Sea. And Erika's cousin, Dennis Franzwe, who is a retired lieutenant colonel from Chicago, will be there. In September, Erika will enroll into Arizona State University for her final year of school. Nobody knows how, but she's able to then graduate cum laude. She has the same thing her mother had, slips and falls, becomes a genius. and is able to manage this double major. In November, this is her come up. Erika wins the Miss Arizona competition in November. Okay, that makes her Miss Arizona for the next calendar year. So you win in 2011, and then you are Miss Arizona for 2012. For those of you who know nothing about the pageant world, like me, I had to realize that Captain Curtis Colvett is the commander of Nevada's Army's National Guard, the transportation company. He has Bulgarian soldiers working under him, and they are running things through Romania. Robert Colvett, who is his cousin, will simultaneously command the 485th Military Police Company in Afghanistan as well, which is like the military police unit. 2011 concludes, and like I said, Miss Erika Vransve, the pageant queen, has arrived. 2012 is her crown year, and the first thing she does in 2012 as the queen is she just starts helping kids. She's got to help kids immediately, always, forever. And what these companies or organizations or projects do, nobody can really tell, but we can jump right back into our timeline for this. In 2012, in January, that begins her year as Miss Arizona. In February, Everyday Heroes Like You begins what's known as Johnny's Locker Ministry, and I will let you hear Erika in her own words describe what that is.
It marks a day of renewed hope for all those who have put up a fight for their life. I am blessed and honored to be here today to present to you all the second.
She looks like she's not wearing pants.
Johnny's Locker. I first want to give thanks to my inspiration, Johnny Bryant. I've been raised that everything in life happens for a reason, and that God has people come into our lives, whether it be for a week, a month, or even just a season, so that they can teach us a life lesson. Johnny is a young man with steadfast faith and unyielding dreams. He is driven, and through his courage and strong-willed heart, I am able to bring forth this contribution to you today. Johnny's Locker is an Everyday Heroes Like You program that is targeted towards enhancing the lives of children and teens undergoing life-altering and various emotional hardships that reside in hospitals, shelters, or protected facilities across the country. Our mission is to bring Johnny Bryant's courage, the afflicted youth, to serve as a reminder that they are not alone throughout this dramatic time in their life. By taking something from the locker, I want each individual to know that they are also taking with them the love and support of others who care about them overcoming any obstacle that they face in life. Just how after every
we can pull out of this, you get the idea here. You get the idea, like they're going to fill up the locker and it's going to have gifts for children. I can tell you in May, she graduates, like I said, magna cum laude at Arizona State University. Per her LinkedIn, she was a double Bachelor of Science in Political Science and International Relations. So she shifted her major at some point. And then Erika, because she qualifies, is going to compete in the Miss USA pageant on May 30th. And I believe that is in Vegas. So here she is competing. It says at the Hollywood Resort and Casino Theater, very appropriate, of Performing Arts in Las Vegas. On June 7th of 2012, Erika is going to team up.
Because okay, obviously I'm losing weight, but can I just say that is a level of skinny. I don't understand that. I've never understood that. I'm sure this is like the conventionally attractive thing for men and all that stuff. And I get that. But to me, it looks like she can break. To me, it's I don't know. I find it very off-putting and weird. Her head even looks too big for her body. I don't know.
On June 7th of 2012, Erika is going to team up with that Tracy Martin. Tracy says they met backstage and they just decided to go into do some good together. Tracy's making handbags. She's what we refer to as a serial entrepreneur, life coach, just a little bit of everything. Jane of many trades. And $25 is going to be donated to Everyday Heroes. Every bag you buy, Everyday Heroes, and the kids are going to get $25. In July, we find Erika featured in a music video for Emerson Drive. That went pretty viral. She's My Kinda Crazy. We had mentioned to you yesterday that her boyfriend, Tyler Sanford, is alongside with her. He's also cast in that music video. In July also happens to be the time frame that Erika has a friend in the theater when there was that Batman shooting that took place in Aurora, Colorado. And this was something that bugged me because there were a lot of Turning Point people who are adjacent to shootings, meaning they knew someone or they happened to be there. More about that later, but this is the tweet. You're noticing it says Sierra Santos. It is, just to remind you, the handle is Real Miss Arizona USA, and who that is changes every year. It's like the POTUS handle on X. So Joe Biden might be tweeting, or Trump might be tweeting, depending on who is actually the POTUS. Same way in pageant world. So this is actually Erika tweeting back at someone who is saying to her, I'm disappointed that you have not acknowledged the theater shooting in Colorado. And Erika replies and says, one of my best friends was in the theater. So although my acknowledgement has not been blasted via social media, it's been more on a personal level. I would like to know who her best friend was that was in that theater. I would. I don't know many people. I don't know any people who you can sit down and be like, tell me how many instances you know are, that involved violence with guns of people that you knew. I don't know people that could say, my husband was assassinated in broad daylight, but also my friend was in the theater during the Batman shooting in Aurora, Colorado. Like I said, more on that later. What happens next in August of 2012 is Everyday Heroes Like You visits the Black Sea Air Support Team in Constanta, Romania. And you can see Erika, I believe, acknowledges that this is the year that she went there. At the very least, that's when she begins the project. In November, the Romanian Angels Project officially begins in partnership with the U.S. Marines, and she is working with Colonel Otto Buscher. She thanks him. She has a video where she thanks him. And yes, this is the Colonel Otto Buscher who will be accused of running a brothel, of trafficking children. No doubt Erika knew him. She thanks him on her website. The other person she happens to thank is Major General Hugo E. Salazar. He was formerly, he is also from Arizona. It feels like everyone's got to be from Arizona or Nevada. He formerly worked in narcotics. Look at this. This is in 1994, by the way. He's working here, Joint Task Force, narcotics. It's giving Mitch Snow telling us about Fort Huachuca and how generals were working with the cartels in 1990, got busted. There was a big tunnel. I feel very strongly that Erika is familiar with Fort Huachuca. I think, Andrew, you might be too. Some fort. I don't know. Your families seem like they might be familiar with that fort. That's some fort, my dude. The amazing General Salazar, she writes. Well, look into General Salazar. And people that work with him would not say he's so amazing. He gets accused of being incredibly corrupt. I don't know what we're doing down at the border, but I'm starting to get like upside down brain. And when people tell me that like they're working to stop drugs to the border, I'm wondering like, oh, really? Are you working to stop it? Or are you working to facilitate it? You know, it's like opposite day. That's what it feels like with our government. And it's a perfect cover, by the way. If you're going to say that I'm fighting drugs like the DARE program, or I'm putting together this organization to stop human trafficking, it gives you a pretty broad cover so nobody would ever look at you and go, wait, are you actually imparting it? Like generally, I think this is how the world works. I would like to say that. I find all of this to be remarkably suspicious. The most suspicious element for me is Erika pretending she does not remember how she met Tyler Boyer. And both of them changing their stories. Tyler Boyer responded to somebody on X and said he met her. He met Erika at the Trump rally, but he maybe forgot. Maybe he had another long night in Romania, but he maybe forgot that he had already given a speech at Charlie's memorial and stated that Erika called him and said, how can I help? And then he put her behind Trump. So you had to know her before the rally to put her, if she called you and said, how can I help? And also, why was she calling you to say, how can I help? Erika had a pretty big life. And then Erika tells me that she knew him through some congressman. She thinks it could have been a senator from Arizona. She thinks, but she's not sure. And she would go back and she would consult her text messages. But you know what? She has not done that yet. What do you think, guys? I think it's all a coincidence that everybody in this story is just like fluffing around in Romania, like Eastern Europe at the same time. Everybody's got these military ties. Who knows what Tyler Boyer's ties are? Do you think it's a coincidence that like this happens to be the university that Jeffrey Epstein was pouring all of his money into, by the way, and he's facilitating models from Romania beginning in 2009? Do you think all of this is just one big coincidence and we are the conspiracy theorists, or is something darker afoot? Now, I'm going to vote the latter. Something darker is afoot. I am going to vote that the lack of clarity that they're giving us, the unwillingness to answer these sorts of questions, to sit down and just do an open interview in front of the world about what exactly you were involved in, maybe to produce a sentence that makes clear sense regarding what the heck AZ Tech International does, because blah, 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 doesn't work for me. It's like she's like flipping through a thesaurus. She's just like, oh, we do that and that. I like that word. That's a good word. Whew. A lot of syllables in that word. I'm going to do that. That's what AZ Tech does. And sustainability. Doesn't work for me. I don't feel like that's what Lori was doing. I don't feel like that at all. I feel like these families are a little too complicated, and the dynamics in Arizona and everything that's going on is telling a much different story. Anyway, not going to believe me, but when we come back from break, there's another turning point person that was adjacent to a shooting that happened a long time ago. Tell you more about that when we come back.
Obviously, it's all MKUltra, guys. Obviously, it's MKUltra.
Is whether that I'm beginning to ponder all of these mass shootings that take place, whether these are actually military targets, politically guided targets and hits that they eventually just blame on some kid who's drugged out of his mind, or a trans person, again, constantly engaging us in this left-right dialogue. Oh, well, the left, it says we need gun laws. We need to have stricter gun laws. And then the right says, no, it's a gun that saves lives and we don't need that. And we need to have more guns. And nobody could be paying attention to the fact that these are just like a gang taking out people. I don't know. Left and right are always blaming each other. We refuse to consider the very real possibility that there is a criminal syndicate that controls both sides and feeds the narrative instantly to the newspapers and to their agents all throughout the media. You hit hard at the left, you hit hard at the right. Keep these people engaged at one another's throats. Well, anyway, in the past, I had mentioned to you on the topic of Erika and that shooting out in Aurora, that in particular, she wasn't the only one. A lot of people who were surrounding Charlie had some proximity, some personal story that they could share relating to a shooting of the past. Okay, so we already showed you Erika. She had a friend who was in the theater. Okay, Rob McCoy, he lost 2 congregants in the Thousand Oaks shooting at the Borderline Bar in 2018. And then he subsequently became the mayor and very close with the victim's family. And let's not forget, by the way, that what was happening at the bar that night, many people in the bar were there because they were having a reunion of some description because they had survived the largest mass shooting in American history, the one that the media swept under the rug very quickly. We got no details. The Vegas shooting of October of 2017. Apparently that had to do with the Middle East, actually. Israel, the Middle East, swept under the rug. No, lone shooter, Stephen Paddock. We'll never know the answers. But again, so Rob McCoy knows these, whatever. But there's another Rob McCoy adjacent one as well, and it involves Turning Point. Rob McCoy was the person who organized the Nashville Covenant School Memorial in 2023, because it just so happened that Turning Point was having a pastors' summit down the road when that happened, when the shooting happened. And again, that was a trans person, and then that trans person was immediately shot. Guest pastor summit, right place, wrong time. Okay. Well, guess what, guys? We can now add another Turning Point staff member, starting Turning Point employee who was in the midst of a shooting. This time, it was one that took place in Kirkwood, Missouri, back in 2008 at the City Hall. On February 7, 2008, there was a man named Charles Thornton. He went by Cookie, and he went on a shooting rampage at a city council meeting in his hometown. Okay. And while shooting, he yelled, he shouted, "Shoot the mayor, shoot the mayor."
Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thanks for the fun entertainment. I mean, I don't know how entertaining it is. I didn't expect it to go quite this long, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks for being here.
He killed 2 police officers, 3 city officials. He injured also a reporter, and he shot the mayor twice in the head. The mayor survived that day, but he died 7 months later due to complications from the injury. Again, interesting target, I would say, but this is a crazy man. Cookie was a crazy man who never stood trial because he died from 2 gunshot wounds in a shootout with police. Who was there? None other than Justin Strife, the current COO of Turning Point USA, who became the COO 7 days before Charlie was assassinated. I actually have heard from people that Erika pushed for Justin Strife, and I will say allegedly there, because this is Turning Point employees that are saying that Erika was driving Charlie to give Justin Strife more power. Again, I cannot confirm that. That is a Turning Point employees. Everyone can say that until I have proof. It's just hearsay. But what we can confirm is that regarding that shooting in Missouri in 2008, he appears in a news clip and he speaks about Cookie. I don't know if he was working at the city council hall. He definitely sounds familiar with what's going on. I'm just going to let you listen to him in his own words. Take a listen.
Sirens wail outside Kirkwood City Hall in Missouri. The building that usually houses mundane civic meetings became the scene of a rampage Thursday night after a gunman stormed the building and opened fire. 2 police officers and 3 city officials were killed. The mayor was critically hurt, and a newspaper reporter was wounded.
Yeah, it's really shocking. When I heard about it, I was just like, oh my God.
The shooter was eventually shot and killed by police. It's reported he was Charles Cookie Thornton, who had a reputation for disrupting city meetings and for making outrageous statements.
I've heard that this guy has come to the council meetings before and complained about tickets and fines that he's gotten from the city, and he's kind of made threats before.
Thought the police were racist in the town. You always heard him saying that he thought the police were running a plantation.
Police say the gunman shot one
Wow!
officer outside the building,
He's
then
a
went
communist.
inside and immediately shot another in the head. He then continued firing, taking aim at city council members.
Hey, guess what conservatives could have done if they had a brain? They could have told everyone that that shooter, everything they just said about the police, that means they're a communist.
At one point, the city attorney tried to fight off the attacker by throwing chairs.
Everyone knows he's kind of crazy, and I mean, I don't think anyone ever thought it would get to this point.
Hours after the shootings, officers from neighboring cities and communities were still arriving to pay respects to the fallen officers.
Anytime an officer goes down, you're going to see officers show up from everywhere, regardless of boundaries or department guidelines. They're going to be here, and that's what you're seeing tonight.
The city of Kirkwood recently made national news after a pizza worker named Michael Devlin was arrested in the kidnapping of Sean Hornbeck and Ben Ownby.
This isn't the town that Kirkwood really is. A family-oriented, very quiet town. And so something like this, I mean, just is really going to throw this town into chaos.
I certainly did not know that he was involved in Kirkwood. Is he working at the city council? Was he living there? How did he know Cookie? He's speaking about Cookie and what Cookie was upset about. Was he just there, featured at meetings at the city council, and heard Cookie rant about racism? I do love that it's not the trans narrative because it's 2008, so it was more about like BLM narrative. And it's like Cookie just thought everybody was racist, and that's why he did this. And Cookie's gone, and he won't be able to speak for himself.
Correct, communist.
But it's interesting. It's interesting to me because I can't name anybody in my circle who could just be like, oh, me, yeah, no, I was at this, or oh, I knew this person, knew this shooting, and this, but it's like, is this normal conversation at brunch with the girls? I'm asking. I'm genuinely asking. Is it you could just stay in a room and boom, boom, boom. Okay, McCoy, Strife. Oh yeah, no, I was there. Blah, blah.
I was at the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. We were at the finish line. I know people who had parents that died in 9/11. I know people directly that were connected with one of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting in Florida. Like, it's a coincidence.
Does that seem normal to you? Anyway, I wanted to leave you with that because I am increasingly amazed by it. I'm amazed by their lack of fortune in life, that they should be so close and be able to comment on so many tragedies, including the one that happened on September 10th, in which all of them obviously were very close, the very best friends, closest people to Charlie Kirk. Never mind the fact that they're quite literally getting community noted on X right now for just making up stuff that Charlie would have said or thought, despite all of the evidence to the contrary regarding the Iranian war. Could you imagine you leave this earth and the people who take over the empire that you built, the business empire that you built, are now trying to make people believe that you would have said the opposite and believed the opposite of the things that you said while you were on this earth?
Like, I'm
It's
actually
incredible.
just curious.
To me,
I'm actually just curious. I'm actually just curious. How many people in the chat? Okay, press 0 in the chat if you have never been near some sort of mass tragedy and you don't know anyone that's been near some sort of mass tragedy. Press 1 in the chat if you have been near something or you know someone that's been near something. Press 2 in the chat if you know like multiple people that have been connected to some sort of mass tragedy. I'm honestly just curious. 0 in the chat if you or anyone you know has no connection to any mass tragedy. 1 in the chat if there's one instance. 2 in the chat if you know multiple people that have been connected with mass tragedies of some sort. I'm just curious. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people in the chat who either have been connected to something themselves or they know multiple people that have been connected with something. So again, like, I don't understand the point Candace is making. There's a lot of fucked up shit that happens in the world. Everyone knows, well, almost everyone knows someone who knows someone. It's like many people have been near this stuff themselves. Why is this big deal being, oh, you knew someone that was close to a shooting and you knew, so I don't fucking get it.
it is an act of tremendous betrayal, moral betrayal. It's completely immoral what they're doing, and I don't know how they do it. I really do not know how they do it outside of the understanding that Elizabeth Lane posits, the journalist Elizabeth Lane, that we are dealing with true psychopaths. Anyway, we'll be right back to answer some of your comments after a brief break.
All right, is that it?
All right, you guys, I am always looking for snacks.
All right, guys, we did it. We're on the last episode. Candace, yesterday. Bride of Charlie, Crazy in Love, episode 7. After this, we will be completely caught up on where the Candace Erika Kirk saga is. I do think this is going to be very important because, again, I fully expect Candace Owens to get her ass sued by all this. I fully expect that there's going to be some big public blow up and scandal involving Candace Owens at some point as the Zionists seek their obvious retribution on her for all the bullshit she's putting out on the internet. And I just want us to be prepared when that happens. I don't want to have to go back and watch all this stuff. Let's just keep up with it in real time because it's going to go somewhere and it's probably going to escalate very quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happens sooner rather than later, if I'm being honest about it.
Look alive. It is Thursday. Only one more day until Shabbat. Thankfully, gratefully. Hello, Blake. Now, look, Erika's trending today over on X. There's a lot of backlash happening because she has offered an explanation as to why it is perfectly acceptable for her to be running this alleged billion-dollar empire while also being a mother and tending to her children. And we should listen to that together because it is infuriating. I am infuriated by what she said. I'm going to be honest. Also, we have exclusive audio for you guys from another corporate call from Turning Point USA, and it may give us an indication as to how she is managing to make it all work. And also, we're going to learn that they just opened another office in Las Vegas, which is just so fitting because, as I told you, Vegas is running Washington, D.C. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
Okay, so in a sentence, I would say Erika is trending for being Erika, just for being chronically Erika. People are upset because at a recent Turning Point USA Club America appearance, she offered this sort of explanation as to why she has stepped into Charlie Kirk's role. And I'll give you the obvious point that she's going to make: because God ordained it. Obviously, that's always the vibe. It's biblical. And she explains how the people that are judging her for no longer being a stay-at-home mom, which is what she was, don't actually realize that before she met Charlie, she was actually running her own business. And she managed to build that business in such a way that she was able to operate, or it was able to operate on its own. It was just functioning well on its own, a well-oiled machine, by the time she got married and had kids so she could safely step away. So let's just listen to Erika lie.
You know, I get this question too of, well, you know, you were a stay-at-home mom and all this stuff, like that's what you should go back to doing or something like that. A lot of people don't realize that before I met Charlie, I had my own company, and I still do. And it was one of those things where I built it in a way where that when I got married and had children, it could run on its own. I didn't have to do day-to-day. I could check in, but I didn't have to do day-to-day. And that's the beautiful thing is, like, young women in here, if you do create a company or a business and you're an entrepreneur, build it in a way that it sustains itself so that when you do find your husband and you have children, family, that's your main focus. You can have your calling on the side of your company, but your main focus is your husband and your children. And there's something beautiful in that. Unfortunately, I did not see my life being like this. I didn't. So when people are like, oh, she's now this role, I'm honoring what the Lord has put in front of me, and I'm also honoring my husband's request. And now I have to be the sole provider for my children. And again, this is not a business card opportunity. There's something very biblical and a woman honoring her husband and stepping up and standing in. I have an amazing team. I do, and I could not do it without them. Again, my focus is on making sure my children are amazing, young, biblically aligned little humans. But again, you
oh yeah,
perspective.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we keep talking about this. Like, we've been talking about this for like what, months now? Why has Candace's husband not stepped in? Why is Candace's husband allowing her to continue to do this shit? It's like, at some point, listen, I'm not saying that he should divorce her. I'm just saying he needs to take her aside and be like, honey, we're being sued by the president and first lady of France. People are doing this stuff all over the internet. Maybe we should just rein it back just a couple of notches. Maybe, like, why hasn't that conversation happened? Honestly.
So much greater than just this blip on a radar. And my focus is always making sure that everything that I'm doing is leading me closer to heaven, not further away from it.
It is starting to frustrate me. There's so much happening there. So many words. It's sounding like Lori Frantzfe's bio. None of it's making any sense. None of it can plausibly be true. For clarity, Erika is completely full of it. I mean, she is septic at this point. It is an absurd answer for so many reasons. So let's start with number one.
Why?
She's lying. Okay, she's claiming that she ran a business before she met Charlie. That's her point. I was running this business, and then by the time I got married to Charlie in 2021, this business was sustainable. She used her mom's favorite vocab word. Okay, so let's start with that. What business was Erika Kirk running before she met Charlie? I can assist. I was there for this. Okay, the business that she is referring to is a clothing company that prints Bible verses onto t-shirts. Effectively, just Bible verses onto t-shirts. I remember this vividly. Charlie, she does streetwear. She makes t-shirts. Kind of said like he didn't really care what she did because he was looking for a biblical wife, right? Like, I'm going to take care of her. It sounded more like a hobby when Charlie explained it to me. But I also spoke to her and met with her and was aware that she was working on this fashion business, making streetwear. Oh, how new and inventive here in New York City, where on every corner someone is hawking t-shirts. But what I find to be interesting now in retrospect is that actually that streetwear company, so she goes on her first official date with Charlie in September of 2018. She actually picked up the domain name to that streetwear company, which is proclaimstreetwear.com, the month after, on October 26th, 2018. So just, by the way, to be clear, this was a very big week for Erika. She picks up this domain name, Proclaim Streetwear, and it's just 2 days after she received her real estate license in New York. All of this happening a few weeks after she meets Charlie. So when Erika meets Charlie, just to paint this picture for you, we're supposed to believe that she's pursuing her master's degree at Liberty University. She is birthing a startup fashion company that she is somehow going to have up and running on its own within 2 years. She's also working in real estate for the Corcoran Real Estate Group, plus going on an interview with Turning Point USA for some job. We're not exactly clear on what that job is. And that's in addition to getting ready to film for a reality TV show the following month, Summer House. Okay. Like I said, I'm born yesterday. I'll take it. I'm born Wednesday. That's totally fine. She's just amazing. She's like giving Mikey McCoy right now, somehow is able to wear every single hat. Now, I want you to understand that this was not actually an up and running business at all. She got the domain name a few weeks after, but the domain was not active, despite the fact that she had it. In October, Proclaim did not actually file to become a business until January of 2019, after she began dating Charlie. That's when she formed the official LLC paperwork. So you're not a business until you have that, okay? And again, this is a clothing company, fashion being an incredibly difficult industry.
Again, to be clear, it's not like exactly true. You can operate as a business before you submit the paperwork, but you have to submit the paperwork to do things like taxes and shit like that. And so I don't buy Candace's line like, you're not a real business until you file an LLC. That's not actually true. You can be doing business related activities and you just haven't gotten around to filling out the fucking form yet and sending the state $100
to break into without contacts. But according to Erika,
like,
she is going to turn this
on the form. It asks you for the date of formation. You backdate the fucking form. Like it's not like, my God.
Idea into a self-sustaining business. And she's going to do this somehow, all while all of 2019 touring with Charlie, nonstop traveling, becoming a fellow for the Falkirk Center, speaking for various faith ministries, and pursuing her doctorate. She's got it. This is a boss babe, okay? Now, we decided to go check because it's like, okay, you make clothing. If you're going to tell us that this is going to somehow you started in 2019 and by 2021, when you get married, it's running on its own. Surely I must be able to instantly buy these clothes. No, actually, it wasn't until January 16th, 2021. That's the earliest indication on Wayback Machine that clothing items were actually available for sale on the website. You can go back and do this yourself. Wayback Machine, you will see that. We're going to check this out right now. So I want you to just imagine how this became a profitable business because it's interesting. Okay, so it says for her and that it's ethically sourced and you got it, sustainably made. Lori wrote it. I know Lori wrote it. It's sustainable. Don't ask any questions. We already said it's ethically made and it's sustainably made in the USA. So no further questions here. Okay, how many items are available? This is in 2021, so she's only got 5 months to make this a banger. Oh, new drop sold out. We got a fleece jogger. We got a fleece sweatshirt. 5 items that were available, the classic tee. And I just know everybody in 2021 was wearing this classic tee. So clearly this business was completely running on its own for these 5 months that this website was running before she will marry Charlie in May. That's what happened. She married Charlie in May. Later that year in September 20th, to be particular, on September 20th, she's going to release an associated app called Bible 365. But again, that's all irrelevant because that's after she married Charlie. And she says that before she married Charlie, she had a business running. It was a machine. So my question is, how did she do it? How did a clothing company, which didn't even have an operable website, become so successful so quickly? And the answer, so successful that she was able to consciously step away, as she indicates, and become a wife and a mother just 4 months after selling clothing. And the obvious answer is it didn't happen. This did not happen. And I cannot stand any longer how everything that comes out of her mouth is so easily, verifiably untrue. It's driving me insane. We just cannot go on like this as a society. You can't just say stuff. That's one of my rules in life. You can't just say stuff. You can't just say words and just keep saying words and then just expect everybody to accept those words. You can't just have a Lori bio.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Yeah, I'm sorry. We have to do this again. We have to do it. There's no way around it. We have to do it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to use this clip for fucking ever.
So easily, verifiably untrue. It's driving me insane. We just cannot go on like this as a society. You can't just say stuff. That's one of my rules in life. You can't just say stuff. You can't just say words and just keep saying words and then just expect everybody to accept those words. You can't just have a Lori bio in life. Okay. I want you guys to think about that as you go through your days, as you go through the weekend. You can't live your
hang on. My favorite show just started on Whatnot. I need to get it on my screen. And then we're going to edit this clip. Then we're going to edit this clip of Candace saying you just can't say words and say more words and then expect people to accept your words. Hang on. This is another classic Candace clip. This is going in the archive. Just give me 2 seconds to fix this on my screen. Hang on. We have to do this. I'm going to use this clip for fucking ever. I'm going to load this clip onto the channel. And every time a conservative retard monger in my chat gets up and starts chilling a bullshit conservative narrative, I'm going to play this clip. We're going to add this to the collection of clips on the channel where every time someone says something stupid, I'm going to play this clip to teach them to stop saying fucking stupid shit. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. Clipping. You can't just say stuff. It's one of my rules in life. You can't just say stuff. You can't just say words and hang on. Make it a little bit shorter. We're going to do the mini version of the clip. It's one of my rules in life. Mini clip. You can't just say stuff. You can't just say words and just keep saying words and then just expect everybody to accept those words. Almost there. Accept those words. You can't. Hang on. Fuck. Those words. Okay. There we go. Candace, export. You can't just say words. Fast. You guys ready to do another viral clip on the internet? You guys ready to do it again? Let's do it. Okay, hang on. Export the fucking clip. Put it on the desktop. Why isn't my clip exporting? Again, screen flow, export please. You can't just say words. Desktop, go. Yes. Where the fuck is my clip? Hang on 1 second, please. Hold 1 second. It's not coming up on my screen, and I don't necessarily want you guys seeing everything on my desktop. Gotta go hunting for the fucking clip. You can't just say words. Okay, we're back. You guys can see now. Boom. So true, Candace. You can't just say words and expect people to believe those words. So very true. Let's see.
You can't just say stuff. You can't just say words and just keep saying words and then just expect everybody to accept those words. You can't just say
true. To accept those words. Hang on. Gotta get the words right. Okay. Post. Here's the link. Do with it what you will. If you feel like sharing it, share it. If you don't feel like sharing it, don't share it. Whatever you want to do is fine. Whatever you want to do. I can't just export stuff, Karlyn. Yeah, exactly, Irish Lass. Exactly. There you go, guys. Okay, back to Candace. I just had to. I know no one blames me for that. I had to do it.
Words and just keep saying words and then just expect everybody to accept those words. You can't just have a Lori bio in life. Okay. I want you guys to think about that as you go through your days, as you go through the weekend. You can't live your life like a Lori
There's
Fonte
a comma if I say
bio.
there's a fucking
It doesn't
comma.
work like that. It doesn't work for me in particular. And by the way, I just wanted to say off top that like fact check untrue. That's before we even actually officially dive into the substance of the claim that she's making to this audience, right? Oh, how are you doing this? Well, of course, because God so willed it. She must continue Charlie's company. This is biblical. She's honoring her husband. It's biblical. Don't ask further questions. Erika is being a fantastic wife by her kids not only have one parent, by dividing her time to be a CEO and a chairman. It's not what she wanted. It's the hand that she was dealt. That's very relatable, right? She's now, as she says, and this is what really frustrates me, she calls herself the sole provider. Okay. It frustrates me because what it truly does is it discounts who Charlie was, how genius he was, how financially savvy he was. Like she's trying to relate, like she's just like a single mom and working a 9-to-5, working at a restaurant, trying to make ends meet for her children, and the father's gone. No, she's not implying in any way here or being clear here that Charlie had a life insurance policy, both at home, at work, which she would have benefited tremendously from. In fact, some people have done work. And I believe just at the life insurance policy that Turning Point had for Charlie in the event of his passing, Erika was set to receive $10 million from his work policy. So this is an insult to Charlie because it implies he had nothing, it did not have their affairs in order at all. Like he just had kids and was just like, oh, well, if anything happens to me, I hope my wife is able to assume my role. No, Charlie always had his financial house in order. Investments, whether he was investing in real estate, he had trusts for their children, a life insurance policy would have been a no-brainer for him. And like I said, she benefited to the tune of millions. She also wants us to forget that, parking aside Charlie, let's actually pretend that Charlie was financially irresponsible and just, was able to run this massive business, but somehow never thought about his kids or his legacy. She wants us to then forget that millions were raised just for her and the kids by complete strangers online that were just starting GoFundMe and maybe $1 million here, $1 million there. She's also trying to pretend that she's not a multimillionaire who did an alleged $1 billion deal with a man named Pierre. No, she wants you to believe that she is just like you, only worse off because she's a single mom trying to survive for the sake of her kids with a private jet and drivers. This girl doesn't even touch her own door handles, just to be clear. She's constantly got, also a fleet of security, but she's just like you. This is the hand I was dealt. I'm the only provider.
Duncan?
So I got to get on my private plane.
Really? Alex Jones talked with Duncan? I bet that was an interesting conversation. We should watch that sometime.
Plane and speak. And like I said, what about people that actually knew her that raised millions for her and the kids? Forget the complete strangers, but also people who just knew her and did it publicly, like Tucker Carlson. Do you guys remember that? He alone, his Alp company, raised $5.4 million for her. Okay, this is still up. He set out to raise 6. They raised 5.4 million. I actually think it was less. Then he just kept, he kept blowing through it. So they kept raising it and raising it and raising it. $5.4 million, very clearly to help provide for Kirk family's future. It was for Erika and it was for the kids. And Give, Send, Go is not GoFundMe. They don't take a huge percentage. They don't take a percentage at all. That is what Tucker Carlson was able to provide, just Tucker Carlson. So what is she doing actually? Why is she just saying words? She's saying words because she lies. She lies all the time. And we're supposed to just take it. We're supposed to just be like, yes, she's just trying to deal with this. She doesn't even, it's so hard. She had to find a job and it happened to be her husband's. Okay. I fully agree that this person, this human, wanted power and she seized it. That's why she didn't even flinch. She didn't even wait a week before she was in that office doing sit-down interviews at her home with the New York Times. She didn't even wait a week to pretend that she was grieving. She was back in the office. She cannot honestly state, and by the way, this is just a matter of common sense, Erika cannot honestly state that her focus is both on her children and on the company, because it's not possible. It's just not possible in a one-parent home. It isn't. Even if she had a job that was part-time in a one-parent home, she would be being crushed by her schedule. Okay, that's the whole thing. You're designed to have two parents in the home, and now she has to step up to the plate, pretending she has to step up to the plate, and she's going to take on not a regular company, but an empire. She's just going to take on Turning Point USA, and she wants us to believe that she's both putting her children first and putting the company first. Now, I assume that Erika knows that I get leaked everything. By now, they clearly know that. And, there was a ton of tremendous public backlash when I had released the 2 Zoom calls. Particularly, people were sort of unnerved by, I don't know if she mentioned her kids at all, but how little she mentioned Charlie. Rather, she was giddy talking about merch and talking about hats. And this was 11 days after Charlie had been assassinated. The first one was 6 days after she had been assassinated. And so this time, now in February, which is when this call is dated, February 11th, she made a point to immediately mention her kids. And this is their kind of recapping how great the Super Bowl was, not acknowledging that they purchased all of these views, but we competed with Bad Bunny, and I'm going to bring Erika on because it's going to start with Tyler Boyer. And I got rid of everything else with him. It's just, Tyler and Erika are thick as thieves. And so you're going to hear him. You're going to hear him explain that they're opening a new office, of course, in Las Vegas, before he hands over the call to Erika, who is then going to edit herself to really make it about the children. Take a listen.
Last thing I'll say is this: at Turning Point Action, we have a ton of jobs posting in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire. Those 3 states are so critical for our success. We actually just locked down. Jonah just got back.
Really? Turning Point Action is hiring in New Hampshire. Fascinating.
From there, got the keys to a new building that we have in Las Vegas, which is really exciting. So it's about similar size in this. And so the footprint is growing. Things are moving. Things are happening. But we're going to need 1,000 more people in this room this time next year to win across the country and set ourselves up for the future. So get excited about that. And without further ado, go ahead and hand off the microphone here to the wonderful Erika Kirk.
Hi, everyone. I know it's not usually normal to have everyone brought together, but I wanted to do that for a multitude of reasons. One being, I want to say something very personal and say thank you to each and every one of you. I bring my babies to the office 9 times out of 10, and a lot of you have interacted with them, and it's very sweet to me, and it's very precious to them, because then they know you guys by name, and they'll come to me and they'll say, did you know that so-and-so gave me a stuffy or something like that? Thank you. That my kids are my world, and I love bringing them here because they get to see what their father built and what you guys all continue building. So that personally means a lot to me. I just want to say thank you for that. Also, I'm going to be doing something kind of like a lunch with your department style thing, because it is on my heart so badly. I would love to sit down with each and every one of you individually. I want to know your name, your face, like be able to pray for you guys and really just know you. And so since I can't do individually just yet, because that would be a long day and time
are
and
you
month
serious?
and year.
Really? A friend also does events, among other things, for TPUSA, and she has been waiting for her pay for 3 months. Wow.
To do that, I'm going to be conjoining it through departments so we can make them very small and intimate.
YouTube pays me every month like clockwork.
And have lunch with you guys just to hear your heart and hear your stories about Charlie. To be honest with you, that would be amazing, and your memories with him. So that was one thing on my heart, why I wanted to also just bring you guys all together.
Okay, so the people watching your kids, you should already know your names. You should already know their names. If you're saying in this first half, thank you for watching my kids, what should not follow is saying,
this is so fucking petty. This is so fucking petty. Listen, maybe it's not the smartest thing in the world to leave your kids with strangers, but I can completely imagine a scenario in which Erika Kirk brings her kids to the office, puts someone in charge of the kids that she knows, and then other people in the office come up to see the kids and talk to the kids and give the kids presents and play with the kids and all that. It doesn't mean as though the kids are being passed around from stranger to stranger to stranger. It means someone is probably sitting there watching the fucking kids, probably a nanny that Erika Kirk has hired. They're sitting there watching the kids, and other people are coming up and playing with the kids and giving her, like, this is such a petty fucking point to even argue on. It, like, if Candace does have any valid points, I have a hard time even seeing them because of the petty bullshit that gets thrown in. Yeah, it's called fucking daycare.
I look forward to learning your names. I just feel that if they're watching your kids and the kids are coming home and saying, so-and-so did this, that's not the first time you should be hearing so-and-so's name. So this is supposed to be endearing. Oh, thank you guys so much. You know, I'm dumping them at the office. And in addition to working extra hours and maybe getting a surprise, they're all going to be fired at the end of this week because we don't know who's leaking to Candace. And oh my gosh, we fired everyone last week and they're already still leaking to Candace. In addition to all of this, she's basically thanking them for babysitting, right? Thank you for being around the office. I'm just dumping my kids here. And I would like to now try to see if we can get a lunch date. And we're supposed to be endeared by this. Like, oh, the kids are in office because this is what Charlie built. Like, no, that's not where toddler kids should be. They should not be at an office. That's not endearing. This is wrong. They should not be with you 9 times out of 10 at an office.
What are you talking
That's
about?
That's not the environment that children are supposed to be in. They're not walking through.
Candace, you are not their fucking mother. Like, this is the first time I've ever been like, is Candace actually really jealous of Erika Kirk? Because the fucking gall. Does Candace, like, people have been saying in the chat, does Candace ever see her fucking kids? Candace has 4 fucking kids. How dare she say, Erika Kirk, I'm sorry, you're not raising your kids in the way that I think you should be raised, and I should be in charge of the kids. And if I worked at Turning Point USA, I would not be dragging my... It's like, what the fuck?
Way, just in case you don't know the setup, where Charlie worked is completely separate from where everybody else works. Okay. He has his own building and a small amount of the team is in the building. They're not familiar with the entire office. They're not walking in being like, oh, this feels like dad. This reminds me of when dad used to, what? You weren't even at the office. You just said in this speech that you were a stay-at-home mom while you guys were married. So why would this place remind your children of their father? Your toddler children of their father? This is a corporate office. This is not home. It's like, why do I need to communicate this with you? Are you just surrounded by robots? Are you a hybrid, Erika? Answer yes or no.
What the fuck?
I don't understand why they don't.
Well, that escalated quickly. We went from, excuse me, Erika, I don't approve of your parenting, to, are you a hybrid robot? Is this the episode that Candace finally snapped in? Are we seeing the final mental break? Because, listen, most of this series, if I'm honest about it, has been pretty fucking boring. Yeah, Candace has made some crazy accusations, and maybe there's some really weird coincidences going on. But, like, is this the episode where Candace just goes completely off the fucking rails? Can we just watch this whole thing again? Because that escalated so quickly. Like, excuse me, I can't believe that's how you're parenting to your kids, to, you are a hybrid fucking robot.
Just feel that if they're watching your kids and the kids are coming home and saying, so-and-so did this, that's not the first time you should be hearing so-and-so's name. So this is supposed to be endearing. Oh, thank you guys so much. You know, I'm dumping them at the office. And in addition to working extra hours and maybe getting a surprise, they're all going to be fired at the end of this week because we don't know who's leaking to Candace. And oh my gosh, we fired everyone last week and they're already still leaking to Candace. In addition to all of this, she's basically thanking them for babysitting, right? Thank you for being around the office. I'm just dumping my kids here. And I would like to now try to see if we can get a lunch date. And we're supposed to be endeared by this. Like, oh, the kids are in office because this is what Charlie builds. Like, no, that's not where toddler kids should be. They should not be at an office. That's not endearing. This is wrong. They should not be with you 9 times out of 10 at an office. That's not the environment that children are supposed to be in. They're not walking through. And by the way, just in case you don't know the setup, where Charlie worked is completely separate from where everybody else works. Okay. He has his own building and a small amount of the team is in the building. They're not familiar with the entire office. They're not walking in being like, oh, this feels like dad. This reminds me of when dad used to what? You weren't even at the office. You just said in this speech that you were a stay-at-home mom while you guys were married. So why would this place remind your children of their father? Your toddler children of their father?
Why
is
is
a
she so
corporate
mad?
office? This is not home. It's like, why do I need to communicate this with you? Are you just surrounded by robots? Are you a hybrid, Erika? Answer yes or no.
What the
Like, I don't understand why they don't understand why none of this is normal. Why are we having to explain to Turning Point USA why all this is off? And why does it feel like she intentionally just edits a little bit after feedback? Like they're just downloading an algorithm, you know? Like people are say, you shouldn't be wearing sparkly pants. So then she's like, okay, download the new algorithm says wear black. And then she's wearing black. And then they're like, I don't think her tears are real. So someone's like, do not use tissue, drop tear on cheek. And then she does it and she lets the tears flow. There's just like little updates that are being made each time because I don't know, there's just no sense of common humanity there, a common understanding of how humans should be behaving. And they're like trying to teach a hybrid what to do. So they're like, oh, okay, got caught. Remember when you were cheering about the hat sales, the merch.
Candace really thinks that Erika Kirk is a brainwashed MK Ultra experiment, doesn't she? Like, this is actually real. This is not... Thanks, Jamel, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Like I said before, she is jealous and pissed that she didn't get a piece of the kingdom. Yeah, maybe, but like, does Candace Owens think that Erika Kirk is like the Terminator? But like the part that gets me is she's so angry about it. Hang on, I'm gonna call. Hang on. Candace is so angry about it. She's so angry. Like we gotta watch this again. Candace is so fucking angry about it.
Why would this place remind your children of their father? Your toddler children of their father? This is a corporate office. This is not home. It's like, why do I need to communicate this with you? Are you just surrounded by robots? Are you a hybrid, Erika? Answer yes or no. Like, I don't understand why they don't understand why none of this is normal. Why are we having to explain to Turning Point USA why all this is off? And why does it feel like she intentionally just edits a little bit after feedback? Like they're just downloading an algorithm, you know? Like people are say, you shouldn't be wearing sparkly pants. So then she's like, okay, download the new algorithm says wear black. And then she's wearing black. And then they're like, I don't think her tears are real. So someone's like, do not use tissue, drop tear on cheek. And then she does it and she lets the tears flow. There's just like little updates that are being made each time because I don't know, there's just no sense of common humanity there, a common understanding of how humans should be behaving.
Yeah. She's acting like she just got the prom queen crown stolen from her. That's exactly right. That is such a great observation, Chevelle. Exactly right. Thank you for the super chat.
And they're like trying to teach a hybrid what to do. So they're like, oh, okay, got caught. Remember when you were cheering about the hat sales, the merch. So this time mention how much you love your kids. Thank you for watching, my kids. I look forward to learning your names. It's all driving me crazy. The lies are driving me crazy. The things that she's saying, the words that are coming out of her mouth are driving me crazy. And I need it to stop. We'll take a brief break and we will be back. All right, you guys, Nimi Skincare is the only skincare brand that I have stayed consistent with. It is what I use, it's what I trust, and it's what my routine is built around. A lot of it actively one will take for your routine is dope of and gives you less out of it. I feel like I just want to shake her. Like, I just want to just stop. It's like she's malfunctioning or something. And you know how like when something's malfunctioning, you have this arbitrary idea that if you shake it, it will get better somehow. You're like, oh, this isn't working. That's how I feel. I feel like Erika isn't working. Do you know what I mean? She's not working. And I want it fixed. It's driving me insane to just, why are they allowing it? Is nothing you're saying is true or real. It's like a wild imagination. Yes, of course you wanted power. Of course you wanted power, Erika. You're not struggling for money. You're not trying to make it for your kids. So please never.
We got Goro over on Rumble. Beep, boop, sending super chat. Peak Entertainment received update complete. Yeah, we're all robots now, guys. Actually, is this another perfect Candace freeze frame? Is this yet another Candace freeze frame moment? Boom.
Say that again, please.
Thanks,
honor
Goro.
Charlie's legacy by stopping this show, pretending as though like you have to do it because he was just messy and couldn't take care of the finances. Anyway, couple of quick updates. So we had mentioned that after Tyler Boyer's trip to Romania in 2010, he then gets magically elected to the Board of Regents as their student representative at Arizona State University. And then right after Erika enrolls into the university. And actually, it's even more bizarre how he came about that position. Somebody emailed us and said, no, he didn't go the usual route. The governor of Arizona at the time, Jan Brewer, abnormally just picked Tyler into the position. It's not the normal process. Usually there are votes, but they just went, okay, you. And here's an article, a relic, which shows us that is true. It says governor appoints the new student regent. And within the article, it tells us that that's what happened. Arizona State University student Tyler was appointed as the newest student regent.
That's how it works, though. I'm sorry. I literally worked in higher education for 10 years. That's literally how it works. The governor appoints the people on the Board of Regents, or if it's a private university system, the chancellor, I think is, well, no, how the fuck does that work? I forget how it works with that, but I haven't worked in higher education in a long time. But like this is like literally someone gets on the Board of Regents just by being appointed to the Board of Regents. Someone gets on the board of directors of a it's the same as like a board of directors of a corporation. You get on the board of directors because you were appointed to get on the fucking board of directors. Like that's how it works. And with student regents, it's the same thing. A student regent doesn't even have that much power, by the way. A student regent is just like the student representative of the university. That's it.
On the Arizona Board of Regents by Governor Jan Brewer last month, a new student regent is selected every year, rotating between the three state universities. The regents are typically selected from recommendations made by a selection committee at the university. Boyer applied directly through the governor's office. Okay, so it was atypical. And like I said, a lot happening at Arizona State University.
The governor would have picked the person on the Board of Regents regardless of whether they went through a selection committee or whether they didn't. Perhaps they just didn't form the selection committee because there was other shit going on and they didn't want to form the selection committee. And the governor was like, we don't need to bother with that shit. I want that kid right there. Like that's literally probably what happened is the governor didn't want to form yet another fucking committee to make recommendations. He already knew who was going to be anyway. And he said, no, we're not going to fuck around with any of this shit. You go. Like, that's it. It's really not that big of a deal.
University this year, relatedly, we had received some emails suggesting that Erika's claim that she graduated as a double Bachelor of Science in both international relations from Arizona State University which is what is mentioned on her LinkedIn. There it is, Bachelor of Science, Political Science, and International Relations, and elsewhere on other bios. They said, Candace, not only is that not true, but it's not possible. They claimed that the Bachelor of Science of International Relations was not yet available in 2012 at Arizona State University. So we went back and we decided to search through the archived catalog. And sure enough, so far as we can tell, it's not. It was not available in 2012. It is today. You can become a Bachelor of Science in International Relations today. But back when Erika graduated, this was not an option. We searched international relations. It is a topic they say you will cover. If you choose to major in political science was certainly available. There are other majors where it lists that you will learn about international relations, as is common sense. You can also get a certificate in international studies, but it was not available as a major. And that is one of the claims to fame of Erika: double majored, getting a doctorate, running a business, also running a charity, doing all of these things, also doing reality TV. It's giving hand of Midas. The person that I am listening to over these past few months, we've all heard her more than we've ever heard from her before, is just objectively not a genius. So I'm not sure what that's about. There could be a reason for it. There could have been some strange carve out just for Erika. I'm sure there was. But I find all of this happening at the same time to be very strange. Now, we are obviously discussing the relationship between Erika and Tyler, both of them being at the Arizona State University, both of them having been involved in Romania, also during the very years of Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, who, like Tyler, was involved particularly with modeling agencies in Romania. It is also worth noting that the university, Arizona State University, was the #1 university that was mentioned in Jeffrey Epstein's emails about 3,500 times.
Are you
paling
serious?
In comparison?
Are you fucking serious? Yet another concrete Epstein connection between Erika Kirk, because Erika Kirk went to a university that was mentioned in the Epstein files 3,500 times. It must have been Erika Kirk and the people controlling her and the people who put Erika Kirk in the MK Ultra experiment, because they groomed Erika Kirk to be a secret like sex, whatever. I don't know what the fuck they're saying with this Epstein thing. They're saying Erika Kirk was like trafficked or something, and that was part of her MK Ultra indoctrination programming, and this is why she went to Arizona State, which had the most connections. Are you? I just fucking can't.
To the other universities. I mean, the other universities were paled in comparison to Arizona State University in terms of mentions. It was like 3,500 for Arizona State University, and then second place was some university that was mentioned 100 times.
It's not even Erika's Epstein. It's like Erika's mother is Epstein or something, or Erika's secret grandfather, Vince Lombardi, is really Epstein. I mean, I don't know.
No, it had already been discovered even prior to the email dump that Jeffrey Epstein had given money to Arizona State University, $250,000 of his own money, plus over $2 million through various associates of his. He started giving to Arizona State University. Listen to me. Jeffrey Epstein began giving to Arizona State University in December of 2010. Just a couple of months before Tyler gets elected to the Board of Regents, just a couple of months after Tyler gets back from Romania. And Jeffrey Epstein donates through what is known as the Origins Project, a project for space exploration. You might be new here, but I keep telling you guys about NASA. What happened with Operation Paperclip? And they said, these scientists are going to get us to space. And I said, no, they weren't. They were a bunch of pervs. And our CIA transported them from places like Vienna throughout Germany. And
again, Candace, please.
Happened with Operation Paperclip, and they said, these scientists are going to get us to space. And I said, no, they weren't. They were a bunch of pervs. And our CIA transported them from places like Vienna throughout Germany and brought them here, and then told us they were actually genius scientists when they were not. They were harming children and developing the Monarch program, the precursor to MK Ultra. Anyway, I've said that so many times, I know that you already have it in your mind, but it's interesting that of all the things Jeffrey Epstein is giving to a space project, we did not go to the moon. Parking that aside. He is giving there. Okay, Tyler visits Romania just before Tyler is hand selected by the governor. We got it. Fast forward to, let's actually go past Erika's crown year of 2012. And Erika, you are going to see, begins pursuing fame hard. There is no person who can look into Erika's life and make the claim that she was not trying to be famous. As I have said, I don't know any women who have never dated a guy that was normal Like everybody that Erika dates has some degree of fame and publicity already in their lives, and that clearly attracts her. And that just is Erika's life. It's a fact of Erika's life. And like I said, she lies all the time. So ahead
Or Candace, or Erika Kirk is a really, 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 really hot girl, and Erika Kirk is running in the pageant circuit and connected with all these rich people in the pageant circuit, and those rich people in the pageant circuit are connected with people with that have hot sons or whatever, and some of those hot sons happen to be like well known and have money and things. And I'm sorry, any hot fucking girl is probably going to choose to be wooed by someone that's like rich and famous over just some schlub off the street. That's just like the way it goes. Now, I'm not saying Erika Kirk wasn't chasing some sort of position of power by marrying someone rich and famous. I mean, she obviously you can't say that probably didn't factor in like, oh, it would be nice if I never had to work another day in my life or something like that. But I'm just saying, she's a hot girl in the pageant circuit around a lot of rich fucking people. Of course, come on.
Us jumping back into the timeline, I would like to remind you of the story she tells regarding why she was traveling internationally, specifically to China. I want you to listen to what she says about why she traveled to China. Take a listen.
I decided to create something called Everyday Heroes Like You, where we're able to, originally, it was focused on bringing funds and awareness to various grassroots organizations that were in specific communities that would be able to have volunteers that are transparent with their funds, that are actually doing what they're saying they're doing, instead of just having 70% of the funds go to admin and only 30% towards the cause. So really just focusing on making sure there was a home for transparent organizations that people could learn about, get involved with. But from there, it kind of grew into something more global. I was living in China and doing a lot of work with the victims from sex trafficking, and then began to phase that into working with the Marine Corps and the Army, and then was able to work with a orphanage in Romania.
Okay, so there's no mistaking what she says, and she repeats it over and over again that she lived in China and she was living in China to work with victims of sex trafficking. This is one of the early questions that I had for Erika. Who were you working with in China? And thanks to a clip that we're going to show you later of her auditioning for The Amazing Race, she actually narrows it down and says that she was in Chongqing. I think I'm saying that right. It might be Chongqing. Well, the truth is that helped me realize why she was actually in China. Helping.
It may be Ching, Chong, Queen. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows, Candace?
That she was in Chongqing. I think I'm saying that right. It might be Chongqing. Well, the truth is that helped me realize why she was actually in China. Helping victims of sex trafficking. No, the truth is that Erika was just following her boyfriend. I kind of view this as her groupie year. Her boyfriend at the time is Josh Harrelson. Josh Harrelson is playing for the Miami Heat. Okay, so you got a basketball player who was in his prime, and he is dating the Arizona beauty queen.
Great.
And I would also like to note that this is 2013.
So fucking rich.
So we are 5 years before she met Charlie. In the future, she'll say she didn't date anybody, but no, she certainly dated people. Erika had a boyfriend, like I told you, every year, actually. And far from this deeply Christian story that she's going to spin in the future, she not only had a boyfriend, but she's following him around the world. She's living with him. And again, I'm not here to judge Erika for living with her boyfriend. I have lived with my boyfriend in the past, but I am not sitting here pretending that I didn't do that. That's what's so strange. It's just the amount of lies. I'm not pretending I had no boyfriends before I met my husband. What is the purpose of these lies? That is what we should be frustrated by. What is the purpose? This is why it feels like ChatGPT Christianity, like someone did the program thing again, the algorithm. Okay. We need you to be Christian. We need you to fit Charlie's world. Okay, let's say no guys for 5 years. No, never. Oh gosh, no. Christian one would never date a guy, live with him. Say like, your mother taught you Christianity. My mother taught me Christianity. No, your mother allowed your boyfriends to live in the house too and have sleepovers. That's like the opposite of coming from a deeply faithful Christian household. Letting the boyfriend sleep in the house with your daughter is like, so I would never in a million years allow my daughter to have her boyfriend sleep over. It's wild. Anyway, no, granted, my daughter is 3, but I just had to get that off my chest for the future because I'm on one today. So I'm freaking out for future. Anyway, back into the timeline, 2013, we have, Erika begins dating Josh Harrelson. That is very much evidenced by her saved tweets. It's all over. That is who Big George 55 was or is. You can see the dates here. She started dating him actually in 2012. So during her actual crown year. And we can go back to our timeline here and you can see that what happens in 2013 is he begins playing for Puerto Rico. So he joins the Brujos de Guayama in mid-January. That's the team. And then you can see also, look what he joins, the Chongqing Flying Dragons. So he goes from Miami Heat to Puerto Rico, which she will mention in the future that she goes, I traveled the world. I was doing all of this work for charities. No, you're following your boyfriend. This is regular groupie stuff, okay? This is not that complicated. Stop pretending you're some master of all these businesses. Anyway, back into the timeline, when from early June to August, she is going to move, her words, not mine, to China to follow and live with her boyfriend. And I want to note that this was one of the questions early on that I asked Justin Strife. I said, when did she live in China? Why was she living in China? And he came back and he said, and I want to be clear, I don't think Justin Strife was lying. Didn't strike me as someone who would be dumb enough to lie. Forget whether or not he's moral. Is he dumb? And my answer is no, Justin Strife is not an idiot. So this is what her new story is that she did not live in China. And he wrote back to me on January 12th that Erika did not live in China. From June 16th to June 30th, she just visited China. She saw major sites and she visited the Great Wall. Again, I'm not here to pick a side in Erika versus Erika, okay? But she very clearly says she lived in China. And the answer is she was obviously there longer because she was there from June all the way through until at least August, early August, which happens to match the exact dates that her boyfriend was there. Why the lies? Why the lies? For who? Anyway, she will also, which we're not going to show you because I think it's been overdone, she'll post a video of her promoting Romanian Angels. And in that video, she thanks Colonel Otto Buscher in particular. Again, he is going to be accused of running a brothel, a Romanian brothel with children on the base. And so, again, it's everyone around her, I guess. And she has all of these connections, I guess. And we have no idea what her mom does with AC Tech, I guess, or why she's getting all of this money. Also, I just put in some facts that I think are good for people to know that this year the Romanian government establishes the National Office for Gambling Games in April. Ooh. And we know the Black Sea Rotational Force is going to be deployed for 6 months again. This will be BSRF 13. They kind of name it after the year it is. From February to August as a special purpose Marine Air Ground Task Force. Okay. I call 2014 the year of fake it till you make it. Okay, so we are going to learn that Erika is living in Venice, California, and there's actually no purpose for her to be doing that unless we look through her actions, and it's very clear she's trying to make it in Hollywood. Now, there is a clip of her sitting down with her best friend, Tracy Martin, on a talk show. Something that I noted that is interesting is a woman named Diane Burnett likes the post. And that is, in fact, Mark Burnett's wife, okay? Mark Burnett being the person who created Survivor, the person who's going to create the reality show that Erika is on, the person that's also running Donald Trump's show that he was on, The Apprentice. Like, he's the creator of so much reality TV. And so there's an indication here that, again, we're going to see all of these paths crossing because it's also the year that Johnny Moore is going to leave Liberty University and start the Kairos company with Andrew. Johnny Moore is working for Mark Burnett. There is a chance that in 2014, again, Erika and Andrew Colvett would have crossed paths. That would make sense. They know the same people. More relevant, however, is Lori Franzwey, because she gets introduced on the floor in Arizona, on the congressional floor, because she has David Farnsworth sponsoring a bill. She's doing this panic stuff. There could be an EMP event, and we have to get prepared for an EMP event that could happen, electromagnetic pulses. And here is what me and my husband, Larry Ginta, recommend that you do. And it's G-Tech Industries. I think she's a used car salesman. I'm going to be honest with you. It seems like, to me, when I observe everything, it's a group of people working together to get money from the government, and they all know each other. And so Lori is introduced by Terrell Farnsworth's family. Terrell Farnsworth, the guy that takes down the cameras. This is his family. He, like I told you in previous episodes, grew up with Tyler Boyer. Their families have been friends, Mormon families, for generations. Okay. It's like they all know each other, and they're just like, we got to get this money. Okay. You're going to pretend like you're a tech genius, Lori. And she's like, sustainability. I love sustainability, and words. And you're going to present, and I'm going to put together a vote, and the Farnsworths are going to vote, and we're going to get this money, honey. That's Lori to me. Lori gives me scam artist. I got to say it. I'm on one. Everything about her, I'm seeing a scammer on the corner trying to sell me CDs, like they're just outside. They got a black plastic
CDs?
bag, and they're like, oh, let me sell you this DVDs. They come into the hair salon. They're selling you bootleg DVDs. That's Lori in the story. That's Lori in the story.
Where the fuck did Candace get her hair done? That some homeless person came in off the street and tried to sell her bootleg DVDs. Okay.
Bootlegging. And she has actual people that are working, the Farnsworth family that's helping her do that. And that is why Eddie Farnsworth, who also votes to pass her resolution, and also is of Terrell Farnsworth's family, camera guy, that's why he's going to get accused in the future. He makes tens of millions of dollars off of charter schools. There are all these articles. Look up Eddie Farnsworth and the charter school. And they all started saying, hey, he's scamming. He's taking all of this government money. Like, this seems like their true family business. Make up something that you do. Say it's important. Get a bunch of money from the Department of Homeland Security, from the DOD. But in reality, it's like a political mafia working together to scam taxpayers. That's what he gets accused of, Eddie Farnsworth. That's what you got accused of. There's tons of articles. And crucially, the Boyers, the Farnsworth, the Franzweys, the Colbets, they're all just vibing around each other at all times. And what happens crucially is that Tyler Boyer is going to meet Charlie Kirk this year. It is still not clear to me how they met, but we can state that Tyler is the chairman at that time of the Maricopa County Republican Committee, and Eddie Farnsworth is on that committee, and David Farnsworth is on that committee. So here is Eddie Farnsworth on that committee. And yeah, they got the Farnsworth clan again. They grew up together. They're all Chandler, Arizona, went to the same high schools. Your mom, my dad. It's giving Mormon mafia. Okay. And look up the Farnsworth family. They're a very powerful family in Mormon world. Roots down into Mexico. They've been around since day one of the LDS Mormon Church. I know that some people say it's now LDS. Forgive me for not being brushed up on that. Anyway, I just find that very interesting that Eddie Farnsworth is getting accused of robbing taxpayers to enrich himself. And we know that Erika's family is involved with charter schools. It's just kind of right in our face, I feel. In March, we know that Erika is going to begin dating somebody else, and his name is JT Massey.
You know what? I think Bot is making an excellent point right now. I think Bot is making a very excellent point. What Candace is realizing is there are groups of very powerful people who work together to do what they want. That's exactly right, Bot. That's, well done. Yep. Candace is coming to that realization.
And he's a minor league baseball player. She's not dating nobodies. Okay. She wants to know what you're going to do. He's playing with the Colorado Rockies, and together they are going to try out for the Amazing Race. And I am going to let you listen to that. Erika is living and working in California. And he is living in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And here's a little bit of their tape.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning, America.
Hi. I've lived in China. I've lived in Chongqing. I've been to Romania. I've been to Croatia. Lived in Puerto Rico for a little bit. Really handsome.
You look gorgeous. Are you fixing my... I got a little bacon. Babe, that's deep in there. Give them a cleavage. People want cleavage.
That's
Showcase it.
Sex sells, babe.
Sex sells.
weird. That's weird, actually.
It's not within the confines.
That's
of marriage.
weird, actually.
I don't. We need.
What? We're checking the lighting? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we're checking the lighting. Roll camera one. Hi, I'm JT Massey. I'm 25 years old from Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm a minor league baseball player with the Colorado Rockies, and I'm going to be racing with my girlfriend.
Hi, I'm Erika. I'm 25 years old from Scottsdale, Arizona, and I currently live in Venice, California.
So March 1st, we went on our first date.
Well, I got it wrong because I thought it was the day before, and I called him and I was like, "Hi, so I'm gonna be running late for our date." And he's like, "Actually, it's tomorrow."
Yeah, I'm sitting at dinner with my dad in Arizona, and I'm like, "Did I mess up the date or what?" End up standing up from the table to call her, and she messed up the date.
I did. So we went to Maggiano's.
Yeah, it worked out.
It was good.
We went to Maggiano's. I picked her up. It was raining,
Maggiano's is
kind
legit,
of
actually.
different night in Arizona, and picked her up at her house.
I don't even, I feel very uncomfortable watching this. Average person, this is how asexual I am. Only a few years ago did I realize those sexy burger commercials actually turn men on. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, average person. Appreciate you.
And later met her mom on the first night.
It's a big deal for the
Exciting
first
stuff.
night.
Yeah, I'm not trying to scare her off or anything.
Yeah, I'm sure she did meet Lori. Lori's always lurking in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
She's a pusher. I said, Lori's a pusher. And I want to be clear, nothing objectively bothers me about this. Yeah, I'm noticing the pattern that everybody's kind of famous, but nothing objectively bothers me about her joking around with her boyfriend, cute, hanging out, doing whatever. This is all actually normal for a 25-year-old girl, young woman. It's not what she's doing. It's what she's telling us that she did in the future. That is what is problematic. I want to make that clear over and over again. There's nothing wrong to me about them speaking back and forth, making jokes, trying to be funny. It's how she will pretend none of this ever happened when she hits the Christian button. The Christian button when she meets Charlie. That's what bothers me about this. And no one didn't date anybody. She really liked this guy, by the way. There's evidence that they were even engaged. And so her whole demeanor is just so different from the person that she becomes with Charlie. And we're supposed to believe that that's authentic. It's like you can become a godly woman and still have a personality and still have the person that we're seeing there. And yet everything is just so rehearsed and weird, and she can't get out a sentence without saying, this is what God ordained and I'm biblical. It's very strange. It actually feels haunted. It feels haunted to me. Anyway, I can also show you, because like I said, this was the year where she was just like, I got to get famous somehow. She also auditions for this show, which we think is Diane von Furstenberg had a show called House of DVF. It's fashion, which ran for 2 seasons from 2014 to 2015. And Erika auditions for that as well. Take a listen.
Tell me about your experiences in fashion.
I did not go to fashion school, but I am self-taught. So I graduated with political science and international relations. And although that background to some might seem a little bit foreign to the fashion world, I think that it's actually very helpful, because fashion is international and you have to understand people, because the consumer is what's buying your product. And if you are able to create a line or a brand that embodies international aspects, whether that be art, architecture, anything that's different with the fabrics and the feel of the brand and the line, that draws people to it. And so for me, I'm looking at this from a pragmatic business standpoint. Although I don't know how to sew and cut.
Okay. Hang on. Listen. I only took one international relation class in college, and I only took one political science class in college because, quite frankly, the one international relations and one political science class I took, they were both extremely boring, and neither of them had anything to do with creating fashion for international people by drawing them into some sort of blah-de-dee, blah. It has nothing to do with that. So this is weird, and Erika Kirk is weird. It doesn't mean Candace is right. It just means Erika Kirk is weird, and this is a painful audition. And it's like what I think we're seeing is like the bullshit artist that Erika Kirk is, because she's been so trained by the pageant circuit to be such a fucking bullshit artist. There is nothing that international relations and political science has to do with fashion. Yeah, everything is fake. Exactly. It's all fake.
Sew a pillow together, but I can't take fabrics and create this couture dress. That's not me. But I'm able to see design. I'm able to pick up on certain things and be able to put things together. So for me, not necessarily having formal training, I would rather learn from people and individuals than from textbooks. I even had that life experience with my family. I come from a bloodline of entrepreneurs, and I learned from my mom, how to basically run a company. And that's how I was able to formulate my nonprofit. And that's what also made me change my major, because originally I was business.
She's just like, what do I have to be? I don't know how to sew. I don't know how to cut. I don't even know about that. But like, oh, I want to be on a show. Whether it's The Amazing Race, whether it's House of DVF, I don't know how these two things speak to each other. I want to be on a show. And again, she's 25 at this time. So, I mean, really, this is not her early 20s, right? This is actually like stuff that you might expect to see 18, 19, 20. This is a little further on, 25 years old. But this is who she was. This is who Erika was at this time. She was auditioning for everything. And eventually she's going to get the part for Charlie's wife. Also, I just want to honorably mention this because I'd like to track her, but in a look ahead post for 2014, she mentions on X that she is going to be again in Romania, in Laos, in Kazakhstan, in the Philippines, in Sweden. She says, okay, 2014, I see you. And then someone probably asked her where she was going to be in Sweden, and she replies to them. So did she go to all of those places? Maybe. We will see. Are we in 2014 into our timeline? Or are we saving that for next week? Or am I overtime right now? Okay. So we will, probably have to do the rest because I see that I'm going overtime because I think I was in a mood today. I'd like to apologize.
Candace is in
we'll
a
be right
mood.
back after break.
Are we done? Is that it?
Let's talk about
Wow. I guess that's it, guys. I guess that's it. Okay. So I'm gonna be honest. I still don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, so it seems to me that Candace believes that Charlie Kirk was murdered as part of a military operation to galvanize public support in favor of Israel and install Erika Kirk as the head of Turning Point USA because Erika Kirk was raised by Vince Lombardi's daughter and is secretly or something. And because she was raised by Vince Lombardi's daughter, she was given to some secret MK Ultra Tesseract school X-Men Terminator experiment where she was brainwashed and probably trafficked with Epstein through Arizona State University, and has something to do with Erika Kirk wanting to be on a reality show, and it has something to do with Erika Kirk being involved in the pageant circuit, which obviously she was trafficked by Epstein because she was involved in the pageant circuit. And then eventually Erika Kirk met Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvet in Romania or some such shit, and then they came back to the United States, and then they formed Turning Point USA, and then Erika Kirk went on a date with Charlie Kirk. But you're telling me that Erika dated other people before she married Charlie Kirk? I don't know of anyone that's ever dated anyone else before they got married, by the way. And then she married Charlie Kirk in part of a secret plot to take over Turning Point USA eventually after Charlie Kirk was murdered in a secret military operation. Do I have that basically right? Is that basically where we are so far in this whole series? Well, you know what? Listen, it looks like Candace has got at least another week of episodes ahead of us. And so, you know what? We can do this again next week. I'm happy to dedicate happy hour to Candace losing her fucking mind on the internet in a way that's definitely not going to get her sued by Erika, Kirk, and Turning Point USA. I'm totally fine with hanging out and watching this whole thing descend into absolute lunacy. I still don't know what's going on. But again, this is like the first season of Lost. We didn't know where we were going on the first season of Lost. We didn't know where we were going on the second season of Lost. This is like Lost, and we're winding our way through the series. And you know what? We just need to sit back and enjoy the ride. And you know, it will all be explained in due course. Trust the plan. It's all going to work out and all that stuff. Anyway, guys, that's all I have for today. Now, tomorrow, it does seem as though Jake Lang is going to be in New York City doing some sort of publicity stunt at Gracie Mansion. So I'm gonna promise you guys this. I'm gonna promise you. I'm about to take a bullet for everyone. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I am going to make sure that I get up early tomorrow, and by early I mean around 10 a.m. at the latest. And I'm going to make sure that I am ready to go to do coverage of the Jake Lang escapades in New York City as long as there are streamers on the ground. And so if there's streaming to be done tomorrow because there's leftist insanity and chaos, or Jake Lang is causing problems in New York City, I will be up to stream that. Now, he's not supposed to get started until noon, but I am going to get up early for all of you. And I just want that acknowledged, because that I didn't, you know what? Listen, man, I work late and then I sleep in. That is my schedule. So I am going to be like basically like not very happy tomorrow for all of you, but I'm going to do it anyway, because that's what we do on this channel. If stuff's going on, we cover it. And then tomorrow night, we will do Socialism Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, where we will watch the real radical revolutionary far left talk about their plans, talk about what they believe, do their organizing, stuff like that. I don't know what we're watching yet for Socialism Saturday, but I will pick out something nice. I promise. And can we all just admit that these, listen, I'm going to be honest. These are now my favorite sunglasses. Do you want to know why? Because they have red frames. You see that? They have red frames. Or lenses, rather. The other thing, they have red frames too, but they have red lenses, and it's actually just, it's nice. It's not dark. It's not dark to wear these sunglasses. It just puts like a layer of blush over everything, and it just tones down the lights and the screen. I have a light sensitivity with my eyes, man. It just tones everything down just enough. And can we just all agree they look sick? Apparently, one of Big Tech's minions came on the stream and said I was looks maxing because I was wearing a pair of sunglasses. I mean, what more can one pair of sunglasses do? I literally have a pair of vintage Dior rose-colored glasses, and it really does make everything look nicer and much more relaxed. And I've actually enjoyed the viewing experience. And so, you know what? Maybe I'll wear these sunglasses every day. You might have to get used to the rose-colored Dior sunglasses. All right. Guys, that is all I have for today. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. I want to thank everyone that sent in channel memberships. You guys allow me to do what I do. I am 100% funded by people just like you. And so I really, really appreciate it. And I will be back tomorrow, and we will do it all over again. All right, guys, take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
there, how is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.